All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking soft because it's like 7 a.m. here. I'm going to be loading the tab because I think they had the motion to strike. Obviously, it failed because Johnny Depp has called Walter Hamada, the guy who is at Warner, and I think this is a great thing. Before I get into anything, make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Press the post notification bell so you can never miss another one of these videos. I do that for the sports show. I don't do it for here, but I gotta do it. Why not? Thank you to so much to everybody for watching. You guys have been so incredible, so supportive, and I love that you guys have been watching these live streams. I wish you could watch during the live stream, but I get it. I'm not a huge YouTuber yet. So that's fine. I will be there soon where I'll have like 30 people, 20 people, 500 people watching someday, hopefully. But thank you to you if you're watching later. So, we're just going to keep this stream on going, y'all, unless I change my mind later on. So, this is great because yesterday, Amber Heard's witness, Catherine Arnold, said that, oh, they were going to renegotiate her contract. They were going to pay her double. They could have done this. They could have done that. She was trying to predict the future. Well, Wayne Dennison, aside from just doing movie trivia to probably run out the clock, was saying, oh, well, is that for, is that standard for Warner? And she didn't know that. So, hold on, let me... We're going to put this down to 30%. I want to see if that, you know what? I hate to, no. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to go back to this tab here. Here we go. All right. Oh. Oh.
Man,
There we
go.
All right, now let me share this and let me mute my
Johnny Depp.
and I will be reacting to this.
Well,
but let me go ahead and mute myself.
Compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by Adam Waldman?
No.
That's a pretty firm answer.
Her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by anybody representing Johnny Depp?
No.
Thank you. Thank you so much to both you and Jeremy. I appreciate it. Hello.
Was there any delay in Warner Brothers exercising the option to cast Ms. Heard in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was.
How long a delay was there?
Elena, thank you.
I don't know, probably weeks.
What was the cause of the delay?
There were conversations about potentially recasting.
Who was the producer?
Peter Safran.
Who was the director?
I like the inside baseball.
James Wan.
Did Warner Brothers believe that those concerns were legitimate?
Yeah, I mean, I had no reason not to believe the director and the producer of the movie.
And you are testifying today as a representative of Warner, correct?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, creative concerns did Warner Brothers have about casting Amber Heard as Mira in Aquaman 2?
It was the concerns that were brought up at the wrap of the first movie, production of the first movie, which is the issue of chemistry. Did the two have chemistry? You know, I think editorially they were able to make that relationship work in the first movie. But there was a concern that it took a lot of effort to get there. And would we be better off recasting, finding someone who had better, more natural chemistry with Jason Momoa and move forward that way?
And she was like,
Warner Brothers take any steps affirmatively to audition other actors?
Heard has to hate this being played publicly. That hurts.
No, we did not.
Other than the creative concerns and concerns about chemistry you testified about, was there any other reason Warner Brothers delayed in picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
No, it was all concerns about whether she was the right bit of casting for the movie.
They better ask about the chemistry test.
What role, if any, did
Is that
Ms.
Ben Chu
Heard's
saying what, if any?
dispute with Johnny Depp
Ben.
have in Warner Brothers delay picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
There was none from our end.
At any point in time, was Warner Brothers considering paying Ms. Heard more money for Aquaman 2 than is set forth in the option contract you previously identified?
He's been infected with what is
No,
any.
as I said, we were determined to hold our access to our option agreements.
What if any is
Would
contagious?
Warner Brothers have paid Ms. Heard more money on Aquaman 2
Contagious.
if it
It's
had
contagious.
picked up her option earlier?
No.
I still hate it, even though it's Ben Chu.
At any time from the beginning of history through today, did Warner Brothers ever release Ms. Heard from the Aquaman 2 contract?
No.
At any point in time from the beginning of history to today, did Warner Brothers rehire Ms. Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, because we just picked up her option.
And when is the last time you spoke with Rob Cohen
Cross.
relating in any manner to whether to exercise the option on Amber Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, it would have been the same time that I was having those conversations with Peter Safran
So
in 2020.
did you speak with Zack Snyder at all relating to whether to exercise the option for Amber Heard on Aquaman 2?
No, I've not had any conversations with Zack Snyder.
Did you speak at all with Jason Momoa in preparation for your deposition today?
We got about 16 minutes left.
Have you ever spoken with Jason Momoa about any issues relating to chemistry between he and Amber Heard?
Yes.
Oh,
When did you speak with Jason Momoa about chemistry issues between he and Amber Heard?
It would have been in that same time period where we were prior to green light of the movie.
Now,
This is not
you were
good for
asked
Amber
some
Heard, I don't
questions
think.
about
I wonder if the
scripts.
jury even cares at this point,
Listening
though.
to this.
Did you review
Because
any
he just
of the
admitted, like,
drafts
we
of
just
the
had to
script for
edit.
Aquaman 2?
Their chemistry,
Yes.
we had to create
Yeah, this guy's a
their
Very
chemistry.
very big deal.
It wasn't like it was natural. We
Part
were
of
just
my
like, hey,
fault,
edit
you know,
the scene, edit the
all the drafts
whatever.
and scripts as they come
It
in.
was like we had to
When was the
edit,
first script for Aquaman 2?
literally edit
Oh,
their
boy.
chemistry. I don't know how you do that. And going back to watching Aquaman, I didn't see the chemistry. I
I
was
cannot
like,
tell you.
it
Probably
just
in
seemed like Amber's
2018,
just
latter
like-
part of 2018.
And at
would
the
be my
time, I didn't
guess.
realize it was Amber Heard, but I'm like,
And
I
how
didn't.
many versions
Like
of
Christy,
the
the
script
girl who plays
had
Christy
been written
in Doctor Strange has more
by
chemistry
the beginning of 2021?
with Steven, right?
For
Like
Aquaman.
I know I'm being a nerd,
Oh,
but
there-
still,
there were
right? Like
probably
it just seems
half
that way.
dozen drafts
Pepper
of the
Potts
script.
has 10 times the chemistry with
All
Tony
right,
Stark,
what, if
and that's
anything,
just
did Rob
because Tony
Cowan
Stark's
say to you
a sexual
about
being. So
chemistry?
I
What
like the
specifically
I like
about
the
chemistry
inside the movie
between
stuff.
Amber
I don't
Heard and
know
Jason Momoa?
if the jury cares at this point. They've already heard what they needed to hear from this
They
witness.
didn't really have a lot of chemistry together.
That's true. I mean, the fact that
the reality is
they already heard,
What's
hey,
the
we just
reality?
didn't want her,
on movies
and she just
for
wasn't
two
good,
leads to
and
not
there
have
was no
chemistry,
delay in hiring
and
her,
that
and
it's sort of movie magic,
right, like
editorial,
and
the ability to sort of put performances
you know,
together.
we
and
just we
with the magic
had
of,
to recast her.
a great
That's all
score
the jury
and-
needs to
and
know
how you
because
put
for
the
so
pieces
long we've
together,
heard.
you can
No, they,
fabricate
you know,
sort
it was
of
all
that
about Adam
chemistry.
Waldman. It was all about those comments. It
and
was all
so I
about
think
that. It
in-
wasn't
in-
about the chemistry.
at the
No,
end of the
Amber
day, I
Heard's the
think if
best
you
actor in
watch
the
the
whole
movie,
freaking world.
They look like they had
So,
great chemistry.
I mean, the jury's
I
done.
just know that through the course of the post-production that it took a lot of effort to get there. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's very easy. You just put the characters on the screen together and they work. And sometimes it's harder. And so
Can you give me anything more specific about what it was with Amber Heard?
Make it
and
look
Jason
like work
Momoa that
is not good.
was difficult for the chemistry?
no, because
Don't make it look like work.
what makes a movie star a movie star. Like you know it when you see it, and the chemistry wasn't there.
Oh,
Now, you've used the term fabricated.
Oh, that hurts, man.
What did you do to fabricate?
you see it when you see it, and the chemistry
between
just
Amber
wasn't
Heard and
there.
Jason Momoa?
Oh man,
Well, those are
This
just
has gotta hurt
it's
Amber Heard.
editorial.
I need to go
a good
through all my
editor and a
trash.
good filmmaker can pick the right takes,
It
can
was
pick
a
the
long
right
night last
moments, and put scenes together.
it's just the chemistry
Again,
wasn't
score
there.
is a big,
You got it.
music
That has
in
to
the
hurt,
scene makes a
man.
big difference. It can make a
And you're
happy
right. I
scene
think
feel
he's
sadder
right.
or
It's like
sad
you can't
scene
teach a
feel
person to
happier.
teach. You just have
And
to
so it was
like
sort
or
of the
perform. Like you have to have that
it's just the
ability.
magic of
Or like if you speak to a
post-production,
room and you command a room, you got the
editing,
audience wrapped around your
sound,
finger.
sound
Well,
design,
guess what?
music,
Someone's doing
etc.
laundry. So
When I
sorry
say
about that.
tea, I mean like the drink,
Fabricating?
Just
and I
awful.
mean
Were
cheese
they
may or
literally
gossip or
falsifying,
info.
or were they just
receipts.
picking the best music?
Juicy
Let me
bits.
just finish my question. Were they picking the best music and picking the best looks because that's their job and that's what you do on every scene?
That is what we do in post production. That's what filmmakers do. They
That's what filmmakers do.
This is on any production. You're doing that. You're putting performances together. Sometimes it's easier than others. This one was more difficult because of the lack of chemistry between the two.
Oh, I'm sure Amber Heard's hating this
But they were
being
able to-
public.
Jacob
It's
and
interesting
the
for us.
editor were able to get it to a place where
She hates
the
Goes
end
to
result
damages.
actually works.
that
That's
now
great.
this is
If she didn't bring the counterclaim, none of this would have come out.
Filmmaker,
yeah.
right?
Now
Is
this
to
is really
put all
hurting
those
her because
foundations together
he
to
just
make
keeps hammering
the
it home.
most
No
successful
chemistry. There was zero
production.
chemistry. There was no chemistry.
Absolutely.
There was no chemistry. There was
It
no
would have
chemistry.
been
There was no
marked as,
chemistry. There was no chemistry.
Exhibit
Again,
number 5 is
she chose to bring the
LH
counterclaim. This comes out.
18247.
You want to sue him
And
back
this
for
is a text
damages? You want to
message
say he
exchange
defamed
between
you?
James Wan
You gotta
and
have
Amber
this come out.
Heard.
And this
And you mentioned James
destroys
Wan
her
was the
fact
director of
about
Aquaman 2.
She's not the only right
And
word
Aquaman-
for it. It's
and
like
Aquaman, the
that's
first
exactly
one,
what
right?
tea is.
That's correct.
Before
Alright.
tea was
And,
tea. It was just
James
Like,
is
it's-
texting
I'm from Southern
to
California.
Amber. On August
this is
25,
bad. I'm just gonna
2018,
say that.
You rated really high with the audience! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! You see that?
Yes.
This is August 25, 2018.
But her performance
What's going
after
on
editing rated
August
high.
25,
Yeah, after
2018
editing.
that would cause the
That's the
director
problem
to
is they
send
don't want to have
a
to
text
edit the
message
film.
to Amber
Like they're gonna edit the
saying-
film, right?
And
Add the
then be a test
music.
screening.
Hey, can you change
After
the
editing.
But you don't want to have to
test it
edit
with
the
an audience, and
chemistry.
the audience tells us what they liked and what
Oh,
they
I'm waking
didn't
up now.
like.
Apparently,
So
that's
what he was
after
referring to.
After
editing.
they
that she
sprinkled
was
pixie
awful.
dust on
Really
it.
liked
Just
Amber
kidding.
Heard,
It's DC, not Disney.
Yes, she did. She tested.
hit $1 billion, is that correct?
Yeah.
And more specifically, did you play
Was it
any
the most
role
successful movie of all time
in
ever?
the
Because if one more witness
determination
says that,
to communicate
If
to
one more witness
Amber's
says that.
representatives that Warner Brothers was considering not exercising her option?
Yeah, probably in the sense of we had the conversations, and I believe, if I recall, we had that's where Peter Safran offered to reach out to the agent and express which direction we were leaning.
Have you seen any document that
I'm still
says there
waiting for
was
the what if
any
any.
chemistry issues?
And that's how I missed
sounds
it.
like
Let me
that's
know in
not
the
going
chat
in the
if I missed
courtroom,
it.
which must suck for the jury.
and
Let me
Jason
know in the
Momoa
comments if
in
you're watching
Aquaman
later.
1.
Documents?
Later
No,
on.
I mean those were all conversations.
But
That
if Jason came
makes
back
total
and James
sense.
Wan came back, you were guaranteeing that Amber Heard would play Mira, correct?
That's correct.
And Jason Momoa was able to negotiate a different compensation structure, was he not, for Aquaman 2?
That's
That's true. He did renegotiate.
Now, Aquaman was the highest grossing DC film ever for Warner
Oh,
Brothers,
thank
was it
for the
not?
love of
Thank
Yes, it
you,
is.
Elaine. Thank you.
You said the right fact.
Thank you for being
What, if
clear
any,
that it was
issues
the
did
highest
you
grossing
bring
Finally.
with
DC
Amber
film.
Heard in Aquaman 2?
My understanding is actually the production went very smoothly.
And that's it.
Thank you. Your next witness.
There was nothing more for him to say.
Thank fucking
ruined it
God
for
that
Catherine
somebody said
Arnold.
highest
We call,
grossing DC
Dr.
movie.
Colbert next, but I know we have a preliminary matter that we need to deal with briefly, if we may approach. Sure.
I like
Ooh.
this attorney a lot. We haven't seen a lot of her, so I'm glad we're getting to see
I'm not,
some of the other players here. We're going to
I'm
go
not
to
sure
questions.
who this attorney is.
But Emily's saying T equals
This
cheese
is-
made by morning.
I'm very curious what the
Look,
preliminary matter
It is. There's no other word. That's the proper word. The T is the info, the gossip, the juicy bits, and it is a little bit. Look, if Amber Heard hadn't brought the counterclaim, we wouldn't have a representative from Warner Brothers, not just a representative from Warner Brothers, not a corporate designee like we got from Disney. We had the president of DC-based films in court saying that the chemistry with Jason Momoa was all movie magic.
Literally created by pressing a couple
Judge
keys
A's
and
face
moving the mouse.
is what's happening.
Like-
She's pulling something up on her phone and something is happening. What happened on the interwebs? So anyway, the T is gossip. It's tea like the drink. And it is knowing that Amber Heard's chemistry is movie magic from the president of the studio goes to damages, yes. But for the internet at large, it's like, ooh, interesting. Let's hear more about that. It's the little bits that might not be super legally relevant, but that we're nerdy about. And that's why I like covering pop culture. It's like the Aquaman spoilers from yesterday. So,
Let me put this down real quick.
Vanessa said, I believe T is from AAVE, meaning gossip. Give credit where credit is due. If it is, I don't know that. I have heard it in the drag and gay communities. So that is where I have pulled it from. But if that is where it originated, absolutely. I just truly do not know, because that is where I pulled it from, because that's my experience. So you guys are asking for a sub check. So absolutely, we'll get a sub check. But the judge is making faces, so I'm kind of reticent to turn away. I'm going to answer some of the questions. So that's where
Here we go.
from POC Drag Queens. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So yes, I don't know. Chisme is Spanish for gossip. That I do know.
So I just wanted to put it down for a little bit because I have to. I know I just made this point. Wow, the guy was testifying. For the internet, we have been exploring more than the jury has, and for so long that Umbrella Guy and Yellow Flash 2 and I think even Rekieta Law and others have said that they say it was chemistry. I've said it a million times when I've been screaming my ass off here, right? And now the president of all DC operations at Warner Brothers is saying, we had to create the chemistry. There was zero.
This is the real
zero.
Right now. I want to know.
And that is the relevant thing, ladies and gentlemen. They literally said there was no chemistry between these people, and mainly with Amber Heard. She had zero magic, and she just didn't have it. Jason Momoa has it with whoever he plays with, like whichever character he's working with and playing with on screen. So I wish they I wish Johnny Depp's team would have asked him, like, hey, you would have paid Amber Heard this, you would have paid Amber Heard that. But that's why they're lawyers, I'm not. But that's why they're lawyers. But I don't like that this was a deposition. But, however, I like that it was a deposition that was not 30 minutes freaking long. It was short and super sweet, so the jury got like shoot, okay. And they got that moment that we got that is like, okay, so it's verified. You did not need her because of her chemistry. Thank you so much.
At some point, Casey Jones, thank you so much. Congrats, Emily, from a fellow Lawnard and DMB fanatic. Love my DMB people in the house. Yes, it's been a love that's been going on since the early 90s. Catherine, thank you so much for the very kind super chat. Sung to the 1999 tune Bling Bling. Every time I come up on your channel, Bing Bing. Emily is killing all the coverage. Bing Bing. Thank you so much. I'm not going to try to sing because I will kill it, but thank you. I hear it in my head. Congratulations, Emily. The law world is full of fuckery. So you'll have 1 million plus of subs in no time.
I do
wait for the
wonder what
breakdown
that
of the next case.
preliminary
Really, I enjoy
action
saying
is.
can't talk. I'm in court.
I'd be very curious.
That's
I
totally
wish we could
fair,
listen to
and we'll
sidebar.
figure out
Like, I
what,
wish we
what we
could.
do next from here. Whitney looks just immensely uncomfortable sitting there in court. So
Whitney
anyway,
looks like
it's just,
I'm only here because
today
I
is
want that
just- I
rock
don't
star
have plans for
live.
today.
But fuck.
Question: what, if any, proof do you have that Elaine's meme-worthy turn of phrase is catching? Also, greetings from Ireland. Ben Chu seemed to be saying it in that last deposition. And it was wild. I heard him saying, what, if any? They had been doing too many depositions together, I think. Pam Marshall, now you can tell G you're officially halfway to being a real YouTuber. My youngest teases me that I'm not a real YouTuber until there's an M after my subscriber numbers, like Mr. Beast. I'm like, Mr. Beast has, okay, that's not the comparison I'm going for, but thanks, buddy. Came for OG Toddy Swanson, stayed for Emily, thank you. And I'm now studying for the LSAT. Enjoy studying for the LSAT, Pam. You're not the first who's reached out and said, I'm studying for the LSAT. It's all your fault. And I'm happy to bring a cadre of law nerd lawyers that are diverse in background and life
I'm
and
just texting my
race
friend Oscar.
and gender
Oscar
and
Montiel.
all of it. Law needs more diversity. And so if you are like,
So let me put
I
this
was
down
an economics
I
major, or
don't know
but
that you wanna
I,
hear this.
you
Hold
know, did this, or no one in my family's ever been a lawyer, or I didn't go to.
Oh, is it gonna mute it for me too? It is.
Is if that is something that comes from this channel and its growth, then the entire profession of law is better for it, because you need lawyers from every imaginable walk of life, because at the end of the day, the lawyers help make the laws that shape this country. And I'm going to get off my soapbox, but the only way that goes well for everyone is if you have more.
Sorry about
voices in
that.
the room. Everyone needs to be in the room where it happens.
So yeah, I like that testimony. It was short and sweet. Thank God they didn't bore the jury, because you know you don't want the jury taking a nap, pulling out their earpieces if they have a.
You know, my learning disabilities.
Oh boy!
Much made me
If they have a hearing aid,
law.
and if they do that, you are screwed.
But is easy
Now
fun?
someone texted me. I love how they
Fun.
text me, but they don't
Easy's
answer.
not
The,
fun.
they don't do
So,
this in the chat.
Fun is fun, but easy
And
is
for
fun.
those that
So
might be wondering in the comments later on, why is it that we don't get to hear sidebar? It's and what is sidebar? Basically, my understanding is, unless Emily can explain it again, we've been using her channel because she's amazing, like very amazing. It's basically where you go and you talk to the judge and you say what you need to. You handle matters away from the jury so they don't hear it. You don't want the jury to hear it. Apparently, I'd want to if I was a jury. I'm sorry, if I was a juror. I couldn't ever be, because I'm high profile case like this. I'm gonna look everything up. However,
decided here. This is a very long side.
what was the other
question to be decided
I
here
just
is
said it.
different than the question to be decided in the UK. I don't think they brought
Okay,
all the same
I forgot
evidence,
it, but
the
there.
UK case was a very different matter. The UK case was, is there enough evidence that when the son made those claims, that the son was not being defamatory? The son
and
could go with
then,
them more likely than not. She
okay.
said these things. She showed us these things. We believed her. We called Johnny Depp a wife beater based on what she told us. We didn't have to go any deeper than that. We had enough sources to make that claim without it being libelous. That's different than here, where Johnny Depp is saying Amber Heard, the writer of the thing, knew it was false when she wrote it about me. Different than the son believing Amber Heard. Hopefully, though it feels like a splitting hairs distinction, it's not.
Apologize again. We have a few things to take care of. We're just going to go ahead and take our morning recess now.
Oh,
For
shit.
15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not talk to anybody, okay?
That's a whatever.
We're not doing any outside research. Sorry, it was the same thing.
Whatever the issue is an issue.
Yeah,
do it on
this
the
must
record,
be a
JJ?
huge
Do it
issue.
on the record. Do it on the record.
This must be
that's-
so big that
that's
the fact that we need to take a
what?
recess at like 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
If the doctor testifies, then is that WebEx? Okay, so I'll get that set up too while we take the break as well. All right, we'll go ahead.
I'll be better later on.
Let's make it 10:50 to
It's
give
the
them time
morning.
to look at everything, okay?
They're having an issue, it sounds like, with disclosures. Let's take a break to let them look at everything. So whatever the doctor being called next is being called for. Let's go over to Twitter and take a look at what this doctor is being called for. The judge is giving them some time to take care of it. Wow. I'm going to just go pull up the witness list.
I think this is Depp.
From Twitter.
Depp's team
Why-
trying to
Ben
make
Chu
sure
is
all
trending
their
on Twitter.
I's
Of
are
course he
dotted and
is. And I think,
crossed. T's are I's are
Shanley Painter shared it from court.
T's are crossed, I's are dotted, whatever the hell it is. And I think they're trying to make sure, hey, let's just get everything straight, because they're not Elaine and Needlehoff and Rottenborn.
Dr. Richard Shaw, forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Kimberly Collins. That's not who they called. I think they called Dr. Colburn. Dr. Kimberly Collins, forensic pathologist. Candy Davidson Goldburn, Children's Hospital of LA. Is that who they said? Did they say Goldburn and not Colburn? Possibly. So maybe the CHLA individuals that they're calling. Walter Hamada they called. Richard Marks, we'll see again.
Oh,
That's
Richard
the
Marks.
Star Wars lawyer dude. Mike Spindler, economic damages expert. Doug Banya, the social media expert. Do they really need him? Morgan Knight, Dr. David Kolber, hand doctor Jennifer Howell, and we've heard that they will also be calling Kate Moss. Let's see. This is from an hour ago. Johnny Depp, 61 hours, 15 minutes. Time used, 45 hours, 24 minutes. Time remaining, 15 hours. This is from yesterday.
I hope they bring in Dr. Shannon Curry, because that would be nice. So if this is the Children's Hospital person, whatever it is, look, whoever it is, I think they're not Amber Heard's team that just do things all loosely and just don't give a shit. Like,
Lawnard Love. Megan
they want to, and Oscar's watching, ladies and gentlemen. They want to have everything prepared so that nothing can be objected. I mean, they're gonna get objected to, but just that everything is okay, and that disclosures are signed, and nothing's illegal, and everything's perfect, and
talking about
all the law
stuff. I got
stuff.
to find a community of people.
So
of law nerds that wanted to talk
I
about
like
the
that
same
Richard
shit I
Marks
wanted
is
to talk
coming
about.
back. I can imagine, because he's deal maker in terms of negotiations, he'll talk about that. I like that they have an economic damages expert. I'm pretty sure that they're gonna hammer home what counts, what doesn't, all of that.
We're coming
Jennifer
for
Howell. She's gonna obliterate Whitney Hurd. That's what I'm sure of that. That's gonna happen. And then of course we have another orthopedic surgeon, I think. But the Children's Hospital of LA, I am excited for that testimony, because
that is what happens.
if she comes out and says we never received that money, Amber Heard is done, baby.
That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. Can you please explain the concern about possible appeal if the defense cannot?
So
cross
let me go ahead and
run
text
out
Oscar
of
back.
Time. Carla, I have not read the case law shared by Andrea yet, but the judge gave them ample heads up. It seems to be a regular practice in the area. It's something I would love to talk about Law and Lumber on. The judge gave them this information well before. They know what witnesses are coming. So I want to look and see if there is appellate law where this issue's already been decided. So that I cannot answer without research. There is a concern that the appellate court could be like, no, that denies someone of their rights. This is not a criminal case, and the judge has told them how much time they will have since well in advance of this case. It is not the judge's fault if the attorneys planned badly, which is why this is literally my worst nightmare. Can the jury look up Amber's previous abusive relationships? No, it's not part of the case after all. It came up on Amber Heard's cross and redirect briefly. It can come up possibly with Dr. Curry. It came up, or it can be argued, because it came up, it can be argued that the cluster B traits are a high indication of IPD, as the doctor yesterday said. But no, the jury can't look up anything outside of what happens in the four walls of the court. Question: isn't it common for the representative of a person to ignore evidence that doesn't fit their narrative? Goosey goo woo woo. I think that is what Amber Heard's team will argue when it comes to a lawyer making a public statement. They should be not seeking to defame people. Like, that's just a baseline. But it's a good argument for Amber Heard's team to say, this is Johnny Depp's team, this is their ride or die, this is what they're doing.
And I
So,
gotta do.
Can people with small bladders
I
still be
those are the
lawyers?
only two I wanna
Kai,
do.
there's definitely days when it's
I
hard.
don't really want to cover Whitney Hurt, so I wish I could do
If
that.
it is
I know I'm gonna cover one
if
of
it
them
is
during
dismissed,
lunch.
when does the jury find out? When
What
they're
they
not
call
asked to
lunch.
decide
What they
it.
call lunch.
Will be when they would find out. We talked about the jury not being there.
like breakfast still. So
Why don't you make all
that's
your
not
videos and
happening.
audio podcasts like the H3 podcast? I
but yeah,
haven't considered it because
so-
they're so long, but I'll think about it. It would probably be a second podcast,
Yeah.
but I'll think about it. If that's something that you guys want, I will absolutely consider it. Thank you, MC.
But right
And
now,
speaking
I'm
of the
just like, there's
podcast,
nothing to cover.
we are just going to have to take
Emily has things to
minute.
cover
We
because she's
have-
smart.
Oh, we've got 10 more minutes
So
to
I'm
answer
sorry
questions.
for
So
this.
I will
wish
be in
could,
to
like,
answer
edit
questions.
live streams on the
But
go,
you
know, like,
guys,
where
every
I
month
could,
we
I
are
heard
blessed to
people can
have
do that. Like, you can
NordVPN, and this month is
take
no
your
different.
live
So here we go.
stream and go, all right, let me cut
A
this
huge
part out, let me do
thank you
this,
to
let me do that, and
today's
you can
sponsor,
upload a video like immediately.
NordVPN.
Right, for me,
If
I have to
you
go
are not
back, grab
using
this whole video, download it,
NordVPN
take it in
yet,
Final
what
Cut
are
Pro,
you
and then
waiting
boom,
for? They
throw it
have
in,
a
edit it, and then
30-day
post it. I wish I could just do that on the
money-back
go,
guarantee,
ready to go, so when I end the live stream, it's already up, and then it already starts uploading. So then it's
Nord on up to 6
you know, it's a little
devices. I use it
easier,
on my phone,
and people
my
don't have to
iPad,
watch
my
this
computer, my
this
laptop.
crap.
And what I
So
love is that using
I'm gonna
Nord
hopefully
slow
give
down
you a
my
timestamp.
streaming
If I can
or
give you a
my
timestamp, it
searching,
would be great.
and that is a huge
For
benefit
when to
for me.
skip.
It's getting into summer. It's time to get out there and travel, but that also means unsecure Wi-Fi. With NordVPN, you can use that Wi-Fi at the airport, on the airplane, or in a hotel without having to worry about your information sneaking around the internet
know why it's not
because
playing on
it
my
is
computer.
double encrypted by NordVPN. So go
Oh, it
ahead
is.
and get your amazing deal today
All right, I'm
at
gonna mute myself real quick
nordvpn.com/Emily
and
D.
let
Baker.
Oscar talk
That's
to me.
nordvpn.com/Emily D. Baker. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Let me know how you're enjoying Nord, and thank you for sponsoring this stream. Fun fact, Nord was my first ever sponsor on the YouTube channel and has been really a tremendous partner to work with since my channel started growing back in 2020. So always happy to share that for sure. All right, we've got a ton more questions coming in. I saw a number of questions about, and I'm trying to find it, a number of questions about a hot mic, potentially hot mic moment yesterday. So let me see if I can find it because I wanted to pull it up, but I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Wait, Kimberly. The mic in the courtroom caught Dr. Spiegel saying that he was going to lie in his testimony. I listened to that because there was no denying how many law nerds tagged me in it. Y'all are the best research team on the internet. Thank you. But I think he was saying rely. I don't think he was saying lie. I would need to listen to it more, but it looked like this is context for me. They had been up at the bench before, and they had likely been talking about what that witness as an expert was allowed to rely on in forming his opinion. So it makes sense that Umbridge would go back to the back of the court and say, you're allowed to rely on this, but you can't rely on that, whatever it is. And so it is reasonable that he would say, what else can I rely on in my testimony? I don't think that it was lie. I think it was rely. And that is kind of where I'm at after my own, not just the context, but listening to it. If it gets pared down and the audio gets cleaned up and I hear it differently, but it makes sense that experts after a bench conference would be talking about the foundation of their opinion. And if there's anything the judges ruled cannot be mentioned. So just in context of how court works, I think that that's more likely. But again, just like the what's Amber Heard doing with that Kleenex in her nose, it's obviously more interesting to be like, what did he say? Is he lying? He doesn't need to lie for his testimony to be a mess. It seemed like his testimony, again, skated the razor's edge of ethics, and that was a bigger concern for me. He said clearly that the star of Aquaman is Jason Momoa and that they have no chemistry and that they have to create it by editing. That is why she lost the role. He also said she didn't lose the role. He also said the role wasn't minimized. He said they considered recasting it, but that she never lost it, which again goes against what her agent said and goes against what her damages expert said. And that might be an issue for her. All the witnesses from now on, hear me now, law nerds. All of the witnesses from here on out shall be called by Johnny Depp. Amber Heard's case has rested. There will be no more witnesses called by Team Heard. All of the rest of the witnesses will be Team Depp. By my unofficial count, after that depo, Amber Heard side used 7 minutes, down to 4 hours, 2 minutes. Minutes. Thank you, Tara, for keeping unofficial count. We love that. The chat will be thrilled with the unofficial count. Any chance they bring back Bruise Kit being in the picture with the ice cream? I'd be surprised. I think they would need someone. I think they would need an expert to testify to it, the jurors, and who will be finally deliberating and deciding the case. The jurors will deliberate. The judge will pick the alternates. Different judges have different ways to do it. We saw in the Rittenhouse case that he had the judge had like a bingo cage, and you picked numbers out of the bingo cage to decide which jurors were deliberating. It was like the defendant picked their own jurors. I'd never seen anything like it. But it makes sense. The judge is like, you're the one whose fate is in their hands. You should be the one picking the numbers. I don't know how Judge A will do it. Sometimes you randomize it. Sometimes it's always the 2 on the end. It just depends. I don't know how Judge A will do it. We'll see how alternates are selected, probably through those who are in court. Who selects the jurors? The judge normally asks the questions in voir dire and then determines if they kick them for cause, if there's a reason to kick a juror. But then the attorneys each have an opportunity to thank and excuse jurors depending on a whole variety of legal factors. There are some things you are not allowed to kick a juror for, but we're not going to get into the weeds on that. It is a much longer discussion. It varies very much by jurisdiction. The laws have changed a lot in several jurisdictions in the recent years, but for more of a breakdown of the kicking jurors for cause, not kicking jurors for cause, peremptory challenges, and that. I talk about it with the Maxwell case with juror number 50 and the issues that came up with juror number 50. But the attorneys get to kick jurors. The judge decides if they get kicked for cause. Generally, the judge and the lawyers get to ask the jurors questions. In some jurisdictions, only the judge asks questions depending on that court, that jurisdiction, and that judge's habit. Look, the judge is the judge. Their courtroom is their courtroom. They get to do their things. Can Johnny Depp's team just play depots and drain Amber Heard's time? I mean, yes and no. The depots will count to Johnny Depp's time more because the video depositions are edited. So Johnny Depp's team and Amber Heard's team get to choose how much cross-examination they put in. But it seems like the next one is video link. So can Johnny Depp's team? So that's what that is. Is there a time limit on deliberations? The patience of the jurors is the time limit on deliberations, but no, they don't say you've got 3 days to do this. That would be unfair. They give them time. DUI guy said the photographer's name is Jim. He's cool. Judge looked pretty unimpressed with Rottenborn when he quoted that Johnny Depp has been called a wife beater and that he said it 2 times. Both times the judge looked down at her computer. That's interesting info. When Chu made the anti-slap argument to the judge, the courtroom audibly shifted. It's interesting. We'll see what happens, but the judge has already made clear that intentional torts aren't going to count for this anti-slap, so it might get yeeted in the jury instructions. I can't believe that the defense rested. Okay, we got to that one already. The flashing lights make me think I'm in trouble on his Twitter every time I pull it up. It's like a visceral reaction. I'm like, what did I do? Do lawyers brief their clients on what to expect that day? I would think so. If so, what would his lawyers have briefed Johnny Depp on what to expect today? I imagine it would have been the same thing that I talked to y'all about at the beginning of the stream. Amber Heard's team is probably going to rest. These are the witnesses. We're going to make the motion to dismiss. We've got some Werthers and some jelly beans today, and stay hydrated. We're at the tail end of this. It's Tuesday. We got to get through to Friday, and then it goes to the jury, and then the long wait begins. Thank you so much, Ima. I appreciate helping people understand it. Thank you. That I love doing that. Could the judge reverse the jury's decision if she disagrees with it? No. No, there's very limited circumstances where that can happen. And there are very limited circumstances where that can happen. It would have to be that the jury's finding is completely contrary to the law. And there can be motions to dismiss after, and motions for judgment notwithstanding a verdict. We saw that where was the last time we talked about judgment notwithstanding a verdict? It might have been Duggar is the last time we talked about it. It might have been Maxwell. We talked about it in both of those cases. You can make a motion for a judgment notwithstanding a verdict. It is very, very rare that they are granted. The jury would have to do something completely wonky. But after the motions to dismiss are granted, the judge is saying there's enough evidence for the jury to find correctly. It was such an easily believable deposition. Something is going on in court today that is a big deal. So I really liked Walter Hamada. The thing is, Walter Hamada undercuts the best witness for Heard, which was their damages expert, who was the easiest witness to listen to. And other than the orthopedic surgeon, I think presented the best as an expert. And the orthopedic surgeon, I think the jury might just disagree with. And they're going to have contrary testimony to that this week. Kelsey said, have you read the letter Jennifer Howell sent to Whitney? No. Do you think it will come into evidence when she takes a stand? No. She will testify to her perceptions. She'll just testify as a live witness. Any previous letter wouldn't need to come in. Seems like a strong piece towards Amber's role as an abuser. We will see what she testifies to. If there are prior statements out there that are consistent, they generally won't come in unless prior inconsistent statements have been proven. If they're inconsistent, then it might come up on cross. They're going to have to mind their time for cross of that witness. Could Amber Heard's team object when they finish time during Johnny Depp's direct? Yes. I don't see the judge stopping them from objecting. I think that would be a huge appeal issue. How long would a jury deliberate on a case like this? Is there a maximum amount of time the jury can deliberate? Jurors run out of patience. Jurors run out of patience is the bigger issue. I'm going to take one more peek because we're gonna hit 5:05 soon. Jurors run out of patience. They've been there for 6 weeks doing this. If they've already made up their minds, which they're not supposed to, it doesn't mean they're not human and they've seen all the evidence. They might just be fucking done. Then it could go faster. If they want to listen to all the audio, it could take slower. I said 3 to 6 days is reasonable for this type of case. Once we see the jury instructions, there's a lot for them to go through and consider, but they also might take a vote and be done. So
all right, I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry. We've been having technical issues. I'm having a bit here at the show, so I'm just, as you can, I don't know if you can hear, but my Mac, the fans are going fucking crazy, like effing crazy. So I'm so sorry I have you listening to Emily, but I feel like if I was alone, well, I am alone, but like if I was just doing it on the regular feed, it would just be dead silence. And I'd rather you guys have someone to share the law with you guys. I know she goes into her channel in the description and the subscriptions and all of that and thanking her fans, and that's okay. This is what's called LawTube, apparently. I just discovered it with this trial. So I'm just trying to resolve these technical issues. I received a question. I love how nobody's writing in the chat or the comments. Right now it's the chat. Later on it'll be the comments. So if you could write in the comments later on, that would be awesome. If you whatever. But someone's asking what the heck is taking so long. They actually said what the F is taking so long. The reason it's taking so long is because there is something that Johnny Depp's lawyers have to deal with. It is a giant, massive deal. I don't know why it's taking place this morning. It makes me believe that Johnny Depp's team was probably unprepared. If that is the case, I'm going to be very disappointed that they're not going to admit that. But it just seems like they are completely unprepared. And I don't like that at all, because if they are unprepared, that is a complete and utter disregard for time.
Sure, you can put your hand down.
And I don't think it's, and it's also kind of stupid. So yeah, there you go. I definitely don't like it at all, and I think that we could be doing a trial right now, or we are doing a trial, but we could be on probably the 3rd or 5th witness by now. So hopefully this recess is almost over. Hopefully Johnny Depp's team has gotten their crap together.
How long have you been a plastic enhancer?
I would hope. Let me check and make sure before I put it up for you guys.
6 years.
Where do you currently work?
Oh, I'm way behind. Let's put this up for you. This is my bad, ladies and gentlemen.
Just a heads up, we might get some graphic finger pictures.
6 years.
Just incoming.
Do you know the plaintiff in this action, Johnny Depp?
Oh, hold on.
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Depp?
I had taken care of him when he had injured his hand.
When did Mr. Depp become your patient?
Sometime in March.
Let's put this all the way up.
2015.
And what type of treatment did you provide to Mr. Depp?
I'm just going to leave it here for now, and I'll be right
He
back.
had a fracture of his finger with soft tissue loss. And so we reconstructed his finger.
When did you perform the first surgery on Mr. Depp's finger?
I believe it was around March 20th of 2015.
And what was involved in that surgery, just briefly?
Debriding the devitalized tissue, putting a hypothermic skin graft.
The word
restore
debriding
some of
gives
the
me.
soft tissue loss that he had, and then also putting a pin in because he had a displaced distal phalanx fracture.
What was the state of Mr. Depp's hand immediately after that surgery?
I don't think he heard you.
I'm sorry, I think the audio cut out a little bit. Could you please repeat your answer?
It was injured and had soft tissue loss and a fracture of his distal phalanx.
And what type of cast was on Mr. Depp's hand after you performed that surgery?
It was a plaster splint.
And can you please describe to the jury what a plaster splint would look like?
So it's like a cast, but you don't want to put everything circumferential on it because of swelling after surgery.
It's just under this side.
I believe in Mr. Depp's case, it was like the two
Just
fingers.
under
I
the
think the third finger was the one that
Palmer
was
side, that makes
operated
sense.
on. So these two fingers, the third and fourth finger, are together, and it's a splint with plaster on the top
Oh,
and on the
and
bottom that goes around the hand to protect it.
So just
How mobile was Mr. Depp's hand when it was in that cast?
Well, he couldn't move his third and fourth fingers because of the bulkiness of the splint. Typically, post-operatively, it's a more bulkier splint right after the surgery. So it's not very, it gets in the way.
Could Mr. Depp grab someone with that cast on his hand?
and that goes to the staircase incident.
He could attempt to grab someone. I don't know how successful he would be. He had his index finger free and his thumb free, but the other fingers were probably not being.
So grabbing like that. I don't know how that's going to work. So he's here for the staircase.
How long was the pin in Mr. Depp's finger?
He's here for the staircase incident to talk about the hand, and then probably to also talk about the injury, because there's been some suggestion the injury
12 days
was from a door. So.
And how was the pin removed?
It was removed under local anesthesia in my office.
Such a doctor answer.
How long did you ultimately treat Mr. Depp for his
All right,
hand
I'm
injury?
back.
For several months.
So
And
this
why
is the
was that?
doctor, I think, that did the surgery. So if anyone in the chat
It
could let me
was
know.
a bad
The
injury. It
coughing.
required a few more little office procedures to clean up the tissue. He had an infection as a result of the injury, so he had to be on antibiotics for some time until it finally
I mean,
completely
as a
healed.
result of the injury, or
Do you
as a
recall
result
when
of
the infection
paint?
developed?
This paint can't help.
It was a few weeks after the surgery, and that's when I took out the pin.
When was the last time that you saw Mr. Depp?
Sometime in 2015. I don't recall when.
And when was the last time that you spoke to Mr. Depp?
So this is the Australia incident that we're talking about here,
The
the
same.
broken finger.
Around 2015.
So he had
Mark, I
to do
think maybe he
surgery,
could
and they're
pinch his
knee.
questioning
Thank you, Dr.
whether
Culver.
it
Have
was
to go
really
right.
the
Cross-examination.
That's it. Not into the injury at all. Just into what was casted. Interesting. Just into
morning,
if he
Dr.
grabbed
Culver.
someone.
That is
So you said that
interesting.
this plaster splint was put on after surgery on March 20th, 2015,
Yes.
and a plaster
Yeah.
splint is that sometimes called half a cast?
Sometimes it's called half a cast or a soft cast, something like that. Yeah.
And it's made of plaster of Paris, right?
You don't have to yell
Correct.
rotten porn.
And plaster of Paris hardens like a cast does, correct?
Yes.
Rotten porn is very
So
loud.
other than the fact that it's a
I
little
don't know
smaller
why.
than a cast that goes around your whole hand, it's just as hard as a cast that would be put on a broken arm or a broken hand, correct?
Well, it's softer on the side so the fingers can expand for swelling. So it's not fully, the plaster appears circumferential around everything. So there are areas that are softer to allow for swelling.
But the parts that
That's
are
fair.
covered with plaster of Paris are just as hard as any other cast, correct?
Correct.
And remember,
And
Amber's trying to say
regardless
that
of
he
whether
raped
Mr.
her.
Depp could have grabbed
This
someone
fucking
with
call is
the hand
bullshit.
with
But
the
that
cast on,
when he had that broken finger.
he could have grabbed someone with the hand without the cast on, correct?
I mean, that's just obvious, rotten porn. Is this how you want to use
Correct.
your time?
Michelle, can you pull up exhibit
I don't know why he
400,
would want to
please?
use his
It's
time
been
like
admitted, Your
that.
Honor.
Of course you can grab someone with the hand. I bet you it would be strained. I bet you it would be painful. But yes, you can. I don't think you want to ask questions like that. You got to be more resourceful, Rotten Born.
Warning: this could be pictures.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
This
This
could
might
be
be
graphic,
pictures
ladies and
of
gentlemen. I'm
something.
so sorry.
Oh, good.
I have no control
Nothing
over this.
disgusting.
Dr. Culber, I'm just going to ask
Really?
Michelle here to just scroll through these pictures, and I'd ask you to take a look at them.
Interesting.
Your Honor, I'm going to object for lack of foundation for these photographs.
Yep.
They're already in evidence.
For the
With respect
doctor.
to the questions to the witness.
They're in evidence. Thank you.
Michelle, if
Huh.
you could go back up to that, stop right there.
Is he going
Is
to
there
ask?
anything about the cast that was put on Mr. Depp's hand on March 20th, 2015 that would have prevented him
standard
from
for
doing
the
this
judge. I explained
damage
it on
to Ms.
yesterday's
Heard's
stream if you
closet
wanna
on
check
March
that out.
23rd, 2015?
Objection calls for speculation.
Assumes facts, not evidence. But again, he could have kicked it over.
I mean, he had
He
his
had
other
another
hand
hand.
available.
I think this is.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
I mean, I think it's clear that the closet stuff got knocked over. That's not in controversy at this point.
Dr. Colbert, how many fingers were in the plaster portion of Mr. Depp's
I
cast?
said two.
I believe 2 or 3, at least 2 were, and the third one and the fourth one.
Like, it's not in controversy that the closet
And
got.
why did you
tossed.
call it a soft cast?
Because it's not fully, plaster doesn't go around the entire
I don't think that
hand.
she should be asking these
because
questions
you
as
allow
Depp's
for
lawyer.
swelling. So there's
because he's
plaster
already
to
explained
protect
this.
The fracture, so there's a little plaster on it, but it's on the top and the bottom, but it's not completely circumferential. So there's soft spots to it.
And where are those soft spots located again?
Doc, can you just say? Can you just
Usually
explain
we put a piece of plaster
circumferential?
underneath the fingers and on top, and then the sides of the fingers, it's soft so that the
They're
fingers
wasting
can
time here. I don't
swell
like this at all.
after the surgery.
Could Mr. Depp have hit someone with the hand that had the cast on
There
it?
you go.
He could have hit someone with it. It probably would have injured, damaged the cast.
Did you ever see damage to the cast? That's the follow-up.
Did you ever notice any damage to Mr.
Hey!
Depp's cast when you treated him
There you
Great
go.
testimony.
after the surgery?
Great follow-up.
I don't recall,
Oh, see.
but nothing that comes to mind.
Oh, see, now this goes against that argument that
Could
he
Mr.
hit
Depp,
Amber
form a
Heard with
fist
that
with
cast
the
on.
cast on?
And now he's saying he doesn't recall. Not that he can remember,
No.
but holy shit.
No further questions.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Colbert.
There you
All
go.
right, thank you, sir. That concludes your testimony.
There you go.
Thank
Zoom is allowed. I saw the questions about why is it not allowed for Amber's
Your
friends.
next
It would have
witness.
been allowed for Amber's friends. They didn't ask for that. They didn't ask for a live link. They asked for video demo.
Plaintiff calls Richard Marks, Your Honor.
Yay!
I love this guy, Richard Marks. He's the guy that got
I
sassy.
like this dude.
Does she have another
Richard
ex-husband?
Marks, not the
'Cause,
singer.
Sorry,
does she have another husband?
He was subject to recall. He's the expert.
So he is subject to recall. What?
Skips a
is he there?
second. No, sir, you've already, just reminded that you're still under oath, okay, sir?
Okay, so he's there. So I love that testimony just because it was awesome to hear that, hey, you know, he couldn't have hit someone without damaging his finger again, but also the cast.
What are they waiting
That's
for?
very important. That's extremely important.
Something happened. I just don't know why.
I don't know either. I'm sitting here.
Why are they always showing photos of poor destroyed closet? Trying to show that that's abusive. Destroying property is one of the things they hit on a lot yesterday. So destroying property is one of the things they are using to show that there is issues of IPV.
But things
It
get
sounds
knocked
like they were
over in a
lowering
closet
the
all
joy
the time.
box
I can't tell you.
or doing something
My
in the joy box.
closet
There was some
looks like a
mechanical- oh,
fucking pig.
they were probably putting this TV back. That might have been a
Yes, ma'am.
mechanical
Thank you,
sound. That's a big TV there.
Welcome back, Mr. Marks.
Moving the TV.
You've testified in this case previously, but would you just briefly
like this
remind the
lawyer
jury
here.
who you are?
I'm Richard Marks,
Not
and
the singer.
I'm a full-time entertainment
Yeah, not the
transactional
singer.
attorney. I make deals every day for productions and for individuals. I'm in the trenches negotiating and then making sure the contracts reflect the deals.
This is a better reflection than what I gave the last time.
I'm very
by the way.
much distinguished from the other side's expert who is not an attorney, who's not in the trenches making deals, is not in that day-to-day process.
I'm better.
And are you familiar with the testimony of Catherine Arnold in this matter?
Yes,
Have you been asked to analyze that testimony and provide opinions in response?
yes.
And generally, what are those opinions?
Look
Well,
how
my,
easy
my
this.
opinions
Look how
are
easy this
that
questioning is. Just
she's
questions.
very slick and smooth, but
She
she's
seems
not
lovely,
an
but she's
expert
wrong.
in deal making.
I don't like that they're
her
asking the
assessment of
same questions over and
damages
over again. I
is
expect this
built
from
on
Amber's team,
nothing.
Amber
It's
Heard's team.
wildly
Get Camille on the
speculative.
on the cross. Get Camille Vasquez.
We all said that
We
yesterday.
need a
with
better
Marks, and
cross.
We're not
here.
experts.
Not a
Necessary
better-
for an
sorry.
actor
Get her
to
on the direct here,
renegotiate
please.
the fee for a subsequent
Get on the
picture
direct
option
examination
in a
because
multi-picture
yeah,
contract
this is
when
not
the
good
film
that they're
is
asking the
successful.
questions over and over and over again.
Yes, I heard that opinion.
And are you also familiar with her testimony that under those circumstances, an actor will renegotiate a 50 to 100% increase in their salary for the next optional film?
Yes, I heard her say that.
Do you agree with those opinions?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Oh
sir?
wow!
Well, what we're dealing with in this case is a test option agreement. And that's an agreement. It's a multi-picture agreement.
This is
And
important because Catherine
it's the
Arnold said she
nightmare
could
for
receive a
people like
50 to
me.
100% increase in
You-
her test in her
The test is going to
that Amber
take
Heard could
place,
receive
let's say,
50%
for
and
10
100%
actors
increase in her
the next
salary
morning at 9.
or in her pay for
And you
Aquaman
have to
2.
fully negotiate
He is the
contract
expert that would actually
might
negotiate
cover
that for
4
Amber Heard
movies
possibly,
have
and
it
he's saying
signed
no.
before they're allowed to test, so that if they're chosen for the part, we have the full contract. There's no renegotiation. So you've got a contract.
There's no
for a
renegotiation.
multi-picture deal. It's usually a franchise, and you negotiate the first movie.
So
And
he's
normally,
basically calling out
if
her
they
witness.
get the part, they're the
Calling her a
chosen
liar.
one. They're the stars born moment, if you will. They get the part. Normally, their salary is inflated from their normal salary because now they're going to play a character that could go on for 4 movies. In this case, Ms. Heard's first salary when she got the part was $450,000. If
didn't
Warner
see that.
Brothers and DC Comics decided to make a next movie, they could recast her. They had no obligation. All they had was an option.
Ah,
they
no
did cast her
obligation.
Up front, that they had
They're a
agreed
company that
to
can decide what
more
to
than
do.
double her salary, like 2.25 times to get to the $1 million. These are large bumps, if you will. If an actor is on a series, say, they go and they have 5 options. They go up in increments of 5%, 10%, 20%, not these multiples that you see in a test option agreement. And that's one of the reasons
Big
that
difference.
they aren't renegotiated normally. They are in some instances, but not normally.
And she made it
What's
seem
the
like it's all the
significance of
time.
Test part in a test option agreement.
That's interesting.
The test significance is that
He's just
an
easier to listen
established
to.
actor
Yeah, he is. And
usually
he's very
wouldn't
smart at
test.
this because this has
They'd
literally
be
been his
offered
job
the
for
role.
decades. since like the 70s or early
Ms. Heard was in a
80s,
group
mid
of
70s, early
actors
80s, and he knows
that
what the hell he's talking about.
needed to
Catherine
be
Arnold,
tested
she's just
to
like a
see
speculative
if the
expert
studio wanted
who
to
thinks she
hire
knows
them,
what the fuck
and
she's
then if
talking
they
about.
She has
hired them,
thoughts.
But
they would be locked
this guy
up
here, he knows
for
exactly what he's talking about. He's
potentially
like,
4
no,
movies
absolutely not.
at very lucrative increases, because after Aquaman 1, she gets to $1 million. Aquaman 2, she
Oh yeah,
gets
this
to
dude's
$2
like the
million.
OG Hollywood deal
Aquaman
maker. I'm just
4,
fascinated by him.
3, excuse me, you get to $4 million.
OG Hollywood deal
These
maker.
are unheard of bumps if you're going on a normal career and trying to increase your salary by increments.
In your experience, what is customary
Unnormal.
for negotiations
Huh.
of multi-picture deals?
Or these are not normal.
Well, I think what happened in this case was customary for negotiation of multi-picture deals. And by that, I mean that you assume success. The reason you go from the first Justice League movie where Ms. Heard played Mira the first time, the reason you more than double her salary is you assume success. So you've already built in the bonus that Miss Arnold was referring to, a renegotiation, if you will, for the third movie. Instead of doubling her salary, Miss Arnold said it would only be fair to quadruple her salary.
I feel like the chair in the witness box
And
is
that's
low
just
today.
not the way
Like he
these
looks very covered by the screen.
idiosyncratic contracts
Anyone
work.
else?
They're
Is
a
it
very
me?
small portion of the contracts we deal with.
Ah,
his testimony.
see,
He's always been
she's
so
saying you
easy.
got to quadruple,
Are you
sixtuple,
sure Ms. Arnold's
quintuple
opinion
your
that
deal,
Ms. Heard's
I'm showing
your
salary
you
negotiation, your
to
salary.
The
And he's
split
like,
screen
no,
is
you
from
know,
another
that's not how that
network.
fucking
$4
works.
million?
It's a little
This bitch is
sassy.
lying,
Do you agree with that?
and you
opinion?
see that.
No.
Why not?
Nope.
Well, as I've said,
Nope.
that would now be after a healthy first payday. It's more than doubled, and now it would be quadrupled. That's not the way it happens.
He's literally he's testifying.
Walter
That's not how
Hamada,
that
who
works.
is the president of that
That's not how that works.
part of the studio, said it doesn't happen. They're not going to do it.
Luis Felipe says,
Miss
sucks
Arnold,
any day now,
for
girl
some
now girls can make a legal
substance
claim
as
against
well,
you even if you're not
Jason
guilty.
Momoa got
Absolutely,
to do
Chris.
it.
I'm
But
sorry,
she doesn't
Luis.
give us any of the
Luis, you're
details.
absolutely right.
We
A
know that
girl can say,
Jason
hey,
Momoa
Luis,
is,
It's
punch
Jason
you in the
Momoa.
face
movie,
10 times. And all of a sudden, you're, I don't
before
know, Luis, if you want to
the
post your
Justice League,
workplace,
he
but let's say
played
that
Aquaman in the
you're
movie,
in a
not
high
opposite-
position at
not
work. You
with
just got a
Miss
promotion. They'll get
Mira
rid of you
in
like
that movie.
this.
So he had
And
a
they-
history
she could say
before the
Luis
first
Felipe
movie
raped
with
me.
Amber Heard.
And
He played
I'm
Aquaman.
just using you
We don't
as an example,
know
man. I'm not trying to
what his
call you out.
contract
I'm just saying that,
state of it
and
was
you
when
could
he
be
got to
thrown out
Aquaman
immediately.
2, and
That's
she
what's
says,
scary.
unsupported,
You're right.
that he renegotiated. We're not sure what he renegotiated to. But I can say that at the end of the option period, when you've only got one option left,
This
and
is one
you
reason I stick to casual
want that
hookups,
star in
and
more
I don't always make out
you
the.
may
I might make out the first time, but I
renegotiate,
won't always
it's
have
not
sex the first time. I know I'm
a
going a little bit
gratuity.
deep, but still,
it's
because you never know. I like Luis
for the last
Felipe's.
option.
Can I
If
like
you'll give
that?
us 3 more options. It's a give and take. And unfortunately, Miss Arnold didn't give us any of that background or those building blocks. And then I think yesterday she said, and the other actors renegotiated. And again, we don't know their salary history. We don't know their contracts. We don't know anything except she's asking you just to believe her as what
That's
I
right.
refer to as a professional expert.
This is the difference with the experts
Are
that
you
we've
aware
seen
that
in
Ms.
this
Arnold
case.
opined that, but for the alleged
just sent you that
defamatory statements
reaction.
by Mr. Waldman,
Comes
Ms. Heard would have earned
across,
45 million in the last
as
18 months, and then the
as
next 3 to 5
believable.
years.
He
Yes,
comes
I am.
across as
He
almost
comes across as
neutral.
believable
I'd like to
and
address some of the
smart.
components
He's
of that,
taking down
one by
Catherine
one with you,
Arnold's
Mr. Marks.
testimony
Are you familiar with her
like
testimony
that,
Ms.
like
Heard
it's
would continue to
nothing,
make
like, boom.
films, for approximately
That's what he's
$4
doing. He's
million
taking down her
each
testimony and saying,
following
nope, here's
Aquaman
why
2?
she's wrong. Here's why
Yes.
she's wrong.
I feel like
Here's
Amber
why
Heard's
she's
ready to object on
inaccurate.
her own.
That,
Let's
that
hit the
is
mic
just
and do
amazing,
it.
incredible.
Well,
We'll talk about
again,
this at the break.
in Aquaman 2, Amber Heard has already had this huge increase. She worked on Aquaman 2 for $2 million. What Miss Arnold is saying is, oh, she should have worked on it for $4 million, which I disagree with. And I I think there is reasons to negotiate. They weren't here in this case. So the 4 million, I have a disagreement
that weren't
with.
here in
But
this
even
case.
if it was at 4 million, or if it was at 2 million,
Even if is always a good way
the
to
4 or
argue.
5 movies that Ms. Heard might get might be independent movies. They might be standalone studio movies. They might be passion projects. Every actor has a quiver full of quotes, and their highest quote is for the superhero fantasy journey. Their lowest quote might be for the independent passion project, where
That might win them an Oscar.
They'll defer their salary and almost take nothing to work, just SAG minimum,
because it's a independent film.
And to assume that she'd get 4 or 5 more movies at this, her last fantasy quote, would be to assume that those are also those type of movies, playing another character.
See? And she said,
And
well, you have to
big
predict
movies
the
on big
future. That's
budgets.
my job. That's our job. That's just what we
Ms.
do in the
Arnold
entertainment
says
industry.
that Ms.
So he's
Heard's
saying you have to
breakout
assume that
moment,
it would, if she
her
did get
Star is
5,
Born
6 more
moment,
movies, 4,
She
5,
said
6 more
Christmas
movies, it would be in the
2018.
same it would be in the same
If that's
category, in the
true,
same
and I
genre,
don't think
subgenre.
it's true. Those moments
You would have to
don't
assume
normally
that.
happen to supporting cast. But if it's true, as a deal maker, you would expect, if you represented producers, production companies, to flock in to take advantage of this hot star and to sign them up. And we have, from Christmas 2018 to spring
And you would see
20,
them everywhere.
where there is none of this activity. The Stars Born phenomena didn't happen. Ms. Heard starred in one
CEG
series,
Chris
8
Pratt
episodes,
being fucking in every
and she
movie ever.
earned a healthy
The
fee,
Star is
$200,000
Born
an
phenomena
episode.
just didn't
that's
happen.
5 times less.
Damn,
than
Luis Felipe, if you could give me like a
Miss
thumbs up or like a
Arnold is
skull
tossing
emoji.
out,
Holy
supposedly
shit,
based
he
on
just said the Star is
Jason
Born moment
Momoa's
didn't
quote. She
happen.
doesn't prove it,
And
or
she
look at
said,
the
oh
facts.
shit, the Star is
And-
Born moment. He.
Jason Momoa is not a comparable actor. He's been in a series where they shot 78 episodes, 44 episodes,
Say it.
21 episodes. He played Conan the Barbarian. He was in Game of Thrones. It's not a comparable.
I'm unresponsive to.
Now
All
do
right, same
Zendaya.
question, next question.
Now do Zendaya and
Mr.
pronounce her
Rex,
name
we'll get
right.
to some of those issues in a moment, but I want to take you back
Now
for a
do
second.
Zendaya
Testified a
and
few
say her
minutes
name
ago
right.
that,
See, the
you're
reason they're
in
shutting
the
him up
last
about
option in a
Jason Momoa
multi-picture deal might
is
be
because
negotiated
they
under
know
some
that if he
circumstances.
gets into Jason Momoa,
Do you
he
have an
just said it.
understanding of whether
He should get paid more
Aquaman
because
2
he's an
was the
actual
last
actor
Not
that's
bad.
established.
Contract?
She's
Okay.
not.
Oh, no.
Oh, we can't have that. We can't have that, Your
Aquaman
Honor.
2 has not
And
even
she's a
been
woman,
released.
Luis Felipe. You know
And
this.
Warner Brothers
I
has
love
spoiled.
using you as an example, man.
4th option.
But if you're still
for
watching,
Aquaman 3 or another movie.
she's a woman, so she has double standard. Of course, she moved that question because she knew where he was going, and she's like, I can't let Amber get hurt like that.
Again. So it's in success.
standing
and
with
that
women
assumes
instead
that
of with
they
the truth.
recast
I
and
get
that they
it.
make the movie.
I'm not saying this is every woman, by the way.
Are you aware of Ms. Arnold's testimony that Ms. Heard would have made several $1 million on endorsement deals, such as the one she had with L'Oreal?
They're just going to lean into this witness
I'm
because
aware
there's
of that testimony.
only so
Do
much
you
they
agree
can
with that
cross on.
opinion?
No.
Why not?
Again, this is a business of personalities.
Oh dear.
We didn't,
Uh-oh.
after the breakout moment that Miss Arnold talked about, Christmas 2018, we didn't see endorsement deals flocking to Miss Heard
So no flood of deals.
during that
No flood of deals.
16-month period before Adam Waldman made a few statements in
That makes sense.
the London Daily Mail, I believe it was. We didn't see those endorsements coming to her.
That
So we
16-month
didn't,
time period.
What Miss Arnold
So she
shows
went a
you
year and 6
is
months.
these non-comparable actors, they had endorsement deals. But she doesn't show you when she describes the breakout moment and why she's comparing Amber Heard to these, what I call uncomparable actors. But she's making the comparison. She's saying, well, they had all these deals. Why wouldn't she?
He is very
But
easy to listen
for
to.
the statements that happened 16
Wow.
months later,
I need a book.
and I guess my primary question is what happened in the 16 months, even if you believe
Exactly.
3 statements in the Daily
Before the
Mail,
Adam Waldman statements
are
came
the
out,
stake through the heart
what was happening?
of
Why the
this,
fuck wasn't she
Stars
getting?
Born moment.
I need a book. I need it to be my life in
Do you have an
Hollywood.
opinion about Ms.
I need
Arnold's
all the
Why-
behind
why-
the scenes on the
why
deal.
wasn't she getting
and I need him to read the
endorsement
audio.
Just
a
oh
couple
well,
of
they
Mr.
got
Mark
him. Why
series
shouldn't
following
she?
her,
People have spoken.
Bullshit
Stars Born
argument,
moment.
and he just took
Yes,
it down
I heard
like
that.
a
Part
master,
of the
like
Stars
a
Born moment.
boss.
What's your opinion?
Hell yeah.
Well,
They're trying to say Waldman's Aria.
after Aquaman 1,
Just
this is
because
a major
she's
coup.
a fucking, she has a
Amber Heard
breakout
got
moment.
that
Doesn't
role.
mean that
She
the
for it.
endorsements are gonna flood
She
her
could
way.
have
Like
been the other
Elaine Page,
19
be a
actresses
representative.
or 10 or whoever else
One
tested.
breakout moment
Didn't
isn't
get
gonna
it.
do
She
it for
got
you.
the
You gotta
role.
have at least 5,
And
6
she got her
movies down
salary,
in your
doubled
belt to
for
go. Hey,
Aquaman 1.
right?
It's
Vitamin
$1
water
million.
comes 50 cent, right?
Now,
You gotta have albums sold,
Ms. Arnold
whatever.
wants you to believe that
Just
that
because like she
$1
had that
million
one moment doesn't
will
mean that she's this
translate
absolute amazing
into
person that
she get that
deserves
for each episode of
endorsement
the
deals.
series.
Ana de
We
Armas,
know what
Chris
she got for a
Pratt,
series. She got a
sorry, Chris
series,
Evans, Chris
during
Pine,
that period after
Gal Gadot,
Christmas
Jason Momoa. They
2018,
got them because they're
before,
established actors.
spring
They're uncomparable, as he
of,
said.
2020.
They've done more
She got
than
a
she
series.
has.
It was 8 episodes, and it was $200,000 an episode. And Miss Arnold is from somewhere in a glib way saying she get a couple series and $1 million each. And I can tell you, as someone in the trenches, rarely does an actor get $1 million for a series episode. And again, in those 16 months, there were no offers for series at $1 million an episode.
That 16
In
months
fact,
is what's
her
most
only
powerful.
series is the 200,000. And if you look at her resume, the series that Miss Heard were in, I think the longest one ran 8 episodes. Jason Momoa, if you were to believe Miss Arnold, and somehow Jason Momoa's agent broke their confidentiality in the agreement, and he had a series at $1 million an episode.
Dig.
If you're to believe that,
Whoa.
Jason Momoa has had a series with 78 episodes, with 44 episodes, with 21 episodes, with 18 episodes, with 21 episodes. He was in, again, there's not a comparableness there.
There you go. She's trying to compare a giant
minutes
star
ago
like
about
Jason
the test
Momoa,
option
who's
Believe
been
they
in
broke their
big series
confidentiality.
What's the significance
that
of
have
the
multiple
option?
seasons,
It's the
multi-season
subtle shade
episodes.
that's so interesting.
To a bitch that
The
only has
option
8
part of the
episodes to her
agreement,
name with most of the longest series she's
gives
ever been in. And she's
the
saying she
employer,
deserves
the
as much,
studio,
Amber Heard deserves as
the
much as
option.
Jason Momoa. That's fucking wrong.
They don't have
No, she
to
doesn't.
do anything.
She does not deserve as much as Jason
they can
Momoa, and
They
we know
have
exercise
an
that.
it?
option to
But
become
what she's trying to
employee
say,
at a very
Catherine
healthy
Arnold, is like,
salary
no, she
to play
deserves
this role,
everything.
or not.
Everything Jason
They can
Momoa has.
recast
Even though
the
Jason Momoa
superhero
has
role.
multi-series like Game of
Just
Thrones
have
and
to
all
think
that.
of how many
Even
actors
though
have played
Jason
Batman
Momoa
or
like
Superman.
has shows like
They
See on
can
Apple
do what
TV
they
Plus.
want.
Even though he's got movies
And
like Aquaman,
indeed,
Sweet Girl, and
Since
others.
there's no contract, they only have a choice to exercise
tea
their
is on
option.
This
the
just,
rebuttal
I
case
knew
today.
there was something wrong with that witness
They might
yesterday. I was
say,
like, this
"We're not
doesn't seem right. Bring Richard
exercising
Marx. They
unless
brought
you
Richard
reduce
Marx, and
your
he's tearing her ass
compensation."
apart.
Who knows what the negotiation would be? But it's not a contract until the studio exercises the option.
It is. It's
And
a
they don't
it's a
have to.
velvet shade. Not velvet fog,
What's the
velvet
alternative
shade.
to an option agreement?
Well, the alternative is most agreements in Hollywood, you're hired to play the role. Or once you
So I
exercise
guess
the
Amber Heard's
option,
team has rested.
then it becomes, for that picture, an agreement like others in Hollywood. You are now hired to play that role. So most contracts are guaranteed. You're hired to play the role. In an option agreement, once they exercise the option for that movie, it becomes a guaranteed contract.
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold
I like the
testified
hair
that Ms.
today.
Heard was released from her Aquaman 2 contract and then
Amber Heard can't be
subsequently,
liking this testimony.
rehired?
I heard that testimony.
Is that consistent with your experience in the film industry in connection with these
He's been one of the
multi-option
best witnesses in
contracts?
this trial.
No.
Why not?
Again, studios don't do things they
He's
don't
a great
have to
witness.
do.
And they're going to just go slow.
As we heard Mr.
gonna
Hamada,
tempt
the
them.
president of the studio, say, you either exercise your option or you don't. They exercise their option. He denied releasing and then rehiring. And in my experience, almost 5 decades in the business doing this type of work, not talking about it,
25
not
years versus
consulting.
50 years, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
mean, I have, I heard Miss Arnold say she'd been an expert 100 times. I'm a transactional lawyer. I do this occasionally. Basically,
He's not a professional expert.
It's not a contract till they option it. And
he just said she called herself an expert, baby.
I'm
the
it's
expert.
Not a contract until they pick up the movie.
And then different
both ways.
Rules apply to it.
In your experience in the industry, do studios typically comment on those types of actions that they're taking with respect to options?
No, just like Mr. Hamada said, they don't need to comment on it.
Yep.
They either exercise the option or they don't.
Or they don't.
In Hollywood, silence is the default.
Yep.
You play no card before
That's how a lot of
it's
shit
time.
goes unnoticed.
And the cards there were exercise the option or not. And I was surprised by Mr. Hamada under oath, basically saying that there was this discussion of chemistry. That
objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think it was an in-court statement this morning, I believe, Your Honor.
Accurate.
It's the same hearsay that it's hearsay like yesterday.
No, it's not hearsay like yesterday. He testified in court to it. It's not hearsay like yesterday, Rottenborn.
It is not.
The jury already heard
it's
it
not a hearsay.
from the horse's mouth.
You can continue, Mr.
Oh, I'm surprised to hear Mr. Hamada say that they
Hamada testified to it. So Rottenborn's objection was bullshit because the guy said it in fucking court. How is it going to be? Oh, it's hearsay. He said it.
I don't
You're
know
either
if they
going to
care.
exercise or not. And that was quite a bit of candor from someone at his level.
Yeah.
And so, therefore, I take it at face value. I think he felt that he was under oath and he was telling the truth, but it wouldn't be.
They can object to vouching.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, you can't vouch. It was a bit
Mr.
of
Marks, are there
candor.
circumstances where a studio would be more likely to say something about not using an actor again in a franchise?
Yes.
What are those circumstances?
Once they've exercised the option, once the contract is guaranteed,
well, the company has
the
the right.
studio still has the right to pay the actor,
See?
but not play them, pay or play them.
That's right.
And
which happened to
that
Depp
is
in
a
Fantastic
rare
Beasts.
condition because you've hired the actor, you've got to pay them, but you say, go home, we're recasting.
He should bring up
In that
Fantastic Beasts.
situation, after you've
Yes, he should.
exercised the option and the contract is guaranteed, if you
He's Depp's witness. He should say, look what happened to
pay
Depp
off
with
the
Fantastic
actor,
Beasts. They fired
that's
him.
normally commented on. That becomes a bit of information because it's not normal.
Is that circumstance different from Ms. Heard's contract with Warner Brothers for the Aquaman movies?
Man, they're really taking
Oh,
their
yeah,
time with
yeah.
this guy.
Ms. Heard's
And they
contract,
should.
again, it was just an option. Either we exercise it or we don't. And if we exercise it, she's in the film. If we don't, she's not. Until we exercise it, we have our right to recast or not make the movie. And even after we exercise it, we'd still have a right to recast and not make the movie. We just have to pay her salary.
So
Do
she
you
didn't
understand
suffer
that Ms.
damages.
Arnold,
They did recast Rhodey in
compares
Iron
Ms. Heard's
Man.
career trajectory with that of other actors, including Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya,
yes, a little.
Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine?
I heard that.
Zendaya.
And what's your opinion of those actors as comparables for Ms. Heard?
Now do Zendaya.
Even
Zendaya.
Ms. Heard's agent, Jessica Kay, said that 4 of those actors weren't
Objection, Your Honor,
comparable.
hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
I
She
believe
testified
same,
in
response,
court.
Your Honor, that it was in testimony that was played.
It's in testimony.
I mean, that's not what she testified to. I mean, he's characterizing testimony that was from days ago, and I don't even think she testified to that, Your Honor.
Yeah, she
That's
did.
what she said. Rottenborn. They're trying to avoid this time on cross-examination.
Again, they are not comparable.
Trying to say that
Jason
don't believe your
Momoa was
eyes and ears, ladies and gentlemen.
Chris Pine.
She didn't
was
say that.
acting
Okay, she did, but just
Gal
don't believe it.
Gadot was Wonder
Jesus
Woman.
Christ,
They were-
Rottenborn.
Zendaya has been working.
He's had one good
Disney Channel since
objection.
she was 13.
Give me another
She's
one,
in all
Rottenborn.
the
Come on,
Spider-Man movies.
come on.
She goes by one name. Anna de Armas, when she was in
She goes by one
movie,
name.
That they call,
Yeah, it was yesterday.
her breakout. It was as a nude poster. She's in an ensemble piece, Knives Out. These are not comparables. Now, Miss Arnold stuck to Jason Momoa, who's the most non-comparable because of his history.
The
and his
most
career.
non-comparable.
But she didn't give us the advantage of telling us what his contracts were, what he renegotiated to, what he earned. She didn't give us any of those building blocks. She just she set him up as a comparable and then said what Miss Heard should earn, but she never gave us the salary of Jason Momoa or the other comparables. And
that's right.
She built like this house of cards on nothing. She showed us with her words, the beautiful clothing that the emperor was wearing. But we could see, if you know the business,
Objection, Your Honor.
that he wasn't.
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
She doesn't want to take a narrative.
You were just speaking about Mr. Momoa.
Don't buy
as a
that one, but
comparable. Are you
woman
aware
double
that
standard. There you go.
Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to Mr. Momoa as an actor with equivalent franchise experience who was able to renegotiate his salary for significant increases in bonus?
Yes.
What's your response to that opinion?
Again, he didn't have comparable franchise experience to Miss Heard.
He had more.
He was Conan the Barbarian. He played Aquaman in a movie that Amber Heard was not in.
It was titled.
He played
The
Aquaman,
Justice League.
not a supporting character like Mira. It's just not comparable. And you can say the words, but I saw nothing from Miss Arnold to back it up. Something to build on, which if she was a negotiator in the trench,
Tony Stark fucked in the first
studio
movie of
negotiator
Iron
would
Man.
say, okay,
And she
so
was like,
show
"Oh,
us.
you
where's
blow
the
people up."
cost?
It's like, "Yeah, we saw
Let's
the
talk
fucking
numbers.
Manhattan
Because
Project."
ultimately, that's where we have
Right,
to
and then
get
he
to.
did her,
Not
yeah,
just
whatever.
because you say it
Like,
so.
she
We
played a
just don't
supporting
believe
character.
you.
You think she's
You
gonna
gotta
be paid
show
more
us.
than Robert Downey Jr.? No.
In your experience in the industry, what factors influence the
Gwyneth
negotiation? of the
Paltrow maybe,
terms of
but
a film-
I think she'd
film
still make
agreement
less than
with an actor?
Robert Downey Jr.
Well, I mean, first, it depends on the film. If the film is $1 million movie and everybody's deferring their salaries, that's one thing. If it's a superhero movie, that's another. But for deal makers and negotiators, the best predictor of what the deal should be is past earnings.
The Emperor has no clothes as a moment.
Precedent, comps. You also look at the budget of the movie, what it can bear, because if Jason Momoa's comp is $10 million, but the budget's $10 million, obviously he has another price for that movie. But the best predictor of future earnings is past earnings. And I didn't see any Miss Arnold talk about past earnings at all. Except the earnings in this rarefied superhero 4-picture deal, where instead of incremental increases, which you normally see, it was multiples increases. And then when you get on a series, the big renegotiation was when the network has no more options. Until then, the actors on the series get 5, 10, 15 small percentage raises. They don't get multiples. They get the multiples if it's success and the studio wants to continue making the series and they want to keep these characters. That's when the renegotiation happens.
When we started today,
Here,
Depp's team
even
had
if we
15
believe
hours.
Ms. Arnold,
Eric's team had 4.
Aquaman 2, there was still
That's going to play out huge today.
Waiting.
It's going to play huge
at a
today.
big price, double the previous payday.
And we're seeing it play right now. They are
What's the
letting him
significance
talk
of the
and talk
timing
and
of the
talk
Waldman
because
statements
her
to the
team does
opportunities
not
Ms.
have the
Arnold
time
claims Ms. Heard
to
lost?
cross-examine him. So let's see what he
Well,
says.
the
about
argument,
Walton.
as I
And
understand
if they want to
it,
cross-examine
is
him,
that
that's fine.
Time is
but
an issue
Ms.
they
here.
really
Arnold
don't
says
have that
that
time
Ms. Heard lost all these
to. I'm leaning
opportunities
back because I'm tired
because of
sitting up.
those
They
losses
don't have
were
time to go. Okay,
caused
but this.
by,
Okay, but that. Okay, but this.
Adam
So
Walden's
they're
statements.
yeah.
16
I
months
could
later.
see why they're just letting
So
him
I think the
talk and
timing-
talk and talk.
Sure.
I wouldn't drain out
Oh,
the
that's
clock
Needle
so
Hopper
much to where
Jackson.
you have 10 hours.
Oh,
Don't
they're
let him
approaching.
speak that long.
So let's just talk about what's happening. Time is a huge issue. Depp's team came in with 15 hours plus of time today. Heard's team came in. He's just looking at the jurors, just being like, hey, ladies and gentlemen. Depp's team has 15 hours and like 51 minutes. Heard's team had like 4 hours and 9 minutes. They are letting him talk and talk and talk because they're not going to be able to cross-examine him on all of it. They simply do not have time. But he is methodically picking apart what the experts said. 16 months is a huge period of
Yes,
time
it is.
to say if she had a
Yes, it
Star is
is.
Born moment, why weren't the deals flooding in? Why weren't the
Yep.
movies flooding in? And they're allowed to keep relating back to all the testimony they heard in court. It's
Mr.
not
Marks, what's
hearsay.
your overall
It's
assessment
prior
of Ms.
testimony.
Arnold's
It
opinions
is
in
prior
this case?
testimony, so objecting to that is bullshit. Fucking weird.
My overall
It's dumb.
assessment of
But
her
also, like I said, I
opinions
wouldn't give them
is that
5 hours
they're
of time.
not
You
worth
need
the
to
paper
be
they're
careful
not
with it.
written
You don't
on.
want to be at 10 hours.
She
if you
knows
have like
something
6 more
about our
witnesses.
business,
Especially
but
if
not
you have
about
Jennifer Howell.
negotiating
You need to give
deals.
her at least 2 hours.
She may
to say
have
what she needs to say.
gotten
You
someone
need
at
to,
the
if
more
Kate Moss
at the
comes,
Endeavor
you
office
need to give her all the
to,
time in the world.
breach confidentiality, but she never laid out the building blocks.
Excuse me, there's objection. You have to stop talking, Mr. Marks. Thank you. Beyond the scope.
It's not beyond the scope.
Yeah, Mr. Marks, can you just limit your testimony to your opinion about
Okay.
Ms. Arnold's opinions, please?
It's not
My
really beyond the
opinion,
scope,
if
but
someone
again,
who's
she's a woman
made deals
judge and she has a double standard. I
as a
guarantee
deal
you that
maker
there was a
for
female
almost
watching. There were
50
3
years,
people watching this,
is
and
that
she backed out because I said that.
she calls
I'm not gonna
herself
go
an
back on my
expert, but
word
she's
on
not.
my words.
She
The reason
doesn't
I'll
have the
repeat it, I guess.
background.
The
She
reason I
doesn't
say
have
she's
the
a woman
day-to-day
and has double standards because she
knowledge.
supports Amber Heard. It's not because she's a woman,
And
but because she
her
supports Amber Heard.
testimony that I
Double standard.
heard did
That was
not
not beyond the
back
scope.
up her bottom line. If you want to get those figures, you have to show why they're deserved. And again, she was constructing a Jenga without the bottom pieces.
She was
It
constructing Jenga
does
with no
not
foundation.
hold up
Wow.
under scrutiny by
This guy is
someone who
getting
makes
her.
deals.
It doesn't hold water.
Cross-examination?
This is now the full battle of the experts, and it's going to be expert Thunderdome. That's the end. That's the phase of the trial. Rebuttal is going to be a lot of the battle of the experts. Yeah, well, their experts don't
Good morning,
know.
Mr. Marks.
I do.
Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Needlehoff. Ask if his cat did it, please.
So you agree that studios use comps to negotiate deals, correct? With actors.
Sometimes they do.
Sometimes.
And you have an issue with the comps that Ms. Arnold used, correct?
Does have an issue.
As you testified to.
I have an issue with the
Yes.
comps that she says she used that she didn't disclose.
Yes.
The
There you
comps
go.
being the actors that you just talked about. She did disclose, I mean, she disclosed the actors.
She disclosed the actors and budget figures from their movies. She never disclosed their salaries and salary history as comps.
Notice that on Cross,
You're not offering
he
a
has not
different
changed
set of
demeanor.
comparators that should be used, correct?
He's just answering
I'm
questions.
saying if you are going to,
That's not my question. Are you offering a different set of comparators?
Notice the difference between
than what
yesterday.
Ms. Arnold used.
I'm not here offering comparators. I'm saying what she offered.
You're not
are not
offering
comparators.
that was my question. You're not offering comparators, correct?
No, I would say that Ms.
That was
Heard's
my
comparisons
sir,
are where
respectfully,
you
that
look.
was my question. Motion to strike after.
All right, we'll strike after that. Just answer the question.
They're trying to save time, sir.
Yeah, you're a deal
They're
maker,
pressed
correct?
for
Trying to save
time.
time. Please don't talk
Yes.
slow. Please
What
don't
actors
talk
have you
slow.
negotiated
Please.
for in superhero?
Please,
movies?
Mr. Marks, help us.
Well, recently I've negotiated for Chris Pratt in a superhero series for Amazon. I've negotiated a deal
We were
for
talking about Chris Pratt.
Michael Douglas, not in a superhero movie, but a historical movie. I've negotiated recently a deal for Paul Rudd and Will Ferrell on a on an Apple series.
What, together?
Billy Crudup on an Apple series. Those are the recent talent deals.
What actors have you negotiated for a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I can't remember a superhero movie that I've negotiated. I've certainly negotiated over my career franchise movies and fantasy movies.
Your Honor, so it's no, you haven't negotiated.
No, that's what he said. He said, I can't remember recently.
So you would define
How are you defining a superhero movie?
I don't know, Jungle Book isn't a superhero movie. It's more of a fantasy.
Okay, so no, correct. Your answer
Okay,
is no.
all right. So as I sit here,
Jungle
I
Book's
can't
right.
think of a Marvel type superhero movie that I've
And again, this is-
negotiated. Although I know there's one or two in there.
Now,
He's like, I've
you
done too many deals
testified
to
and you
remember.
agree that Mr. Momoa
This is
negotiated his
Needlehoft, not
multi-picture
Rottenborn.
contract for Aquaman 2, correct?
Their voices sound too similar to me. It's hard for
I
me to tell them
heard
apart without seeing
Mr.
them.
Hamada say there was a renegotiation, but no facts were pro-offered,
Oh,
such
there were no
as
facts.
he didn't have an option. His options were out, what he was earning and what he renegotiated to, and he is Aquaman man. So yes, I did hear there was a renegotiation.
And you understand that his salary went from $3 to $4 million to $15 million.
If you tell me that, I haven't seen his contract and I haven't heard any testimony under oath that
haven't
that's
seen his contract.
where the leap was.
Now, Ms. Heard's contract.
Did he get more? Did they
Ms.
get more options for when they
Ms.
made that leap? Did they get more options?
Ms. Heard's
like,
contract was a talent option.
Tell me the
contract.
contract. Tell me the contract. That's fair. What else came in that contract? Not just salary. Were there more options?
And you agree that for the
Fair.
if there's an Aquaman 3, Ms. Heard would have an option to receive $4 million, correct, for the movie?
Well, actually, you would language it. Warner Brothers would have the option to engage her.
And if they engaged her, she would receive $4 million, correct?
She doesn't have the option to refuse. They have the option to engage her.
And she would receive $4 million, correct?
Yes, $4 million.
Would you agree that the money Amber was
Sorry,
making on
that was
Aquaman
me.
2 or 3 would be her market rate for future studio movies?
I would think it would be her rate for future studio superhero movies, but not necessarily studio movies that aren't superheroes. That could be standalone. That could be other type of studio movies.
This guy's just tearing them apart, man.
Studio superhero movies, it would be $4 million, correct?
If I was Ms. Heard's agent, that's where I would start. Assuming everything was equal, the budget of the superhero movie, that she was in the ensemble. There's a lot of ifs to look at, but all things
That's
being
fair.
equal.
There's a lot
You
of ifs
agree
to look
that
at.
Aquaman was a breakthrough role for Ms. Heard, wasn't it?
It's the first movie of that ilk that she makes, but she is not Aquaman. She is Mira.
But it was a breakthrough movie for Ms. Heard, correct?
For her, it's a breakthrough movie to be in that film and in the ensemble.
That's fair.
Absolutely.
And she was the
She's a
female
supporting
star
actress.
of
She
that
doesn't
movie.
deserve
correct?
all the great
I
money.
believe so.
You would
Fair.
agree that for all of the actors Ms. Arnold listed as comparables, their career trajectory went up after their breakthrough, correct?
She didn't give
jury's
us the
probably
raw
not aware of
materials
time.
to look at, but I'll take your word
The jury's probably
that
not aware
all
of time.
those unrelated actors
By
in
playing along, that was
unrelated
so fun.
films, except for Jason Momoa, they went up.
In your
As
exper-
did Miss Arnold's
in-
when
in-
she went from 1 to 2.
In your experience, can you identify an actor or an actress who's not been able to get a new studio movie after a breakthrough performance in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I haven't been asked to opine on that, but there are lots of supporting characters in movies that don't appear in the next movie.
They recast
But
Rhodey. We
a
just talked
female
about that.
star in
Yeah.
a breakthrough movie in a superhero
Hulk
movie,
has
can
been
you
played
identify
by
any
many people.
actress who's not gotten another studio movie after that?
Well, after Miss
Ignore that.
Heard's breakthrough in 2018.
What'd I
She
say?
did get Aquaman 2.
Aquaman 2 was already, she
Okay.
already had the option for Aquaman 2.
All right.
correct?
So she did, Miss Heard did not get any movies after 2018, long before the Adam Waldman statements.
Other than Miss Heard,
Boom.
to identify any actor or actress who's
It wasn't Adam
not
Waldman
gotten
who
another
caused
studio
her
movie after their
flop.
breakthrough in
It
a
was
superhero movie.
Amber Heard who caused it. That's
As
what
I
he's
sit
saying
here
there.
Now I haven't been asked.
And I
to
love every
research
minute of
that,
it.
and I can't. That would be a normal thing.
And you're not providing an alternative number for Miss Heard's damages, correct? For the jury.
The chat has come up with lots of options. Thanks,
Correct.
y'all.
I'm not providing an alternate number. I think she's been more
saying that
than
number's wrong.
adequately paid.
I'd move to strike after no, I've not been provided another number. That's all. I mean, my question was you're not providing another.
He's a rebuttal witness. He's
number.
not your expert.
I think it's in fairness and the full answer to the question, Your Honor.
It was a yes or no question. He said his answer was no.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay.
There
Not
you
just right
go.
All right.
Thank
no further
you,
questions.
Judge A. Jeez.
Redirect.
That's right. The Victoria character in Twilight. You guys have come up with so many options. So many options.
Mr. Marks, in response to some questions from Mr. Laderhaft, you were discussing some franchise and fantasy movie agreements that you've negotiated with actors. Could you just describe some of those for us?
I've had such a long career that I mainly forget what I've done. But
I'm so awesome.
I
I've been doing this
negotiated
forever.
all
Like,
the
dude, come on. You're expecting me to do that?
contracts for Pinocchio.
That's the
if you will, that was
translation.
produced.
I've had such a long career. I can't remember
Is
it all.
Coming to America, the original, is that a fantasy movie? The Golden Child, is that a fantasy movie? Yeah, and by the way, I may have negotiated contracts and ultimately the film wasn't made. But as I sit here now, those are the only ones that come to pass. If I was looking at my resume or going through my files, I might think of others, but there isn't a deal that I haven't made.
And I think you also testified in response to Mr. Nadelhaft's questions that you have negotiated some deals for Chris Pratt and Paul Rudd. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, these are for a streaming series.
Do you happen to know if both of those actors have played Marvel superheroes?
Yes.
I
Yes,
believe
I
do. I do.
They have.
We
but
love
don't
Star-Lord.
quote me, because
Don't
that's
quote
not
me.
my genre.
He's
No
Star-Lord
further questions, Your Honor.
and
Alright.
Ant-Man.
Thank you, Mr. Marks.
Yep.
You can, you're free
Mr.
to stay in the
Marks.
courtroom or you can leave, okay?
Mr. Marks, go to the movies, man.
All right. Your next witness.
He was so good.
I think the jury is
Michael Spindler.
probably well
Michael
aware.
Spindler.
Oh, no, not Dennison.
Michael Spindler.
Here's the reason why I love Richard.
Testified
Well, I'll go
previously,
over that.
correct, Mr. Spindler,
I'll
all
go
right?
over that.
Just a reminder that you're
Still
still
under
under
oath.
oath, okay, sir?
They
All right,
are
thank you.
moving quick. I like that Mr. Marks is just staying in the room. Spindler.
Yes, sir.
They're moving fast.
Good morning,
today,
Mr.
y'all.
Spindler.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Yes, I'm Michael Spindler. I'm a forensic accountant. I'm a CPA, a certified fraud examiner, amongst some other certifications.
My kid's interested
I'm,
in being a forensic accountant.
With B.
after
Riley
this case.
Advisory Services, a national firm that does forensic accounting, bankruptcy and restructuring work, and business valuations and appraisals. I've got over 40 years of experience.
Are you familiar with the testimony rendered by Ms. Arnold in this matter?
Yes, I am.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Heard has suffered economic damages resulting from 3 statements made by Mr. Wald?
Yes, I do.
Do you have an opinion of that claim?
I do.
I do.
What is
Let
it?
me say it.
All right.
The next question is, what is the opinion? Let's get to a few questions. Again, you guys will notice the difference between the testimony yesterday and the experts yesterday and the experts today. There is a different level of professionalism. And again, the expert that just got rebutted, the end of the day damages expert, I think was one of the most professional experts from Heard's team. I definitely think the psychiatrist yesterday did not present professionally when he looked at the judge and it's like, do I have to answer that? Dr. Hughes had, her notes and a post-it and is like, ugh, so I just have to look up and my memories are fresh. We have seen a lot of nonsense from Heard's experts. There is a huge difference, and those differences will matter to the jury. It is as it is easier for us to sit here and listen and sit here and pay attention to these witnesses, so will it be easier for the jury. How much weight they will give to that, we don't know. But if we are feeling it, and there's 177,000 of you in here, if we are feeling that, oh, this is easier to listen to than yesterday, it's likely that they are too. Let's get to a few more questions. Nicole Kidman was in that movie. More famous than Amber Heard. So why is Amber Heard the star? Well, it's their case in chief. They've got to do something. Oh, we're done. We're done with that sidebar. I was hoping to get to one more question. Could Team Johnny Depp still call Stephen Crowley as a witness? Amber Heard perjury and her own drug use? I don't know if they will. It's not on their list.
Now, you indicated that you would listen to Ms. Arnold, and she testified on behalf of Ms. Heard.
This is again going to
relative
damages
to
for the
economic
counterclaim.
damages. Have you formed an opinion as to the testimony and opinion rendered by Ms. Arnold?
Yes, I have.
And what's that opinion?
It is not adequately supported and it is unreasonable.
Oh!
Boom.
Oh!
There were multiple elements to that.
It's not adequately supported and it is unreasonable.
Both
damages
related to
that got me out of
film
holy
career and
shit.
endorsements.
Oh,
Have you analyzed both those issues?
Yes, I have.
I'm gonna go get some water real
What is
quick.
your
I need
opinion
water.
of
Hold on.
Claims that have been asserted relative to the film career and endorsements.
Okay, well, first of all, with respect to her damages calculation, there was no calculation per se. She initially looked at these comparable actors and seemed to use that as a basis for numbers. She didn't provide the underlying calculation. She didn't provide underlying support. And then it appeared as though in her testimony, she backed away a little bit from that, but she still suffers from the issues of not providing detailed calculations or support for where those numbers come from.
Which was different than his
And
testimony.
she still, to some
That's
extent,
fair.
appears to be using some kind of comparable analysis.
All right. What is the type of analysis that you think is appropriate here?
Well, I think, and as you heard from the last witness, I think that something that is anchored in facts, taking a look at historical compensation as a basis for anticipating future compensation.
Had you looked at Ms. Heard's prior compensation?
Yes, I have. I've looked at tax returns that were provided for the period of 2013 through 2019.
Why do you want to use historical earnings?
Well, once again, you want an analysis that's anchored in fact. I don't
And
believe that
yesterday's
Ms. Arnold
expert
has
said we're
done that in her
forward-looking.
analysis.
We're forward.
So here we've got some
Arnold
actual
said we're looking
data.
forward.
We've got some historical compensation. And as the last witness mentioned, that often provides somewhat of a basis for future anticipated earnings. In addition, I believe that Ms. Arnold herself said that she had hoped to be able to look at a renegotiated salary for Aquaman 2 and then use that as a basis for future compensation, that being the new kind of base, if you will.
They're trying to.
Were there any years in
change it.
particular that you focused on in your analysis as to Ms. Arnold's testimony?
They're just tearing Catherine
In terms
Arnold
of,
apart,
the
man.
historical compensation?
Yes.
Damn.
Well, for 2013 through 2019 in total, her compensation was around $10 million for all those years combined. In 2019,
It's more money than
the
you and I
last
will
of
make,
those
folks.
years, her compensation was somewhere between about 2.6 million and $3 million. Now that's a good
Back
year. That's known
closings
as a
each
clean
get 2
year.
hours.
What do you mean by a clean year?
Not from us.
Well, you know, for example, 2019, you had Aquaman was released in December of 2018, and that was a successful film. So in 2019, you've got the benefit of that kind of success. And you also don't have any potential impact from the alleged defamatory Walden statements that occurred in April of 2020.
Alleged.
So 2019 is clean of all that.
That's right. Oh,
What
that's a
did
good
you
year to look at. That makes
understand
sense.
Ms. Arnold's methodology to be?
okay. There you go.
Her methodology
It's clean of all that.
initially appeared to be based on these comparable actors that she had identified. And theoretically, the compensation that they earned, although she doesn't identify what that compensation is or provide any support for
About 30
or any
minutes.
calculations.
No support. See?
What is your
Just
opinion
speaking
of that
out of her
methodology
ass
from an
is what
accounting
he's saying.
Nobody has talked about the COVID
That
impact.
methodology was
Experts
all
my
sound, it's just
dick,
unsupported.
my ass
There are
cheeks is what
no
he's saying there.
numbers, there's no data that she provided and support for that.
There
She
wasn't
didn't
any
provide
data,
support for
that's
nothing
fair.
at
He
all.
wants to math.
What methodology did you understand Ms. Arnold to adopt at trial?
Okay, well, it looked like somewhat of a mix and match approach. She used different approaches, I believe, for different elements of the damages.
Remember, he's a CPA. He knows what the hell he's talking about.
Still a little bit unclear to me, a little bit vague. But there are 4 basic components that she was looking at, and we can go through those in any order you wish.
It's
No.
interesting that they're coming in with like,
With
this is what you
respect to
saw
the
yesterday.
Television series portion of her analysis.
Jennison, ask him to go through the 4
What
elements.
do you understand that
Yeah,
methodology?
Jennison's
to be?
not that great.
I wanted the elements.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
I wanted the 4 elements.
I don't know why they're approaching.
Question: is Team Johnny Depp bringing in several men mansplaining why Amber Heard's female witness is wrong? No, I think they are explaining. Well, you've got the forensic accountant explaining that Amber Heard's female witness didn't have a methodology. So I don't find it to be that way. Trust me, if I found it to be mansplaining condescension, I would absolutely let you know.
See, this is
but
the
no,
problem that
Amber
I
Heard's
have
witness did not really make
is that
clear
you can't
her,
say things as a
her
man.
methodology.
You can't contradict
Jasmine said
a
Richard
female
Marks went to
because,
Southwestern.
oh,
as
you're
well. See, look, Southwestern didn't
mansplaining.
So
that's what
I
that
don't
sounds
know what
like.
they're talking about at the bench.
Oh, you can't
Question,
contradict a
as
female. You're
film buff-
mansplaining.
Excuse me. With a film
So
major,
that
would I be
means
able
that if you're
to
in a
be on that
business and you have a
jury?
disagreement with a female team member, hey, we should do it this way because
I
it'll
don't
bring
know
more
if
money.
that would
well,
be
no,
biased
it would actually do
because
this. Oh, you're
your knowledge of
mansplaining.
movies don't, wouldn't
Shut the
necessarily
fuck
go
up.
to this, but they
That's
would ask
not
questions about it.
mansplaining.
And
I'm
if you
sorry.
could be fair and
No,
unbiased and listen
that
to witnesses.
pisses me the fuck off.
Yeah, I don't think they even screened for that in the jury because A, this is Virginia, not LA, where they might screen for that more, and B, it doesn't really factor into this whether you've seen the movies or not seen the movies. If you could be fair. So Tamers said, have you heard about the possible hot mic? I talked about it earlier in the show. I think he was saying rely and not lie. So that's how I heard that. Did I miss major witnesses? I mean, they've been moving pretty fast. They've been pretty good. The chat can let you know if there's anything. Question: is Dennison anti-tech or something? I don't know. I don't know what they're getting into. Recent college grad with a degree in accounting. I also wanted to math how all those numbers came about. And that's the difference between having a forensic accountant, which was never presented by Team Heard. And that is a problem for them. They have someone saying you can't really look backwards. You need to project forward. And this is how we decided to project forward. Well, what's that based on other than pulling numbers out of the air? So it just
basically pulling numbers out of your ass.
Is a fair rebuttal testimony.
Just,
and in rebuttal,
they are
that's
coming
exactly
after her
what we're going to
because,
get.
like
Amber
he
Heard's
said, she's using a
experts said
mixed and matched
This is
approach.
why you shouldn't rely on it. That is the battle of the
she's
experts.
not. She's pulling numbers out of her
Stacey
ass.
missing you at Grow with Video.
She's
I
trying to
am
compare
missing
her,
being at Grow with
compare
Video.
her
I very
client
much
Amber
wanted to be
Heard,
there
a
and
fucking
had
loser,
a calendaring
to
conflict
Jason
that I was so sad
Momoa,
about 'cause that
Arna
was an
de Armas,
ADHD
and all of
error
these
on my
Ana de
part, and
Armas,
Sean was very
Zendaya,
gracious
all these people,
about it, but
and
I
she
have
can't,
a
she
family
shouldn't,
event this evening
and
that
she's not
cannot be
giving an
missed,
actual proper
that I
set
will
of
share about
damages.
later.
So
Question: witnesses allowed to swear in live testimony? This is a highly relevant question to me. There has to be a reason. Like if they're repeating a text message or what somebody said, it would be, can I repeat exactly what they said? And then it comes in if it's exactly what was said. But generally, like, I thought it was fucking bullshit is not going to be appropriate testimony unless it's the witness. Generally, when you get into lay witnesses, if you know, you get a witness to like an armed robbery and it's like, and how did you feel? I was fucking scared. They would probably try to correct it real quick and it wouldn't be a huge problem. From an expert, it would be a problem. So
Yeah,
it's
because you gotta
generally
sound more
not something that
professional
is
and all
done,
that
but it
bullshit.
just depends. Why is
So
the
that's
mic
why
not back on?
behind the scenes, I bet you
Cord,
Richard
what the
Marks
fuck?
and
I have the audio
Michael
on and we can't hear it at all. Let me
Spindler, whatever
refresh.
his name- however his
Somebody
name.
forgot to turn the mic
They're
on.
probably like, dude, she's fucking
There we go.
stupid, huh? Yeah, what the
Earnings
fuck?
from
She's pulling numbers out of
Panic
her
I just
fucking
felt.
ass.
The panic
What was-
I just felt.
All right, here we
Did
go.
you analyze what historical earning Ms. Heard had during the period that you were concerned with relative to television shows?
Well, yes, during 2019, she entered into a contract in July of 2019 to appear in a
Thank you,
television
Lottie.
series at $200,000 per episode.
You can do it.
This is
What
a lot of money,
about
by the way.
endorsement deals? Did you look at what she had made on endorsement deals during that period?
She did have a contract with L'Oreal at $1,625,000.
All right.
I tried to move those and pause things.
With respect to her
There we go.
movie roles, what were her historical earnings during that period?
Well, certainly for the most recent years, you had the Warner Brothers deal, which was a 4-picture deal. The first film was $450,000.
I love hearing these numbers.
Then
I'm
the
just
first
nosy.
Aquaman was $1 million base fee. Then $2 million for Aquaman 2. And presuming that there was an Aquaman 3, that would have been $4 million.
Okay.
So Justice League, Aquaman 1, 2, and
Why
3.
do you look at historical earnings as part of your analysis?
Because you want your analysis to be anchored in facts. You want it to have a sound methodology, and you want to come up with a reasonable result.
You know,
So
you gotta
if
not
you
do what
take a
Catherine
look
Arnold
at,
did.
for
We gotta move
example,
forward. We gotta move forward. We can't look back,
the analysis
bitch.
that Ms. Arnold
You
did,
have to look back.
it
Like
didn't
he
go
said, you have to be
Let's
accurate.
just look at the analysis that you're doing. What you said, I think, is you wanted them anchored in facts. Why?
because that provides a sound basis for coming up with something with reasonable certainty. There's AICPA or American Institute of Certified Public Accountant guidance with respect to reasonable certainty.
There's
And those are
industry
the basic elements
guidelines.
of it.
Weird.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right,
And
cross-examination.
done. Industry guidelines. How is it done? And it looks like Rottenborn is doing cross, which we knew because he was up at the bench.
Oh, here we go.
We like the purple tie, Rottenborn. Don't huff and puff.
Hello again, Mr. Spindler.
That always
Good
annoys
morning.
us the most.
Basically, what he said there was,
I'm going to ask you.
you
three
gotta
questions
fucking go
that
by the
may
facts.
refer
7
to
minutes.
You have to get your shit
statements in
together,
Amber's counterclaim
and
against Mr. Depp.
that's why you
When I
have to
refer
look
those
forward. That,
statements,
or
I'm
that's
gonna
why you
refer
have to
them as
look
the
backward.
Depp-Waldman
You have to get an
statements.
accurate
You agree
representation.
that
That
we can
fucking
both be
expert
on the same
sucked
page what I'm
ass
referring to when I say that?
yesterday.
That's fine. You can use your terminology.
I'm sorry, there's objection, sir. Hold on.
Can we approach it?
Okay.
Outside the scope,
Oh boy.
I think is what the I think outside the scope is probably what they're getting to, but I think it's also fair to want to, because they don't have a ton of time left, they want to bring those Depp-Waldman statements up as much as they can. There should have been more objections yesterday about calling them defamatory statements, not alleged defamatory statements, but again, it's fair. So Depp-Waldman statements, I think it doesn't matter what the terminology is, but Rottenborn is coming in not hot today, which is nice, because he does ask good questions. There are just times when he came in so hot in cross-examination, you're like, bro, calm down. And there's no need to do that with this expert. So we will see what's going on. Camille is a badass. I'm her #1 fan. What do you think of her? I think Camille is a shining beacon of the legal profession. I hope she inspires many more like her. Her cross was amazing.
So,
And
Mr.
it's
Spindler,
nice to
when I
see a
refer
young
to the
attorney have
Depp-Waldman statements,
their
you understand
Star
me
is
to be
Born
referring to the
moment.
statements in Ms. Hurt's counterclaim against Mr. Depp, correct?
I'll understand that, yes.
Now, you're here to provide a rebuttal opinion.
He's just going to tell the jury what we're listening to.
Part of Ms.
Right.
Arnold's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Great.
You're not providing opinion on whether Ms. Heard suffered defamation by Mr. Depp, correct?
That is
Fair.
true.
You're not offering an opinion as to what any of the underlying facts relating to
Fair.
whether Mr. Depp abused Amber, correct?
That's correct.
Just
You're not
damages.
offering an opinion as to the magnitude of damages that you believe Ms. Heard may be entitled to if she proves defamation by Mr. Depp. You're just reviewing what Ms. Arnold has said, correct?
That's correct.
And you said
That's
that
what's
you
called
want
a
your
rebuttal.
analysis to
Fair.
be accurate in the facts, right?
He said grounded
Anchored
in
in
facts.
facts.
Anchored in
Anchored in
facts.
facts.
You'd agree that what an actor earns in one period isn't necessarily reflective of what he or she may earn in future periods, correct?
Correct.
And that's because
there
an
can be some
increase in the
variability.
number of roles-
Yes.
an increase in the
Elaine,
number of roles may
take a note on the
lead to
questioning.
greater income, correct?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I was speaking. I didn't hear.
One of the reasons that what you earn in
Sorry,
one
I
period
was
may
talking
not
to
be
Sarah. I apologize.
reflective of what an actress may earn in future periods is because an increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income.
Look,
Correct.
Elaine, look at the questions.
The number of roles or the particular project itself. Yes.
Sure, getting better roles may lead to greater income, correct?
Correct.
And the same is true for an endorsement. As an actress's profile grows, the amount of money that she may be able to earn from endorsements grows as well, correct?
It can.
So
It depends.
what Ms. Heard earned from, say, 2013 to 2019 that you testified to
I
isn't
think
necessarily reflective of what
relative
she might earn
to
over the next 5
the legal
years,
career.
correct?
Not necessarily. It is a good indicator, though.
And you'd agree that from 2013 to 2019, in terms of earnings and star power, that Ms. Heard's career trajectory was on the upswing, correct?
There was a slight increase during that period of time in her earnings
Slight
from
increase.
2013 through 2019.
And you'd agree that that was as a result of getting more lucrative roles, right?
Yes,
Now, you're not a causation expert, right? You're just a damages expert.
that's correct.
So you're not testifying as to whether the Depp-Waldman statements caused her to lose any roles, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
And you're not offering any opinion as to whether the Depp-Waldman
We can all do this
statements
together.
kept her from being considered for roles that she otherwise would have been considered for, correct?
Correct.
That's correct. I'm not testifying on causation issues.
And you can't speak to what opportunities may never have materialized for Amber as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements, correct?
Yeah, I've not done those calculations.
And you don't have an opinion about whether or not Ms. Heard could have renegotiated a contract for Aquaman 2, correct?
That was not part of my work.
That was
And
the
you don't have
last
an
witness's
opinion on the
testimony.
impact that additional
You didn't ask him that
exposure
question.
Or press coverage or magazine covers or interviews would have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct. I'm just looking at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
You've never served as an expert witness.
I'm trying to make the
before
maths math.
calculate damages based on lost roles by an actress resulting from defamation against that person, correct?
It's very specific.
I've been involved in defamation cases, but I've not done the calculations as an expert witness and testified there too.
Very specific answer.
Very specific question.
And there's never been an instance in which you have served as an expert witness in a case to calculate damages based on alleged defamation against an actress, correct?
Totally fair game on cross to interrupt.
Correct.
If they don't answer
And you're
yes or
not
no.
offering any expert opinion on what
It's fair game.
impact the alleged defamation by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
They are losing time.
Sorry, one more time.
You're not offering any expert opinion on what impact the Depp-Waldman statements by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Other than taking a look at Ms. Arnold's
Defamation
calculations.
calculations.
And you're not offering any expert opinion about what impact, if any, social media coverage of this case or of Ms. Heard may have had on Ms. Heard's career,
Not a
correct?
job.
Correct. That's other experts.
Can we approach
No
her?
further questions. Thank you.
All right.
I mean, they just narrowed down what his testimony was for, but I don't know why they needed to. He was like, can we approach? No further questions. Great. We're back to redirect. Turn the mics
Okay.
back
All
on.
right, thank you, Ms. Spindler. You can have a seat in the courtroom.
No
or you're
redirect.
Free to go. Thank you.
All right. No redirect. That was
All right, the
fair.
next witness.
Waldman, you got to be, not Waldman.
Plaintiff calls Doug Banya, Your Honor.
Dennison, you got to be faster on those
Can you spell
objections.
Last name for me. I'm sorry.
Bania.
Ooh, back
Ooh,
to
we got
social media Q
Banya.
scores and things.
Ooh.
Chat.
This
we need
is
to put
gonna
up a
be
poll.
awesome.
Does hashtag Amber Turd or hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp come up with this witness? we're putting up a poll.
Justice for
'cause I
Johnny
think
Depp, ladies and
hold on,
gentlemen.
Let me formulate the
I wish I
question.
could do a poll. I don't know how to do that.
This is
a
the
poll.
social media guy. I'm
but yes or
fascinated.
no in the
We
chat.
don't have much time before
Or
lunch.
in the
Okay, I'll put up the
comments.
poll after.
Let me know in the comments if you're watching
Why
later.
does
But,
defense get to say
but for the
Depp
chat
Waldman
and in the
statements
chat right now,
isn't
in the
that
chat
what
right
the
now,
jury
let me
gets to
know.
decide?
Does
It's fair to
hashtag for Johnny
characterize them
Depp
as
come
such.
up?
That's
I think
what
so.
They're alleging. So
I would love that.
it's fair to characterize them as such. I think it's more fair to say alleged defamatory statements. Their side is going to, this is an adversary proceeding. Their side's going to try to say defamatory statements and wait till it gets
So
objected
just a
to.
reminder that you're still under oath, okay, sir?
6 weeks in, the coughing is kind of killing me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Good afternoon.
Can you briefly reintroduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, hi, Doug Banya. I am from Nevium Intellectual Property Consultants based in San Diego. I value intellectual property. I provide litigation support in infringement and defamation cases, as I'm doing today. And I use internet and social media analytics and both of those services.
Since you last testified in this case, the jury has heard testimony from Ronald Schnell
Yep.
and Catherine Arnold. Are you familiar with their testimony?
Yes,
Were you asked to analyze their testimony and provide opinions in response?
yes, I was.
Oh,
Have you
here we
formed opinions in
go!
response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell and Ms. Arnold?
I'm so curious.
I have.
Generally, what are those opinions?
Generally, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of a correlation between the
Obviously.
Waldman
It's causation.
statements and the hashtags
We said
and the
correlation,
spikes of
not
those
causation.
hashtags on Twitter.
I missed
Second, based on my internet and social media analytics investigation, I've concluded that the alleged comparable actors that Ms. Arnold came up with are not comparable with Ms. Heard. And then
Interesting.
thirdly,
G-scores.
This is
Mr.
great.
Schnell and Ms. Arnold both failed to provide any evidence of a causation
Process.
as it relates to the Waldman statements causing any economic harm to Ms. Heard.
Boom.
Let's dig into those opinions a little bit. You're
Let's
familiar
get
with the
further,
testimony of
everybody.
Mr. Schnell, that there are more than 2.7 million alleged negative tweets related to Ms. Heard between January 2018 and June 2021.
Yes.
And what's your understanding of how Mr. Schnell identified those particular 2.7 million tweets?
Yeah, so essentially Mr. Schnell chose hashtags that he felt were negative towards Ms. Heard. Those hashtags range from Justice for Johnny
Here
Depp.
it is.
Amber Heard is an abuser.
Amber Turd.
Amber Turd. And the hash
There it
tag,
is.
we just don't like you, Amber.
We got there so fast.
So then he used those hashtags and he searched
fast.
through using the Twitter API, searched through various tweets, and then came up with any tweets that were using those hashtags.
Did you conduct an analysis of those tweets?
Yes, I was given that exact the data that Mr. Schnell used on a hard drive. So yes, I dug into that data as well.
And what was the purpose of your analysis?
So what I'm trying to do, and what's at issue of the case today at this point is,
I can't believe they.
you know,
I still
were
can't
these
believe they
tweets,
introduced
did
that
they
testimony.
contain the Waldman statements. That's what where we're at right now, are the Waldman statements. So I wanted to analyze those tweets to determine which ones, and if any, contain the Waldman statements.
And what's your understanding of what the Waldman statements are?
So my understanding is there's three Waldman statements that were published in the Daily Mail. The
Yeah, I
Daily
still
Mail
can't believe
is
they introduced this
a
themselves.
UK tabloid.
I can't believe
And,
Team Heard introduced
Mr.
that info. I just
Arnold,
can't. I just can't. Didn't even have
was
time to-
quoted in three of those articles. And those dates were on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and on June 24th, 2020. And my understanding that those quotes, sorry, I think I said the wrong name, but those quotes are the only remaining in this case.
Those hashtags made it. I'm so excited.
The timing
I gotta
of
go
the
take care of
tweets that we
something.
were talking about as compared to the timing of the Waldman statements?
And that's exactly what I did. So I wanted to look at the Waldman statements, look at the dates that they happened, and then analyze those as compared to the Twitter data that I had.
Have you prepared a demonstrative that reflects that aspect of your analysis?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a big own goal introducing hashtag
Your
Amber
Honor, may I
Turd to
approach?
this jury. I can't imagine it. You know, the day that the judge was making all the faces and I was like, what is she looking at? I think when I went back and looked at it, what the judge, I think, was looking at was the demonstratives that had those hashtags on them with the spikes of justice for Johnny Depp. But bringing all of that in has been wild to me. Why introduce to this jury the court of public opinion? I realize that it's Amber Heard's position of the case that there's been an internet smear campaign. I just can't imagine that there wasn't a better way to do that. And, you know, Schnell said they ran a program to randomize which hashtags they evaluated. But how did their program end up evaluating Amber Heard is an abuser? We just don't like you, Amber. Amber Turd and justice for Johnny Depp. I can't, I still can't believe that that is the information they gave to this jury. So now we're getting to bring it up again and again and again to remind the jury what the court of public opinion is before we get
1293
a verdict
just being marked for
to
identification.
them deliberating. So now we've got these demonstratives.
And not only that, but they're told,
I think they thought it was going to be
the
a
jury's
serve, and
told
it just-
not to look at social media.
just-
And now
I'm
they're
still
looking at
shocked
social
they brought
media
it up.
being brought into
That
the
was
fucking
their
courtroom.
Jury, what this demonstrative shows?
Yes, please.
Yes. So this shows the total hashtags and tweets that Mr. Schnell was analyzing.
Which chat was your
This is the
criticism of
summary
Schnell
data
that he
their
didn't have a
tweets
process
that are
for
running
this?
from January 2018 to June of 2021. And again, these are related to the four hashtags that I discussed. Whenever I get an assignment such as this, when I'm dealing with a defamatory statement that's allegedly gone viral online,
We're going to relate it more
where
to
there's
the UK
economic
case than
damages
the Waldman
involved and there's a lot
statements.
of data involved,
That's what's
I like to
coming.
take the data and I like to do a 30,000 foot view of the data to see what I'm looking at, to see if there's anything interesting, odd, different about the data. And the first thing that I noticed is 35% of the tweets were prior to the Waldman statements.
Yep.
So again, remember, my assignment is to determine if the Waldman statements are part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed. So obviously, if these tweets were prior to the Waldman statements,
this is
in
gonna
no
go to the
way
UK
did they
trial.
have anything to do with the Waldman statements. So that was the first issue that I noticed. Then I noticed what I like to call kind of the alleged defamatory time frame. And as I discussed, that's when the Waldman statements were published. That's the date down here. You know, the first one was in the beginning of April, and the last one, which is the third one, was at the end of June. But what I found interesting is only 2% of all of the tweets happened during this Waldman statement period. So really, these are just observations. And for me, there were red flags that I made note of. And then I just continued with my
How many
analysis.
red flags did you state?
Red flags.
Whether the
Only
work you
2% of the
performed in connection
tweets
with
were
forming your
after the Waldman
negative
statements.
tweets.
The
So
timing's
Yeah,
real
so now I
interesting,
realize
isn't
that
it?
35% are irrelevant.
So that's
2%,
crazy.
you know,
Only 2%
happened
of the
during
tweets.
this-
I'm
this
still focused
important
on that.
period. I just continued to dig into the 2.7.
It's like you're saying the UK case mattered more.
tweets that Mr. Schnell provided.
That's what I'm hearing.
And Tom, can we take that one down?
That's what I'm
And
hearing.
Mr. Vanya, have you prepared another demonstrative that depicts that analysis that you were just describing?
Wow.
Yes.
Everybody was looking for the time frame when Schnell testified, and we didn't get a time frame when Schnell testified. Maybe now they'll finally ask about the audio.
I hope they ask about the audio. But hey,
These
we got a
demonstratives are
time frame.
much easier to see.
We
much
got a
easier
hell
to
of a time
understand,
frame.
But that time frame is damning 35% before those
Yeah,
Waldman
I'll give you
statements.
time to look at it, sir.
2% after. So 35% of the tweets were before.
Interesting testimony
God damn
here
it,
today
this
in
Mac.
court.
35%
Again,
of the
this is Johnny
statements were
Depp's
before
rebuttal
Waldman
case for all of you just joining us. We've got
statements came out.
175,000 people in the chat. Thank you.
And 2%
all these witnesses are
were
Depp's witness.
All right.
Needham,
After.
turn on your mic,
If you
man.
turn on your microphone, sorry.
No objection as a demonstrative.
Okay. All right, plaintiff's exhibit 1294 will be marked.
Katie, thank you for sharing
identification
your
as a
expertise.
demonstrative and will be published.
The demonstratives come in for the jury to see, but they don't take them back to deliberation
Mr. Bynum,
as
can you
evidence.
explain
Ooh,
what this
ooh,
demonstrative
put the
shows?
statements.
Yes, this is showing the various.
I'm trying to screenshot things so I have it because these go away.
As it relates to the hashtags that Mr. Chanel testified.
Show the jury
about.
again
This
that
is
justice for Johnny
actually
Depp was
an
the big
exhibit
one.
or a demonstrative that he used in his
Yikes.
testimony. What this is showing are the largest spikes related to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp.
Keep saying it.
Here we
I
go
don't
with
know
the
if you remember
timeline on
his
it.
Testimony or
Damn.
any of his demonstratives.
Timeline.
The other three hashtags did spike at the same
Let me go
time,
get my
but a
AirPods.
very small spike. So what I'm showing you here are the 6 top spikes
Okay.
in Mr. Chanel's analysis.
I like the way
And
he did that.
What's important here again is the very first spike and the largest spike again.
How many times are they going to say justice for Johnny Depp? How
So
many
what
times?
I'm trying to figure out is what tweets were related to the Waldman statements. So this number 1 spike, which is the biggest spike, was prior to the Waldman statements.
Yeah.
So it's irrelevant to the case.
Sonia understood the
And
assignment.
then the second thing I noticed that was interesting here is here are the dates in gray right here.
Oh, look,
This
timeline.
is the time in which the Waldman
They put
statements
dates
happened.
on it.
And you're going to notice, as we discussed before, only 2% of the tweets happened during that time. But I found it very
The jury has to wonder
interesting
why the dates
for
weren't asked
such
elsewhere.
a viral event that has potentially caused such economic harm. There's no spikes in this area. And actually, you're going to see that Mr. Waldman, his statement came out here in the first April 2020 article. Then the second one came out here. And then the third one came out in June. There's actually a downward use of the spike, downward use of the hashtags. So I'm not seeing any correlation as it relates.
Turn off Bluetooth. Okay, this motherfucker. What the fuck, man? Alright. And voiceover's gonna fucking act up. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, just technical difficulties. Never can fucking avoid them. What the fuck? Close this.
To
I'd put
the
money
Waldman statements
on Depp's team working
and
justice
any
for Johnny
spikes.
Depp. Say the
Yes.
tweets.
What does that mean?
Say the hashtags.
So what Mr. Chanel is saying,
There we go.
which
Sorry
is
about
irrelevant to this case, is the 4 hashtags that he randomly chose. They tend to go up
This
and
program
down
randomly
together,
chose.
and that's why he had these spikes here. So the correlation there is how those 4 hashtags work or dance together, going up and down. But first of all, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements. And the fact that there's a correlation with the hashtags is irrelevant to this case because we're dealing with the Waldman statements, which none of that correlation
Could be,
analysis he did
but I don't know.
had to do with.
It's not going well. Amber Heard has no more
How do
witnesses.
you know that the correlation doesn't have anything to do with the Waldman statements?
These are all Depp's witnesses.
Can I clear this at all?
Clear the greens.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, I know because that would happen right here. You know, if when Mr. Waldman, one of his quotes was published, you would see a big spike right here. And then you would see maybe a little noise down here. And then the third time you might see second time a big spike, and the third time a big spike.
If it mattered.
That's not here. So that's telling me there's no correlation between the Waldman statements in this hashtag use. And then I've actually provided evidence that there's
Great
no
summary, Derek.
correlation because I analyzed each of these spikes and none of them had to do with the Waldman statements.
Is mathematical
hoping.
correlation the same as causation?
No.
Why not?
I mean,
Look, it's like they're
correlation
explaining
is
things.
simply a relationship between the two or more variables or two or more things. In this case, the correlation question is, when the Waldman
that's very
statements
fair.
were published, at the same time, did you see a correlation with spikes in these hashtags? And again,
This dude's so excited about his numbers that I'm
Can we clear this?
excited about his numbers. He's like, look,
you see none of that right here. It's
Look at how
actually
the
a
numbers
downward
work.
Trend. There's no spikes. There's no correlation.
He's so pumped on the math.
Again, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of any correlation.
What correlation opinion did he provide during his testimony?
Well, he provided the correlation that the four hashtags, spike together. But again, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements, and the facts that they're correlating or moving together is irrelevant to the case because the case is about the Waldman statements.
So what is causation then?
So causation is where one thing causes a change in the other. So as it relates to this case, did the Waldman statements cause Ms. Heard to have economic harm? In other words, did the Waldman statements cause Ms. Heard not to make as much money in her career? And again, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of this. Ms. Arnold provided no evidence of this. And as a matter of fact, during Ms. Arnold's testimony yesterday, she didn't even know what causation was. She was asked, the difference between causation and correlation, and she said that she's not a semantics expert. We're not talking about the words.
That's exactly
when
what
it
she
comes to
said.
damages, you have to prove causation prior to calculating damages. So there is no causation that's proven here. Therefore, a damages analysis is not appropriate.
Did you hear Mr. Schnell testify that he agreed with
excitement's
your
contagious.
opinion in this case?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of the opinion? That
Yeah,
he agreed
I like what he said there with the
Well, he
semantics,
agreed that he
because he was
failed
like,
to link
because Catherine Arnold said, "Oh,
the
I'm not a
spikes
semantics
in
expert."
the
Ooh.
hashtags on Twitter to the Waldman
Dumbass.
statements.
Did he try to do that?
He tried to do that. But
Did
again, his analysis was looking at the word Waldman and looking at the word Waldmanian, and then trying to say that 25% of the tweets included those two terms. But first of all, Waldman isn't the issue here. It's the Waldman statements. And Waldmanian, I don't even know what that is, but it's not relevant to this case.
Boom.
I think it's fair
We can, I think, take that one down, please.
to
Tom.
presume part of Schnell's
Mr.
issue
Biden, what other work have you
was I
done in
think he was
connection with
asked
forming your
bad
opinions about
questions.
Mr. Schnell's testimony?
That's true.
Again, the assignment
Even though
was to
he was
determine
asked bad
if
questions,
the
I mean,
you
Waldman
understood the
statements were
assignment.
to
part of
be
the tweet.
that,
so I continued to dig in, to
he
the
still
data.
did a very bad analysis.
I believe
if he
the
takes
next
his
step
job
is
so
now that I've
seriously,
excluded,
independent of the counsel that
35%
hires him,
was before the Waldman
if he
statements,
did
that
this
are
bad of a job,
irrelevant.
and I'm
I
convinced
wanted
by
to
this
really
guy,
analyze from the April 2024
yeah, no,
to
it's
see
not
if
only
any
the
of those
questions, it's
tweets,
him too.
Were contained the Waldman statements.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects that analysis?
Oh, another one.
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
More demonstratives. This guy seems cut out for a career in statistical analysis and data configuration or reconfiguration. Hashtag bang, Ms. Chenandler Bong. Yeah,
Any
he's
objection, sir?
No objection.
made a lot of
All right.
sense.
We'll mark it for identification as plaintiffs 12.
And again, these are demonstratives. They're not evidence. They don't go to the jury. The testimony is the evidence. But this is an example of when you ask the right
Mr. Biden,
questions
did
to your
you
witness,
consider,
you
the
get better
content of the statements
answers.
made by Waldman as part of the
Oh
work
shit.
submitted?
Yes. Yeah, so here
And that's all in
I
front of the
reviewed
jury
Waldman statements
with
again.
statistical
and what
analysis.
I wanted to do is I wanted to determine what, if any, tweets included the Waldman statements. So what I went
There they
back to the
all are.
Waldman statements, and I came up with key terms.
Her
and key
team
themes,
started this.
for those Waldman statements, which are listed here. The Waldman statements were about abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence. So what I did is we're now dealing with a 1.2 million tweets because we're starting in April 2020 because that's when the Waldman statements started. And what I did is I searched the 1.2 million tweets, for these three phrases. And I determined that there were 751 tweets that included those key terms.
I don't know.
Which is 0.06% of the 1.2 million. And then as I was sifting and sorting and analyzing this data, I realized that a lot of these tweets had the exact same language. It was interesting to see it was the exact same tweet because I'm analyzing the language to see if it matches one of these three. I realized that a lot of these tweets were retweets, likes, or shares. So therefore I eliminated any of those and it came down with 95 unique tweets. And then what I did from there is I analyzed those to determine if any of these terms were in there. And I identified 5 tweets that were related to the Waldman statements.
This is an unforced error.
Do any of the hashtags Mr. Schnell analyzed include the words from the Waldman statements?
No, they don't. And, because I am rebutting Miss Arnold, her testimony yesterday, she was saying that the Waldman statements caused these hashtags. Then throughout her testimony, she walked that back and admitted, no, none of these tweets have anything to do with the Waldman statements. They don't include the Waldman statements.
I don't give a fuck if
these
it's outside the
hashtags are
scope.
only
I really don't.
hashtags that Schnell,
Let it continue.
in his opinion, felt that they were negative towards Miss Heard.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony and the Twitter hashtag data?
Mr. Schnell provided no evidence that any of the tweets were related to the Waldman statements. Mr. Schnell, there's no correlation there. He also provided no evidence that there's any causation that, the Waldman statements caused any economic harm towards Ms. Heard.
That is
Your Honor,
true.
I'm about to switch to a different topic.
It's
I
now
don't
time
wanna
for
break
lunch.
now or push.
All right, it's going to be a little while, I assume.
A little bit more, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research.
And
okay.
lunch. Why?
So he did not provide any evidence of.
Let's see what time they're coming back from lunch.
Damages. There's no monetary damages. The Waldmanian was not really relevant. That 35%
exiting the room. We're going to see what the court
or drop is
what the judge
crazy.
has to
Come
say.
back at 1:40 then. Is that right? All right. Thank you.
1:40. All right, we're going to answer some questions before we switch over streams. The jury has left the room. The statistics have entered the building.
So it's 12:37. So we have about an hour. I'm gonna order
very clear, very
breakfast a little
strong
bit later.
testimony.
Let me go ahead and
showing
answer
that
a
there
couple
was
things,
not
some
an
emails that I
impact
have to answer.
of
Let me
the
put this down real quick
of the
because
statements. I'm
I
going to
do
remember to
want
turn the
to-
audio off on this so my ears don't get wrecked like yesterday. Excuse me. Very clear audio, very clear evidence about the social media campaign, and when it spiked, it didn't spike, he's showing, around the Waldman statements, which is what the counterclaim goes to. I, again, am surprised that Amber Heard's team introduced and chose to introduce the hashtags.
Yes.
Amber Turd, Amber Heard is an abuser, we just don't like you, Amber, and justice
Those
for Johnny
things.
Depp into this
Especially
case.
the justice
They
for Johnny
chose
Depp.
that. They
brought
chose
in
to
the court
show
of public
that
opinion.
this is part of the negative impact that Amber Heard had from attorney Waldman's statements that they are trying to attribute to Johnny Depp as defamatory. I just don't know if that is going to work for them. This evidence and this correlation is showing that those things spiked closer in time to the UK case, not with Waldman's statements. And it is going to be a problem on
Yes,
the
it is.
counterclaim. And again, they chose to bring the counterclaim. They chose to pursue the counterclaim to trial. It's just when they had expert Schnell create those demonstratives, they could have looked at the demonstratives and be like, hashtag Amber Heard, we're not doing that. We're not doing that in this case. And they could have chosen not to introduce that witness. They chose to introduce Schnell. I don't think it's a problem with Schnell. I think it is potentially an issue with what the attorneys asked Schnell to do. I think they had a very good expert, and then they asked him for challenging. They asked him to do something that was outside of his normal scope, and they asked him to do something that wasn't the best use of his time. And I think that goes to, you get in what you get out what you put in. And I think that they didn't put in great information to him, and that is their problem.
That's what caused all these
Let's get to some questions
inconsistencies.
before we take a break for lunch. Let's see.
So,
I
hold
was
on, let me put this
just
down real
I think
quick.
someone
Let me mute this. So I'm just gonna put it this way. Let me go over this last one because it's fresh in my mind, and then I'll go over Richard Marks, and then I'll go over Michael Spindler, I think was his name. So I feel like with well, actually this is Michael Spindler. Is it? No. Mr. Banya, Doug Banya, whatever his name is. So he is saying that basically he said that I'm already forgetting his name. I'm sorry, Ron Chanel. I thought it was Ron Chanel, but it's Ron Chanel. Ron Chanel presented this whole bullshit argument basically that showed a spike. I'm sorry. Showing from Adam Waldman's statements, but he used things like Waldmanian and Waldman Young. And as he said here, Mr. Banya, that reminds me of something, but he said, well, that doesn't make sense because we don't know what that is. We don't know where he's getting that from. So it makes no sense to even use that. The other problem that we see here is that 35% to 2% drop. So it seems like, as Emily said, the spike in the negativity towards Amber Heard was closer and closer to where the UK trial was and when and where versus the Adam Waldman statements. So what this is doing is saying, okay, well, now this creates and poses a problem because now what we see is there's no evidence that the Adam Waldman statements presented such a negative impact, especially with these hashtags. Now, on the hashtags, Emily made a good point there. Why would you bring in the court of public opinion into the courtroom? It makes absolutely no sense to me, honestly. It's kind of jarring that they would do that. It's very jarring because it's still the morning here. I'm so sorry. It's very surprising because the jurors are told, don't do that. Don't go to social media. Don't look at social media. Don't even think of social media. Get social media. Social media doesn't exist. Okay? It doesn't exist. Okay? For now, it doesn't exist. Now what you're doing is you're bringing in social media into the courtroom where they tried to show, as she said, a correlation between how there was a social media internet smear campaign against Amber Heard by Johnny Depp and Adam Waldman. The problem is that, of course, no one talked about the audio. Hopefully that's the new topic they're going to go to. I'm just really tired. They're not showing that, but what I'm trying to say is they're trying to show that there was evidence of that oh, we were smeared. But the problem is that Adam Waldman's statement came out after Aquaman came out, after 2019, came in April of 2019, whatever it was. And 35% of the tweets, the majority of the tweets, came out before the Adam Waldman statements were released and the audio. And I hope that they talk about that, which is the switch in topics. And yeah, and Adam Waldman just didn't impact it. So there you go. Now, he did say there was no tie to any damages that it caused Amber Heard. He that he really focused on Ron Chanel the most, because the other guys took care of Catherine Arnold. Horrific testimony from her, it looks like. So, but what he was saying was there was no evidence linking those statements to damages. There was no statements or evidence linking that to the negative smear campaign. And then he tried to use those hashtags as negative towards Amber Heard, but he used them in another way. And I can't remember the way he used them, but he said it correctly. So I think that was perfect. Moving on to Richard Marks. Well, let's move. Michael Spindler. I don't remember much of what he said, if I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like I need to rewatch that because this is live, so I can't really pause it and play it. I mean, I could, but then it's just going to jump, so I really don't want to do that. This was incredible. Because he was, so I can't really comment on that. It's like I need a nap or coffee. Richard Marks, he was so easy to listen to, but he also talks really slow. But again, I loved his testimony. I feel like I need to do a full breakdown, because from his testimony, what we hear is, and what we get is that, there's no way to compare Amber Heard to Ana de Armas and Chris Pine and Chris Pratt and Jason Momoa and Zendaya and all those guys and girls, because they have had more prominent roles. They've been in Hollywood longer. They've had, right? Jason Momoa's series go from 18 to 21 to 48 episodes or whatever it was, 50 episodes. So it makes no sense that she would ask for more money or deserve more money than Jason Momoa, who's the biggest star they're comparing her to, and it makes no sense to do that. Also, the fact that she said, we can't look backward, we gotta look forward. That's what Michael Spindler, actually, I'll go to him there. He talked about that, where he's like, you have to look backward. You have to create a more accurate representation of your case. You have to get the numbers from what were they before, what are they now, and what can you predict in the future, especially for that. It just was so combative and sassy. Well, you can't do that. I'm not a semantics expert. And he even commented on that, which I'm happy that he did. Back to Richard Marks. Again, he also said, just because of, like, let's say she earned $4 or $5 million. Just because she earned like $5 million on Aquaman 3, let's just say if she were to do that. I hope not. Pray to God Warner Brothers don't do that, because they'll ruin their own franchise. It doesn't mean that so let's say her market rate is set at $5 million now, right? Crazy. That's a lot of money. It doesn't mean that if she were to go do a sci-fi movie that she would be earning $5 million. It's different. It doesn't mean that if she were to do an independent film that it would be $5 million. It's different. It doesn't mean if she were to do fantasy, if she were to do a romantic movie. Ugh. Her in a romantic movie? Please. We're going to skip that. If she were to do a comedy movie, it's different, right? Because, again, you've established yourself in one area. So I'm glad that he explained that. And I'm glad that he explained about the exercising of that the studios get to do. They get to exercise if it only becomes a contract when the studio comes out and says, all right, here, right? And I like that he explained that. I also like that he said, just because they pay you for your services, just because they pay you, it doesn't mean that they're going to cast you. Look at Johnny Depp. I'm so fucking mad that he didn't mention that. Look at Johnny Depp with Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore. What happened? Well, they paid Johnny Depp, and then they fired him because of Amber Heard. So now, did they recast him? I don't think so. You can't really recast Grindelwald like that. So again, I'm glad that, you know, he made those points, and all those guys kind of came against her. That whole mansplaining comment was, I'm sorry I lost it, but it was just fucking stupid, because what it shows is that no guy can ever disagree with a female. If you disagree with a female, oh, he's a dick. I can't believe he's mansplaining. Mansplaining? Really? Because you disagree with a female, or because you're saying that a female expert doesn't seem like a fucking expert, you're basically saying that she's wrong. So now we can't tell a female if she's wrong. Well, that's how it is. Oh well, I'm married if she's always right. No, fuck that. That's why I wouldn't get married, because I would tell my future wife, no, sorry babe, but you're wrong, and I'm not gonna sit here and just I'll just let you be right. Guys do that too much, and girls do that too much. Just less than guys, but they're, I guess I gotta do what he said. No, fuck, don't let a guy control you, girls, and don't let a female control you, and don't let that whole, oh, now you're mansplaining, because then the whole culture arises where now we can't disagree with a female, but a female can say whatever the fuck she wants to us. That's crazy to me. So, that's, the surgeon, I don't remember his name. I guess the biggest testimony that I took away, the biggest thing I took away from his testimony was, that, hey, yeah, you know, he can't really hit someone without damaging the cast and possibly damaging his finger. That goes against everything that, that just shows that Amber Heard saying, oh, you know, he raped him with a bottle. Because her testimony is he smashed the phone, breaks his finger, grabs the bottle, rapes me, but she can't even remember how things went. Oh, I can remember. But when Elaine Bredehoft, that bitch, fucking says to her, hey, you remember this? Absolutely, I remember. Right? It just proves he couldn't have done that with that kind of a broken finger, especially when he had to redo the tissue and put it together, and he got an infection a couple weeks after the surgery. So I just hope that the jury saw, okay, well, how is he going to hit people? And also the picture of the closet. I could show you a picture of my closet. It's a freaking mess, just like my room. I think I have the background on. So I appreciated that for sure. Let me put this up. I have to go charge some things. I'll be right back. So
did you see Amber stomp out before her lawyers without talking or even looking at them? Not today, if that happened, but that happened yesterday when court closed. It seemed like she took off like the second the judge was off the bench,
just
which was
there. I'll be right back.
Interesting. Wasn't Johnny able to ask any of his ex-girlfriends to testify? As far as I'm informed, they're on his side. There has to be a reason. It has to come up, and it has come up, and I think we will see Kate Moss tomorrow is what the media is reporting. Question, why aren't they allowed to introduce the demonstratives as evidence? Because there's a lot of reasons, but the testimony, what's heard is evidence, not the demonstratives. There would be a lot more fighting over the demonstratives. There's a lot else that has to be done. The testimony and what they say is the evidence. How they show that on a chart is just for an example, so it doesn't come in. Question, is one of the attorneys the lead attorney? Can you explain Johnny Depp's team's hierarchy? Well, all speculative. It seems to me Ben Chu is lead counsel, and then Dennison is their counsel that deals specifically with experts, and then they've got the rest of the team. If you go to the firm's website, Ben Chu is a partner. The woman with the blonde hair, who I believe is also named Rebecca, is a partner in the firm, and then Camille, and I believe it's Jessica with the dark hair who did Johnny Depp's testimony, are associates at the firm. And then there are others on the team. But it seems to me by the way everything's going, to be a waiting game, and all of us are going to be on pins and needles waiting to see if the jury asks a question, what they're talking about. It's going to be very interesting. Everything's Johnny's rebuttal. I'm sure the chat answered that. And I'm updating when witnesses come on the stand on Twitter, and we update it in our pinned tweet or our pinned comment as well. Why no dog mom? Question. It took me a minute to parse the words in that. Sorry. Question. Are they taking into account that people often use trending hashtags even ones they disagree with, just so their tweets appear in searches? No one has talked about that. I don't know if he will get to it. He might get to it, but no one has really brought it up because Chanel didn't bring it up. So they're just rebutting Chanel. Chanel didn't want to bring that up. That doesn't help their theory of the case. So no, we have not seen that at all. I'm going to see if there's anything on social media real quick about what's coming up this afternoon. Question. Why are they sticking to superhero roles? Does that not typecast her? Wouldn't that lower her earning potential sticking to one kind of movie? Superhero roles are kind of an anomaly in how big budget the movies are, how much you get paid. They're kind of a moment. So that's why they're talking specifically about superhero roles. That's why they're talking about it specifically. So no, they're not trying to typecast her. They're trying to determine damages, and those roles get paid more. So I would rather determine damages for my client on a superhero budget than on an independent movie budget. Once Amber's team is out of time, can they still object? We answered that. Yes, they can. Methinks they aren't talking about COVID because they want to avoid boo-hoo these poor actors, multi-million squabbles. When you plebes had to close down shops due to lockdown, wife and I both watching. Thank you so much. I don't know if they agreed not to bring it up. I don't know if nobody's bringing it up because it cuts both ways. I don't know, but it seems like it would have impacted 2020, and I feel like someone should talk about it. Nobody's addressed it. Ma Doe said, is somebody going to lose his job? And I think this is regarding to the testimony after the president of DC Movies for WB spoke. No, before testimony like that would have happened, before like a president of DC Movies at Warner Brothers would have spoken, there would have been lots of conversations with corporate counsel about what can and cannot be said. There would have been there would have been things done. But once you're subpoenaed, if you're properly subpoenaed, you are obligated to testify. So no, I don't think it went outside. It's unique and rare testimony, but I don't think it's on that level. I don't think it's causing a problem. Regarding previous witness, do you think the whole sidebar had anything to do with the doctor's testimony being so short? I don't know. It might have been stuff that wasn't turned over. It might have been stuff they didn't have. It might have been clarification, but I don't think they needed to get into the doctor more. I wish they had gotten into the doctor's opinion about the injuries because they did it, but I guess they weren't going to, but it's possible. Influences by Ari. Thank you so much. Congratulations on 503,000. Thank you. Been here since I got interested in defamation law for my own case. By the way, if your viewers like this testimony, the great book is Powerhouse, The Untold Story of Hollywood CAA by James Andrew Miller. Thank you so much, Ari. I appreciate that and appreciate the recommendations for the law nerds. Hope you're still watching. I see the super chat came in a while ago because I am behind on all the things. Amber Heard was the first to use walled minions. She started it. That's interesting. That hasn't come in court. It's interesting because Chanel was told that Chanel was told that was uncontroverted or that it was just agreed upon, which is interesting. Question, how could this go wrong at this point for Johnny? You never know. What is your best guess of the outcome? Oh, I hate guessing at outcomes. The jury could hang, always a potential. Both sides could lose, always a potential. I didn't think Johnny Depp had a lot of paths to victory on this case. And I think based on all this evidence, the jury could find Amber Heard liable for defamation. Will they do that? I don't know. I didn't think that at the beginning of the case. I think Depp's team has moved the ball significantly. When we get to closing, I'll talk more about that after closing. I just can't even. Not only do they keep saying justice for Johnny Depp, they get to imply that Amber is sort of insignificant. It's good testimony for them. And that, again, I can't believe they brought it up. Do you, I think it's Ready Member 14. Question, do you think they said no character witnesses so JD's exes couldn't testify, but because AH alleged assault with Kate Moss, she's allowed. I don't know what they determined with regard to character witnesses, but I think that Amber Heard mentioning it opened the door. I do. How badly would you like to see a multiverse version of this trial where Depp's team and Heard's team are swapped? It'd be interesting. I mean, I'm just so surprised that Heard's experts have been not great. I'm really surprised. She said she spent $6 million on this suit. I'm just really surprised. Question, how do the times work and what's left? The judge keeps time of the side that's questioning the witness or the side that's arguing the objections on some of the objections, depending on who wins or loses. I don't know how much is left today. When we started out the day, Depp's team had over 15 hours and 51 minutes. Heard's team was at 4 hours and 9 minutes. The judge will say at the end, they'll get into it. So what we got with the rulings with regard to the prior acts, it just is going to depend on door opening. And we got into Amber Heard's past acts based on some of her own testimony, I think. And we'll get into Kate Moss with regard to some of Amber Heard's testimony. But again, that was an unforced error. She brought it up. There's no way her legal teams, I have no idea if gifting subs is enabled. I don't know. I will look for it. I don't know if I can do that. I know that that's new. I've heard that that's new since this trial started, but I have no idea. I haven't seen it. I don't know if we can do it. So don't know. Sorry. When it becomes available on the channel, I will try to turn it on. So I totally forgot what I was saying, but please interview Greg Ellis. He has great insight on this trial and the cartel family law. Thank you for the recommendation. I will make a note. Question, did you hear the audio of Dr. Spiegel telling Elaine that he would lie under oath? I don't think that's what he said. I think it was rely. And I really don't think it was lie. I think it was rely. Can I rely on this? Can I rely on that? But I've addressed that a couple times. We'll timestamp where I addressed it. Why aren't they addressing how much money Johnny Depp lost for his defamation part? They did, Janet. They addressed it during Johnny Depp's case in chief weeks ago. So that's when it was addressed. Question, can the jury ask questions while deliberating? That's a great question. Great question, love to tell you. Do I watch a lot of Elise Myers on TikTok? Yes. But that's a side note. Can the jury ask questions while deliberating? Yes. Will the judge always answer them? No. Will the judge confer with the attorneys if it's a substantive question? Yes. Will the judge and the lawyers craft an answer if it's substantive? Possibly. And if it's a question the judge can't answer, they will say it's in the jury instructions or point them back to where they can find that answer. But if the jury's like, hey, do you think it's defamatory? No. TMZ put out a pro-Heard article a few days ago. Today, their founder said Depp's lawyers simply outclassed the other side. Depp's team has done a very good job. Question, did anyone else think Depp should get a role to play the crazy psychiatrist for yesterday? I think that'd be a little too meta. That psychiatrist seemed like he had an axe to grind, which I really didn't like. It was very off-putting. So we talked about Depp. So yeah, that all came up in Depp's side. So I'm going to try to make sure I get to stuff. Thank you. Question, what if the award is in alpacas and no money? I think the judge would send it back and say that you can't do that, but I think it would be fantastic. I think it would be fantastically funny. We've given him 100. They've pledged him 100 million alpacas. So that I'm going to get to just a few more, and then I am going to take like a minute. When Amber Heard's team runs out of time, are they still able to object? Yes. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, Ben Chu is absolutely trending on Twitter. It's so funny to me. He is a good lawyer. And look, I think Rottenborn's a good lawyer too. I don't like his style always. That doesn't mean he's not a good lawyer. His style and I don't always align. But I also think they have a hard task. So Chelsea, can you do a follow-up video after this trial, after you do further research and compare your notes during this trial? Incredibly Average, Umbrella Guy are amazing with this. I think I intend to. I think it would be fun to do a stream where we talk to people who have followed all of it, like inside court, outside court, and do kind of a point counterpoint. I think it would be fun to do a panel stream on that. How will they recover 50 million from Amber Heard with no work? If there is an award, if it's 50 million, it doesn't have to be, they get to decide. If it's an award, if that's what it is, then they will have to get into the very difficult task of collections, which can be selling property, garnishing wages, et cetera, et cetera. It can be hard. I don't think their main goal is that. I think if they got attorney's fees, they'd probably be happy. That's just my speculation. Why does everyone refer to the female attorneys by their first names and the male attorneys by their last name? Is that standard? No, it's not standard. I refer to Elaine by Elaine because I find Brettahoft hard for me to say, and I pronounce it like 7 different ways. Camille, I just like, and I feel like I'd want to have a beer with her, so or a whiskey, truly. So I end up calling her Camille, though Miss Vasquez is appropriate. But with the male attorneys, I don't know. It just is the way I've been calling the attorneys. So I could call Ben Chu, but then I'd find myself defaulting into like Ben. And since I am not the amazing Simply Neological, I don't want to default into that. So Rottenborn is just also fun to say. So no, it's not common. It shouldn't be common. In court, they should all be referred to by their last name. Question, did Amber Heard pledge to pay $6 million, pledge or pay $6 million regarding the suit? I think it was a pledge. She said she's paid. In a case like this, she would have been paying her legal fees as she goes typically, but you never know. BSB, my wife, that's my husband's initials too. My wife isn't into the trial and gets annoyed when I talk about it. Grounds for divorce? No. If so, will you represent me? I don't do marital law, but you can just come and talk to the law nerds about it so you don't annoy your spouse, because BSB, I annoy my spouse, BSB, talking about this all the time too. Somebody has posted on Twitter, The Shrink Next Door, which is the project with Will Ferrell and Paul Rudd on Apple Plus. Thank you. Have you ever experienced a witness go off the rails like yesterday? Not an expert. I mean, I've had witnesses go off the rails. I've seen defendants go off the rails. I've called witnesses and victims of crime and I'm like, hi, can you tell us why you're here? Fuck you. I don't want to say anything. It's like, okay, good. We're off to a good start. But that's more typical in criminal when people really don't want to be testifying and are afraid of testifying, often for good reason. Yes, I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole, but I've never seen an expert go off the rails like that. No, that I've never seen. I've never seen an expert like that. Before we got to Spiegel, I'd never seen an expert like Hughes, whose resume I was so optimistic about. And then she's looking at her notes going, it's just a Post-it. I was like, what in the fuck just happened? What do you mean? I'd look down and then look up and girl, no. Like, I was just shocked. She had such a substantial resume as an expert. And then to testify like that was like, whoo. I'd never seen that. And then Spiegel like doubled all the way down. And I think they brought him in to fix Hughes's testimony. And he doubled all the way down. Oh, it was so bad. Question, am I the only one who feels manipulated just hearing Amber Heard in the audios? Her tone and what she is saying is unnerving. And I think the jury could feel that way too. So, yes, Greg Ellis, a Pirates co-star, is a voice for men. Part of your dissertation topic. Thank you. Excuse me. When approaching is bench time taken? Not always. And I don't know how the court and when the court is parsing it to the side that asked to approach. I don't know. The jury should say they both win. Depp gets 50 million. Amber gets 100 million alpacas. I don't think they both can win. Who is Nightbot? Nightbot is my bot. No, it's not censorship. This is my channel. And all caps are hard for me to read because I'm dyslexic. And that's what Nightbot does, is help make sure. I know people get excited, but all caps are really hard for me to read because I'm dyslexic. How do the time allotments work after what's left? Judge A said in closing before the break, this is how much time you have left for witness questioning. If you are in the middle of a sentence, I will cut you off. So that. Question, how much does a client's willingness to cooperate with his or her lawyers affect the performance of the team? It can impact it a lot. It's part of choosing clients and vetting clients carefully. It can matter quite a lot. I don't doubt that that this team might have worked together before you get into litigation. Litigation is interesting. JD, the most famous actor ever right now, sadly, due to this case. I hope he lands more movies. We will see. I mean, it just depends on how the studios, I don't know. It'll depend on the studios. I don't know how much courage studios have after something like this. They all might just want to distance away from any of this. Anyone notice Elaine was with Amber in the UK? I wouldn't be surprised by that. I wouldn't be surprised if Elaine was there for that case because she was representing her at that time. Emily, Amber's home owner's insurance is paying for the case. I haven't seen that, and I don't know how that would work legally, how her homeowner's insurance would pay for a defamation case. I mean, it could be it's an intentional tort case. It could be other insurance, but I don't know how that would work. Popping in because the chat is amazing. Thank you. I've 100% been forcing my dates to watch your commentary, Thank you on this trial with me. So I have time to catch up. Thank you, Summer. I appreciate that. Reason Amber didn't pay the charities because she used the millions on lawyers. One of the most interesting things was seeing the timeline of when the divorce settlement was paid in full and when the suit was, and the like 13, 14 months in between. So that was interesting to me because she could have paid it before she got sued. Kind of off topic, but I imagine when the dust settles, I see this turning into a documentary because, multiple. I see this being broken down in multiple ways. Do you think the Kate Moss statement was on purpose? Maybe trying to Kate in there to say something. I can't imagine, and I was starting to say this, and I think I didn't close the loop on it. I can't imagine Amber Heard's team didn't say, if you mention this, because it came up, I believe, in the UK. If you mention this, it opens the door for it to be rebutted. How do they determine the final jury and dismiss the alternates for deliberation? I haven't heard what Judge A's process is. And I talked about it a bit earlier. It could be pick a number. It could be the last two. It could be the last two numbers, like 8 and 9. It could be randomly draw a number out of a hat. It'll be some random methodology. Thank you so much for guiding us through this. Julia, you are welcome. So I'm going to make this screen a bit bigger. I have recently been diagnosed with ADHD in my 40s, and so much just now makes sense to me. Same. My latest hyperfixation project this trial, all of us. Thank you for making it worthwhile. Love from Germany. You're welcome. Congratulations to understanding your brain a little bit better. Congratulations on 500K from Vegas, soon to be Tennessee. Tennessee's great. I just found you, but plan to go back and watch old coverage. Well, thank you. Tennessee's beautiful. It's also not as hot as Vegas. I've been here since 25K. Now we're at plus 400K. We're at plus 500K. So glad everyone else is finding out how awesome you are. Well, thank you. And you guys, I am going to just be getting into lunch. So if there were more super chats, I might not get to them, just so you know. My dad is annoyed that his paralegal watches the trial and not me watching you during work. Okay, Liz. Well, it's fascinating. This trial's fascinating. Question: How does or how can this jury decide an amount of debt owed to the losing party? For example, if Depp wins, can it be 50, 75, $100 million? They have to have a basis for it, and it has to be rooted in the evidence, and then we will see from there what they do. Will you follow the Vallow Daybell case in Idaho? I've been following it a little. I have not decided if I will be commenting on it. It's a very sad case. It's a very, very sad case. So I haven't decided yet. They say don't judge a book by its cover, but Spiegel turned out to be exactly what he was something. And I tend not to judge experts by what they look like either, because they can be very smart and very credible. And when people were commenting on his hair, I'm like, it could have been windy, whatever. But his testimony did me in. What happens if the jury comes up with a substantive question after both sides have finished all the arguments? They're going to have to talk to each other and try to figure it out and maybe ask the court. And the court's probably going to say this goes to this. May the odds be ever in your favor. Use your time wisely. I mean, that's where we're at. That's where we're at with the end of the day. All right, law nerds, I'm going to try to get to just a few more. I'm sorry. Question: what would a short deliberation versus a long deliberation mean to either team? It means that the jury is done. And I think at this point, based on what we've seen, that can tilt towards Depp's favor, or it could very well be, if the jury's done, that they're like, nobody defamed anyone. This is all a mess. Everyone loses, go home. So it's really, really hard to read. It's really, really hard to read. It's been so nice to have other attorneys in court sharing their perspective, because it is hard to read the jury, and we are getting good insight from, Rob of Law and Lumber, the DUI guy, and others. So that's been super, super helpful. Let's see. Question: Amber Heard stands are more frequent on Twitter. I don't know that. Does this mean anything? I don't know that. Percentage of a JD win. It's more likely than it was at the beginning of trial. And I don't know for a fact that more people are on Twitter or Amber Heard stands than not. D said Popcorn Planet discussed about Amber Heard insurance covering fees. I would need evidence of that, because I would want to see, for me, I would want to see how that plays out and where that information is coming from. I just haven't seen it. Question: Johnny Depp has never charged or investigated for DV, so would that make the op-ed false? No. Innocent till proven guilty? No. Triggerlin, it's a great question. Not a criminal court of law, so innocent till proven guilty, not applicable in regard to the defamation. Also, not all victims of domestic abuse or sexual violence report to the police. Sadly, not all those cases go to the police. So Amber Heard's statement is only defamatory if it's not true, not because the police didn't determine it to be true. The police coming that evening and saying we didn't see anything will allow the jury to help make that decision. Why would damages be for just per se defamation? It's the opposite. Per se defamation means that the statement falls into the category of defamation per se. I talked about this a lot in the Cardi B, Tasha K case. Defamation per se is something that's so defamatory, it's assumed that it's defamatory. It damages your reputation, and you don't have to prove monetary damages. With defamation, you have to prove some level of monetary damages. And so with defamation per se, they're going to probably argue both. If they go that route, it's like, you don't have to find damages at all. You just have to find that these things happened. I talked about that in last week's podcast a bit more. So no damages for per se, because it's so bad. Like, there are certain categories of things that are so bad. If they happened, if it's false, if it's stated, if it's published, if it's done with malice, it's so bad based on the type of statement it is, you don't have to prove damage. The damage is presumed. It's assumed. It's, generally accusing people of crimes, things like that. I went through all of those categories with Cardi B, because saying someone has a communicable disease can be defamation per se, depending on the state. So let me get to just a few more. Me saying I'm going to leave, me also not leaving. So thank you again. Does Judge A seem biased for helping Elaine when she can't figure out how to question her witness? No. First ever super chat had to be you. Thank you, Coral. No, Judge A seems tired and like her patience is worn out. And it was a very simple question. So no, I don't think Judge A seems biased. I think Judge A seems exhausted. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing in front of the jury to have a judge help you out of a question. So it's not helping Heard's team. It's something I've never seen. And with that, you guys, it is, let's see, we've got about 20 minutes until, well, less than 20 minutes, about 15 minutes till we resume. I'm going to go grab a quick bite of food. I'm going to switch over to the afternoon stream. If you're part of the text crew, if you're in North America, textemily.com. I am working on an international solution. I don't have one yet. Text laws are different. So textemily.com, if you text it from your mobile and just say, hey, or send an emoji, it will put you right through, and then you'll get the updated links and quick things from me. Text messaging rates apply, but free to join. That's available. It's like Phil DeFranco's text messaging group. Same thing. I use it for the same thing. So you're welcome to join Text Emily. Don't forget to like and subscribe so you can find this. And we will absolutely be getting into this after lunch. They're going to be hustling through this testimony, but I can't wait to see cross-examination for this witness, and if they're cross-examining on all of this stuff. So you guys, court is in recess. Law and Order court is in recess until 12:35 not Pacific Central. Where the fuck am I? Central Standard Time. Thank you so much. I can't believe we hit 500K. My brain is still spinning. I will see you in just a few minutes. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law and Order. Bye. Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, lawnerdsunite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.
Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see this sea of cameras.
That's correct.
Because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just was trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Hurd?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not. I mean, I assume since it's a public building that there's that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition. And you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, lines 22.
You said 874?
74.
74.
Line 22 through 75, line 13.
I'm sorry, just 72 line.
74, line 22 through 75, line 13.
Your Honor, may we approach? Okay.
If we could please play and display to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
Ms. Hurd, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him"?
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry, and I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Miss Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't
TMZ
know how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ owns.
Did they pay you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when
years.
you were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way. Right. What extortion?
Okay, well, let me make sure this is working real quick. I'll be right back, actually. Hold on a second. All right, can everybody hear me? Let me just make sure. All right, looks like we can. Okay. Sorry about that. My food came in. For me, breakfast. For a lot of you, lunch. So, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are watching or listening, hearing, whatever you're doing. Take a sip. There was something in there. What the fuck was in that? Okay. All right. Before we go back to the court and we go back to Emily's stream, I want to go over some tweets because there's a trending topic called hashtag I believe Johnny Depp. If you go to why did it do? Hold on a second. I have to check this. Okay, sorry about that. But you can go and look this up. These are tweets talking about this trial. And I wanted to show that I'm not the only one thinking these things. And I also wanted to show you that there's some points that I'm not making. Pretty good points here. So, the first one is by Andrea Piccarelli. She says, hashtag... Oh, is that how you spell it? Okay. This thing doesn't want to work. So she's... I can't believe it won't work. Sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. It's just this display. Hashtag Amber Turds did this to herself. If she was smart, like Vanessa Paradis, she would have had an amicable and peaceful divorce. Amicable and peaceful divorce. She turned this into a bloodbath. Hashtag Amber Turds. A liar. Hashtag, what's this next one? I can't read this. Amber Turds. Hashtag justice for Johnny Depp. Hashtag I believe Johnny Depp. Okay, now here's another. Okay, so this is an image. All right. All right. Witness says Johnny Depp's online mob. Okay, whatever. Can I get the next one? All right, here's the next one. Tanya Campbell. Amber Heard lied. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate this display sometimes. She said Amber Heard lied about donations. She lied about injuries. She lied about abuse. Face it. Let's see. She says, face it. Let me bring this up. Face it. Amber Heard's a liar. Hashtag. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see if she said something else. Yeah, Amber Heard's a liar. Hashtag. Amber Heard. Hold on. Amber Heard. Oh, Amber Heard's a liar. It's just written weird. Hashtag I believe Johnny Depp. Oh, hashtag justice for Johnny Depp. That's still trending, by the way. Alex James says, when Amber Heard was, oh my God, when Amber Heard was arrested for domestic abuse in 2009, she cried homophobia, even though the arresting officer was a lesbian. Now that she's being accused of domestic violence again, she's crying sexism. The common denominator is her. Hashtag Johnny Depp trial. Hashtag I believe Johnny Depp. I like that tweet a lot because it is true. I'm not trying to be a victim. I'm not trying to be a victim. Ah! Sexism. Ah! Homophobia. Ah! I wrote an op-ed. Love for critters RB. This is a woman, and she says, I'm a woman, a victim of domestic abuse. Let's see. I'm not a bot. Never heard of Adam Waldman before this trial. Never doubted Johnny's innocence after seeing Amber's recordings of his every move. Seemed to intentionally build a case against him. Hashtag justice for Johnny Depp. Hashtag I believe Johnny Depp. That's exactly right. She's taking pictures of his every move. He's sleeping on the floor. He's sleeping on the bed. His cigarette burns on his leg, basically. Oh my God, he's drinking wine. Wine spills. Knocked over closet. There's whiskey on the counter. There's a cocaine box. There's a whatever. But no pictures of her injuries. No pictures of anything else about her. Yeah, I completely agree with this person. Here's another person. Selena says, if it were a man saying, I like this. If it were a man saying, I did not punch you, I was hitting you, we wouldn't be here. Ben Chu. That's absolutely correct. Ben Chu said that. I couldn't cover that. I had other things to do, but I'm covering the majority of this trial. Hashtag Johnny Depp versus Amber. Is that how it's written? Hashtag Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. Hashtag I believe Johnny Depp. Hashtag justice for Johnny Depp. This is a woman saying this, by the way. I'm not saying it. It's a woman. I have to make that that statement because people are going to say that I'm biased because I'm a man. I just read you the tweets. I don't know that I want to post all those Twitter threads, but again, go look it up. Hashtag I believe Johnny Depp. And there you go. I guess I can post them in the chat, but that's too much. So, I just thought I would read those tweets. Let me get back to the court here. Let's go. Hold on. Let me go ahead and get me the other link. Let's see. Hold on a second. All right. Hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. I will share this tab when it's time. Let me do something real quick. All right, so Emily is talking on her stream. I am going to share the screen. I'm gonna eat lunch or breakfast. What I'm looking forward to, the last person testifying, I don't remember who it was. I am looking for more answers from him. I'm also looking. I want to see if Jennifer Howell will testify today. I think Kate Moss will testify tomorrow. I'm also curious. To see, are they going to prove no damages even more? How will Amber Heard's team use their time? Because they've only got a little under 4 hours left. I think they have about 3 hours left. I'm not the timekeeper. I have not kept the time. I'm not good at that. So how will they do that? I'm not sure. Now let's go ahead and share this tab. Oops.
Take notes. Yes.
All right, here you
and
go,
the jury
ladies and
is allowed to
gentlemen.
use
I
notes
am
in
going to mute
deliberations.
myself.
There is generally a jury
I know my
instruction. We'll
camera
see
is
exactly
still
how it's
off.
framed here, but that says rely on your memory, not your notes, and that addresses that. So
when the trial
but
comes
yes, they
back,
can
I will
take
put the
notes and
volume
should
up a
and have
little
been.
bit more,
You've
of
seen a
10%.
lot of it.
But
So
for now,
this is going to be
this will be the
resuming direct
volume to
examination.
stay at
This
for
is
now.
Depp's team doing
And I
direct
will go mute
examination
myself and
of
eat
their
my freaking
expert,
breakfast because
Ms.
I am
Vanya.
starving. And I will be
And,
right
you know,
back.
just for
Let
a
me go
check-in
ahead
from
and
this
just
morning,
get back to.
I'm gonna let you know where we are on the, oh my god, on the back end of
here we go.
Our live sub count. I'll pull that up later if you guys
Okay,
want
so
to see
this
it.
doesn't
But
wanna work.
right now we're at almost 509,000. So thank you. We're at over 71,000 of you back in the chat. Just wow. This is your Star is Born moment. I mean, I don't want to be a star. I just like doing legal commentary and being a YouTuber, but I am seeing I am definitely seeing y'all on the channel, and hopefully you enjoy it. I believe this is Rebecca. I believe that is her name. She is one of the partners, like Ben Chu.
All right, so it's at 35
their
for
law
you.
firm. It looks like people are just starting to file back into the gallery.
We'll go here.
Do jurors get to keep their notes? Generally not.
Need to approach for a moment? Okay.
I would. Didn't we just approach? I would want to keep my notes. I would want to keep my notes if I'm the juror. I would want to keep my notes as a memento. If I'm a juror on a case like this, and once they resume, I'll be able to pull the these up. I'm seeing some of you saying it's blurry. I'm just going to go ahead and switch. I'm going to switch this and see if that helps. And if not, I'll refresh. It could be on your end, so don't forget to refresh the stream. That can happen. So is Rebecca the cougher? I didn't know that. I haven't seen it. So do attorneys get sick during trial?
Next question.
Fuck yes, they do. And it
Mr.
sucks.
Vanya, before lunch, we were talking about your opinions in response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell. Did you also analyze the testimony of Ms. Arnold in this case?
Yes, I did.
And are you aware of her opinion that Ms.
Arnold
Heard's
is
career
the
would have followed the same
damages
trajectory as
expert.
that of Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine, if not for the Waldman statements?
Yes.
What's your understanding of Ms. Arnold's basis for
This
her
is
opinion that
Arnold,
Ms.
the
Heard's career should have
damages
been similar
expert.
to that of those identified actors?
Miss Arnold stated that when producers or her industry is looking to hire
And there could be
talent and actors, that
LA.
it's important to best understand the public's perception of the actors that they're considering, and that it's important to look into social media to see what is happening with the actors they're considering for either a movie or even an endorsement opportunity with companies. So that was her approach.
I like the slur too.
And is that the process she followed in providing her analysis of those purportedly comparable actors?
No, although she stated that, she went in and brought in these alleged comparable actors, and without really reasoning behind
alleged comparables. I like that.
Did you conduct an analysis based on your expertise in social media and internet analytics of Ms. Heard compared to the actors to whom Ms. Arnold compares her?
I did.
And what did you find?
Well, since Ms. Arnold stated that the proper approach is looking at the public perspective, looking into social media, and she did not do that, I felt that was the best approach to do this based on her words. So yes, I did go into best understanding the public perspective of Ms. Heard and the alleged comparable actors using Q scores. Then I also went and did some analysis online and on social media as well.
Can you briefly remind the jury what Q scores are?
Yeah,
we still don't understand.
Q scores measure how well a celebrity, it could be a cartoon character, it could be a sports person, how well they're known, how well they're liked, and how much they're disliked. And it's an industry standard tool that's used. It's not just focused on the movies that they're in, but it's focused on them as actors, but also what's happening in their personal lives come to play as well. So that's how Q scores are typically used.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects the Q score analysis you completed?
Yes, I did.
More demonstratives.
All right, thank you.
Does Emily like pictures? Yes, I find them so helpful. Demonstratives not only keep me engaged, but I find that they're a real easy way to understand what we're seeing. And I think it's easy for the jury that might be tired at this point to have something to correlate what they're looking at.
No objection to the demonstrative.
All right, we'll identify plaintiffs 1296 for identification and publish to the jury.
Mr. Banya, what point in time do these Q scores represent that are reflected on your demonstrative?
So these are the winter 2019 Q scores that are reflected here. And what was important for me is I wanted to find Q scores that represented Miss Heard after Aquaman. And remember, Aquaman is December of 2018. These Q scores were gathered January and February of 19, but before the Waldman statements.
And what did you find based on the Q scores that you looked at?
So as you see here on the left are positive Q scores, and the higher the number, the better. As you can
Easy
see,
to understand.
Ms. Godot has the highest Q score out of the group of actors here at a 28. But you're going to notice Miss Heard has the lowest positive Q score. She has a 9. So I find that very interesting that she doesn't appear to fit in as a comparable with these alleged comparable actors. I think what's also interesting is the average Q score for all actors being scored at that time, which include all the alleged comparable actors here, score at an average of 17. And you can see, again, she is 9 well below.
I love an average.
And then on the right side, you're going to see the negative Q scores.
Oh dear.
So this is how much people dislike you. So the lower the score is better. You can see Mr. Memo is over here with the lowest at an 8, but you can see Ms. Heard is over here at a 28, which was quite a difference. A 20-point difference from Mr. Momoa, and also a 10-point difference, from the average of all actors. So she is very, very much her positive score is very low, and her negative score is very high.
That means the world to me.
Which tells me that she
really
does
does.
not fit in as a comparable as it relates to these alleged comparable actors.
Oh my.
What opinions did you form based on that Q score analysis?
Yeah, this is an ego
my
crush.
opinions as it relates to these Q scores is, Miss Arnold used these actors as allegedly comparable actors. But really listening to her testimony yesterday, it appears that she's abandoned this approach. I don't think she's using these comparable actors or these alleged comparable actors anymore. She's more relying on her experience, and I agree with that.
Did Ms. Arnold offer a criticism of your use of the Q-scores here?
She did, yes.
And what's your understanding what that criticism is?
Well, what I believe she was saying is that I should have ran Q-scores for these allegedly comparable actors
Choose not to sleep, he's
after
texting.
each of their breakout films.
Which, or he's ordering plane tickets.
I disagree. First of all,
Sending dinner
Q-scores
home.
doesn't work like that. Q-scores are available twice a year. So it's not that I could pick a month or a different month for each of Q-score.
Chat, what was Ben Chu buying on his phone with his
actors.
credit card? I want to know.
So I feel that, what was
For funny.
important for me, and this doesn't always happen when I'm using Q-scores, you can get this perfect moment in time. As Miss Hurd said, I'm sorry, but as Miss Arnold said, that, Aquaman was Miss Hurd's breakout moment. So these scores reflect that breakout moment, and they're terrible Q-scores.
How would your analysis change if you had used Ms. Arnold's logic with respect to the timing of the Q-scores that you looked at?
I mean, if you really think about what Miss Arnold was saying, is she's saying that she thinks Q-scores are the highest for each actor right after their breakout moment. So I would think, if anything, these Q-scores could have been a bit lower, because it's not right after their breakout moment. But what's important for me is the fact that these scores reflect, who Amber Heard was at the time before the Waldman statements, but after the Aquaman release.
We can take that one down, Tom. Thank you. What other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions in this case?
Again, taking the advice from Ms. Arnold, it's important. She says the industry looks into social media, what their followings are like, with the numbers as it relates to their followers. Again, what is the public perception of them? So I analyzed their social media accounts, but prior to the Waldman statement. So.
And how did you do that?
Yeah, so what I did, I don't know if you're all familiar with the archive.org. They have a tool called the Wayback Machine. What archive.org
You guys, I'm living
it
for all of this.
archives the internet. So you can go back in time to see what websites and web pages used to look like in the past. Not all the time can you actually get a celebrity's social media accounts to have been archived, but we were fortunate that each of the alleged comparable actors' social media accounts were in archive.org. So I was able to go back in time prior to the Waldman statements to see what the following activity was for each of the alleged comparable actors.
Mr. Banya, did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects your social media analysis?
Yes.
So interesting
Your Honor, may I approach?
that they're using archive. I just like the process. Tell me how you're doing things. Tell me why you're doing the things. Tell me how you decided the things. And there's so much testimony that it's going to be really interesting to see how they cross-examine this when we know they started today with only 4 hours.
All right, we'll mark it for identification purposes, plaintiffs 1297 and publish.
Mr. Banya, could you tell the jury what you found when you looked at the social media?
Yeah, so what I found, again, this is prior to the Waldman statements. First thing you're going to notice here is not all actors use social media. You're going to see Mr. Pine doesn't have Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, and Memo and Darmus don't use Facebook or Twitter. But what's important to look at is
Zendaya.
You have Ms. Heard prior to the Waldman statements with
Zendaya.
3.8 Instagram followers and 142,500 Twitter followers. And then you move down to Gal Gadot with 37 million Instagram followers compared to her 3.8 million, and 2.3 million Twitter followers compared to Ms. Heard's 142,000. And you can then even go down to Zendaya with 65.9 million, and 17.2 million Twitter followers. What this is telling me is really, more people are interested in Miss Godot and Zendaya and even Mr. Momoa than Miss Heard on social media. It just tells me a lot of people are interested in these actors as opposed to Miss Heard. More of a
65
following.
million.
Q scores,
I'm not
well
surprised.
liked,
Do
less
I follow
disliked.
Zendaya on
So it kind of
Instagram?
fits
Wait,
into the
can we all just
analysis
go do that?
of determining whether or not these alleged
I don't know if I do. I
comparable
think I
actors
do.
are actually comparable.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Ms. Arnold's analysis of the so-called comparable actors?
By the way, today,
Yes, again, it appears
Zenday's
that
Twitter
she's
or
abandoned this
Instagram
approach,
followers
but
are
and I agree
141
with that.
million.
I feel that, through the Q score analysis and the social media analysis, that they're just not comparable.
Tom, we can take that one down. Mr. Banya, based on all the analysis you did in this case, what are your overall opinions?
Yes, my overall opinions are that Mr. Schnell failed to prove any causal connection with the Waldman statements and the search or the hashtag activity, those spikes as it relates to Twitter. There's no causal connection there. My second opinion is, based on my social media and Q score analysis, Miss Arnold's alleged comparable actors are not comparable. And then third, Miss Arnold and Mr. Schnell both failed to prove any causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing economic harm to Miss Heard. So, as a damages expert, which Miss Arnold is, you need to take into consideration causation before you can calculate damages. You look at damages and you look at this allegedly damaging
It's
event.
like causation matters.
Not only do you have
Weird.
to prove that 100% of the damage is
weird.
because of these Waldman statements, she didn't even consider COVID. It happened at the same time.
Somebody, finally!
A lot of actors probably made a lot less money because of COVID. Maybe films didn't get
Thank
made.
you!
And when you do
We've
do
been
an
asking for
analysis
days.
of damages, you prove causation, but you also have to look at everything else that might have caused this alleged economic harm. And she didn't look into any of that. She didn't even know what causation was. So I don't think a damages.
I'm in the chat. I
is
see you.
the
Finally,
appropriate
finally,
approach in
finally,
this
finally,
case.
finally, finally.
No further questions, Your Honor. All right, cross-examination.
Boom. She didn't even take into account COVID. Boom. Done. Moving on. Somebody had to say it. We've all been thinking it for days.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
COVID has entered the chat.
Yeah, you're not a damages expert, correct?
I am a damages expert, but not providing any quantitative damages opinions in this case.
In this case, okay. And is it your testimony that only if a person repeats the Waldman Depp statements could they be related to the defamation?
No, that's what we said.
Say that one more time.
Are you saying that a person literally has to repeat the Waldman Depp statements in a tweet for them to be related to the defamation?
Kelly, thank you.
No, if you looked at my
hug
analysis,
to
I
your
did
son.
pick the 3 themes as it relates to the tweets, and I analyzed those themes, and I came up with 5 examples of when those themes were used.
And you ran searches for, quote, abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence.
Wow,
And you
they're
ran
saying
all
that in
those
court again.
quotes, correct?
I did.
So only if a person used a tweet with those words in that order and with that spacing would they hit on your searches, correct?
Objection, compound. Overruled.
Here's the thing
Yeah,
about
so I
cross.
used them in quotes because, hoax could be used in many other contexts. So I wanted to make sure I was
All right, I'm back.
fitting my search with the theme of the Waldman statements.
So if
I had my
someone tweeted
breakfast
misheard fake
and I have
sexual
my
violence,
soda.
that wouldn't appear in your searches, correct? Faked with
Put
an
that right
ED.
here.
It would not.
Okay.
They're kind of roasting their own
and if
expert,
they use
though.
2 spaces between abuse and hoax.
Because
That
he's
wouldn't
rebutting
fit
their
your
expert testimony.
That's correct.
So if they're pointing out his flaws, they're pointing out the flaws in the underlying data.
Did you? And a tweet's 200. A tweet
Which is
can only
their
be
expert's
280
underlying data.
characters, correct?
That's correct.
Yikes.
So certain of the Waldman Depp statements.
They're roasting their own expert.
It's
with
crazy
that.
how this is at
tweet the whole
35%.
thing
And
in
when I
one
listen
tweet,
to it on the
correct?
phone, I
whole
can't hear myself.
statement in
So
one
let me
tweet.
know in the chat.
The Waldman statements?
Correct.
Yikes,
No,
yikes.
you could not tweet that those entire quotes.
All right.
Did you
We're set.
make any determination if there was an online bullying campaign against Mr. Depp after Ms. Heard's op-ed?
I didn't look into any online bullying campaign for Ms. Heard nor Mr. Depp.
Did you determine if there were tweets harassing Mr. Depp that quoted from Ms. Heard's op-ed?
No, my assignment was to determine if the Waldman statements were part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell provided. I was rebutting him.
And in your
And I
analysis
understood
of-
the assignment.
when you testified before,
And I actually
you never
did the
looked to
assignment
see if
correctly.
The op-ed was quoted anywhere, correct?
They is Mr. Needlehoff's cat.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
About Mr. Needlehoff's cat. The reason that comes up, if you've watched,
All right, questions withdrawn. Next question.
they're trying to save time. That was a time saver.
You
Oh,
have
yeah.
no objection to Ms. Arnold's use of
Oh, yeah.
comparables, correct?
And
the
they're
use
trying to
of
say
comparables
that the
in general.
Waldman statements are the problem. And now he's saying, did you do this other
listened
thing or
to
this
her
other thing?
testimony, and my
And he's
understanding
like,
that
no,
she
you want
abandoned,
about Waldman. I'll give you Waldman.
that approach. But
Sorry.
as it relates
But
to
yeah,
my testimony
that's funny.
today, my opinion was related
I love it.
to
It's
those
pretty funny.
specific alleged comparable actors, that they were not comparable.
You're not offering an opinion. as
Again,
to who
they're
the
stating that
appropriate
fact
comparables
over and over and over.
should be to Ms.
Non-comparable,
Heard,
non-comparable, non-comparable.
Yep.
And
If they attack his methodology, they attack their own expert's methodology.
You testified just
they need to
before
be
about
mindful.
the Q scores of Ms. Heard.
Okay, you heard it
and
from the lawyer
and
herself.
comparables. That was
If they attack his
in
methodology,
Plaintiff's Exhibit
I guess they go
1296,
against their
correct?
experts, which I don't see how, but okay.
I don't know what
You're asking.
1296 means.
I don't know what you're asking.
The demonstrative in front of you.
Mine? Yes, that's correct.
And you said that those were all for the winter of 2019?
I said Ms. Heard's were from the winter of 2019.
Because isn't it true that none of the rest of these people were from the winter of 2019, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, Mr. Memo was from the summer of 2020?
That's correct. Not all alleged comparable actors had Q scores for that date. What was important for me is to get Ms. Heard's Q scores right after Aquaman, but before the Waldman statements.
So you weren't comparing apples to apples, correct?
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that it's not
Look, he
the
had a
exact same
methodology.
years.
And he told you what the
Well, so
methodology was.
In the winter of 2019, that Q score comes out, that the field work dates for that is from January 22nd, 2019 to February 7th, 2019 correct?
That is correct.
I almost don't even
So
care what
that
his
would
methodology
be
is. It's just nice
start-
to hear he
so
had
the field
one.
work would be starting almost immediately after Aquaman just came out.
What do you mean by field work?
Yeah, and her Star is Born moment, yes.
You'd agree that for the winter of 2020, where you took Jason Momoa's Q score, would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman, correct?
Well, actually, if I use Miss Arnold's suggestion, the celebrities tend to have, the celebrity moment right after they have their breakout film.
Oh, shit.
So I disagree with that. I think maybe his Q scores could be lower as
Boom.
it relates to when I use them.
Boom.
You'd agree
He
that
just
for the
used their
winter
own
of
witness
2020,
against
Mr.
them?
Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman.
I don't know if it accounts for the rise of popularity. Again, using Miss Arnold's words, usually a Q score will be the highest right after the film, like I did measure Miss Heard.
All right. Do you show?
Mr. Needlehoff, could you please not approach when I have a cracker in my mouth? It's making it really hard for me to give commentary. I'm just trying to have some lunch, but thank you. But this witness watched their expert testimony and is very well prepared. You're not seeing him get defensive on the stand. You're not seeing
Nope.
him get upset. You're seeing him just say, well, actually, if you look at it that way, this.
177.
He's just very calm,
Very
cool,
professional.
collected.
I don't see
Exactly,
pages
yeah,
that
she said
would be
very
handed in.
professional, and that's how he has to be. You gotta
Four
be
pages.
different from Amber
4 pages
Turd's
per-
witnesses.
Don't get
Oh, yes,
snippy,
thank you.
Mr. Needlehoff. Just tell him where the page number is. He's like, I don't see page
And I
number,
asked
whatever.
you at line 6
I
through
think
10,
Needlehoff's annoyed he has to waste time.
you'd agree that for the
I think Needlehoff's
winter of
annoyed that
2020,
they don't
Jason
have
Momoa's
time.
Q score would have more time to account for the rise of popularity in the film Aquaman, and you answered yes.
At that time, as I am a rebuttal expert to Ms. Arnold, based on her testimony, I've learned something new from her.
I've taken in new
And
information.
you didn't look at Ms. Heard's Q score for summer of
It's not the
2020,
same
correct?
as
She
I
doesn't have
stated.
any.
And Ms. De Armas had a lower familiarity score than Ms. Heard, correct?
If I don't have that in front of me, but if you're saying that, yes.
Okay. And Ms. De Armas's career trajectory has gone up since the summer of 2020, correct?
I don't know. I didn't analyze her career trajectory.
Okay.
He wasn't asked to.
Could we
Exactly.
Could you put up plaintiff's
You're-
trial exhibit
I mean,
1297?
the assignment
That's trial
was
exhibit 1297.
to rebut
Oh, do we
about
only have red jelly beans today?
Catherine Arnold's statements on
What
Adam
kind of jelly
Waldman.
beans are there? I'm questioning. Why are the red ones outside of
Why
the
would he go
jelly bean
over?
container? I have questions
Like,
about
yeah,
the candy.
he did
Mr.
because
Armas
he had
has
to because of Catherine Arnold.
less
But
Instagram
why would he go
followers than
over
Ms. Heard,
Ana
correct?
de Armas?
Correct.
She's not the person in the case.
Ms. Heard has more than double the Instagram followers of.
Oh
Ms.
my
Armas,
God!
correct?
Really, we're going into
Yes.
Instagram?
And isn't it
Why?
true you get more social media followers the longer you're on social media?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. It doesn't work that way. It depends on many other factors.
So Ms. De Armas had a lower familiarity score and less Instagram followers, yet your testimony is that she would not be a proper comparable to Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Because it's not the followers
And you're
that
not
matters.
offering a different set of people.
There's
who
a
should be
bunch of other
comparables, correct?
circumstances and
That's
elements
Okay, thank you.
that matter. Come on, Needlehoff.
Now, you understand that Mr. Waldman has been banned from Twitter for life for harassing Amber Heard, correct?
I don't think that states the testimony, and I don't think
know that.
assumes
But
facts,
if
not
that's
in
the
evidence.
case-
They should have objected.
Yeah, they should have.
And
And
you understand that
also,
Mr.
it
Waldman
wasn't for
appealed the
harassing
decision
Amber
to
Heard.
Twitter,
It was for speaking
and
the
they
fucking truth,
confirmed his ban
motherfucker.
for
That's
life?
why
They
it
didn't
was.
say
Your
why.
Honor. May we approach on this one? Okay.
It assumes facts.
There you
Ooh,
go.
I was about to put food in my mouth. It assumes facts, not in evidence, why he was banned for life. Because during Waldman's testimony, what he said is, they did not tell me why I was banned for life. And so you can't just
I know
say you
exactly
understand
why
he
he was banned for life.
harassing
It was
Ms.
because he
Heard.
was telling the
A,
truth.
it's
But again, he
outside the
did tell the
scope,
court.
and B,
I wasn't ever told.
he didn't
And he was
testify
submitting
why,
emails
and
and
they
letters to
didn't know
Twitter
why.
asking about that. And they still haven't told him why.
So I think he can testify about Twitter, but not why. So that's the issue I have, is the why.
Elon
Agree that
Musk,
in looking at
please
Mr.
bring back
Schmidt,
Adam
that
Waldman.
65% of the uses of negative hashtags relating to Ms. Heard occurred between April 1st, 2020 and June 15th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that 5 of the 6 highest spikes of the negative hashtags were after the Depp Waldman statements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where you talked about the February 2020 spike, and the 65%, by the way, even includes the February 2020 spike of tweets, correct?
That's correct. Well, there was no spike in Feb 2020 during the Waldman statements.
Well, the spike in February 2020 was before the Waldman statements, right?
I would have you. Can we pull up the chart again if you want to talk about the spikes?
Sure. Can you put up 1294? Number one.
Number
like,
one.
please don't make
yeah,
me
that
sit
spike
here and wait.
happened before the Waldman statements.
Okay. And there was hardly any activity in negative hashtags until February 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And you understand that the spike in February 2020 was related to the partial tape that Mr. Waldman and Mr. Depp leaked to the Daily Mail,
Oh.
right?
They brought up the audio.
I'm
Great.
aware that the articles were related to Heard admitting to hitting Depp.
And you understand that Mr. Waldman testified
Heard
that
admitting
Mr.
to hitting
Depp-
Depp.
Mr.
Oh,
Waldman met with the
boy.
Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape to the Daily Mail.
Thanks,
Objection,
Needlehoff.
Your Honor.
That's outside the scope. That assumes
He's
facts,
talking
not in
about-
evidence.
He talked about what
What's-
the number one
what-
related
what-
to.
Sorry, lack of foundation. And
I'm asking if he knows or he doesn't.
Facts, not in evidence.
So what's important to me is the fact that this spike is prior to the
Sir,
Waldman
sir,
statements.
do you know if you know
Stop
if Mr.
interrupting
Waldman
him.
testified that Mr. Depp and he met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape
No,
in February of 2020? You don't know one way or the
it's
other.
irrelevant to my opinion.
Okay. And the spike
There you
in
go.
July of 2020 came right after the last defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
The July spike, which is number 2, is not related to the Waldman statements, and there are articles related to abuse between Heard and Depp and feces found in Depp's bed.
And that's based on Google searches you did?
That's
Articles
correct.
related.
Okay. And the July spike in time came after the June 27th, 2020 defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And 5 of the 6 spikes came after the defamatory statements, correct?
After the Waldman statements, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified before that
sounds
you
rushed.
eliminated
Cheeto
shares
sounds
and likes
rushed.
of the Depp Waldman
Well, he
statements
sounds
from your
rushed
analysis,
because he doesn't
right?
have enough time. He's got to be careful on how he's using it.
Repeat that, please.
Did you say that you eliminated shares and likes of tweets that included the Depp Waldman statements?
That's correct. When I was doing my analysis, I noticed the exact same text was a part of many of these tweets.
Don't shares and likes disseminate the negative information?
That's quite possible.
It assumes it's negative, but they disseminate the information. But that's good questioning again, to
you
keep framing it the way you want to
agree,
frame it,
right,
which is
that
fair.
use of the term Waldman or
No, I haven't
Waldmanian
heard the
occurred
question of
over
what if any.
25% of the time
What if
in the
any?
negative tweets
I haven't heard that. I want to
toward
be
Miss
upset.
Heard from
No, I
April
don't. I really
2020
don't.
through
I really
January
don't.
2021.
Heard's
correct?
team's not saying
Although
allegedly
it's irrelevant to this case,
because
it has
Depp's team's
nothing to
not
do with the
objecting.
Waldman statements. That's what Mr.
They believe they're
Schnell says.
defamatory.
You don't disagree with you don't disagree
process.
with the search results, correct?
Although has nothing to do with this case or the Waldman statements, I do not disagree.
So if people are tweeting about Adam Waldman or Waldmanian at the same time as tweeting negative hashtags about Amber Heard,
Waldmanian doesn't matter.
It's your testimony that they have nothing to
doesn't.
do with this case.
The hashtags have nothing to do with this case.
Boom.
That's what you're saying.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And even if they include the negative hashtags with Mr. Waldman's name and Waldmanian, you're saying they have nothing to do with the defamatory statements.
All 4 hashtags that Snell used had nothing to do with the Waldman statements.
That's right.
Waldman himself has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. We're talking about the Waldman statements here. Waldmanian, I don't even know what that is, but again, it has nothing to do with this case, and it's not related to the Waldman statements. That's what's important.
And the reason you're
Exactly.
saying they're
They
not
keep
related
asking
to the
it even
Waldman
though it's
statements
not.
is because someone didn't literally copy what Adam Waldman said in the Daily Mail and tweet it out.
I don't think
Well,
that's
I
what he's
looked
saying.
at enough tweets that included the name Waldman that have nothing to do with anything negative or the Waldman statement.
No, they must
I
have,
mean,
had,
Mr.
they must have
Wald-
had to have the negative hashtags toward Ms. Heard, because the only way that those would have been in the data you looked at would have had the negative hashtags toward Ms.
No,
Heard.
that was an
wasn't
assumption.
it was looking at that universe.
Exactly.
correct?
No.
Well, first of all, I don't
Negative.
agree that justice for Johnny Depp is a negative
Keep
hashtag
saying it.
towards Amber Heard. So listen,
That's
the
right.
assignment was to
Presumption.
determine if the tweets that Mr. Schnell presented
Keep saying it.
were
Hashtag
related
justice for
or
Johnny
included
Depp.
the Waldman statements.
In your review of
I
the
read it
tweets
on this
related
live
to Ms.
stream.
Heard,
I don't
you cannot point to
agree
any
with
that
that
were
assumption.
positive toward Ms. Heard, correct?
Again, I was not looking for that.
And you did not review the hashtag Johnny
You didn't
Justice
not.
for Johnny Depp during the time frame from April 1st, 2020 to January 1st, 2020 to see if there were any that were not negative toward Ms. Heard.
I did not look into anything as it relates
That
to
question was confusing the way he
anything
asked
other
it.
than what relates to the Waldman statements. That's what's at issue here today as we sit in court.
And you didn't form any statistical analysis to rule out the Waldman statement's impact on the hashtags, correct?
Correct.
You did not analyze whether media and press coverage other than the Waldman statements affected Ms. Heard's career.
That
correct?
wasn't his
That's a
assignment.
rebuttal. He's a rebuttal
Looking
witness.
at
He's a rebuttal. exactly. He's there to
the
rebut
exhibit
Catherine
that's in
Arnold.
front of you, where you have the numbers here, those you said are related
And
to Google,
Ron
Google
Chanel.
searches?
The 1 through 6?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And can we put up plaintiff's 888?
Not your post-it, Needlehoft. Let's put up 888, whatever it is. You guys keep asking in the chat how much time is left
And
for
we can
Team
start
Heard.
one. Do you
The court
understand
will
that your
determine that at the end of the day, and we'll share it at the end of the day.
Oh, thanks.
He's rushed because
And
they don't have a ton of time.
888, it's page
So he
76.
can't take as much time as he
These
wants.
are
He can't go
the
slow if
documents
he
you relied
wants.
upon for your
And
opinion
he's
today.
asking senseless questions. Well, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. Yeah, because they're not
And
a part of
he's
my
gonna
assignment.
have to take a look
And
to look
I
at
would
them.
manage the time a little bit better if I were him,
where it has the
right?
different
'Cause,
letters.
I mean, if you don't
These
have
are
the time,
searches,
you're screwed.
That you
And
ran.
yes,
for
that's
the
exactly why he's
various
rushed.
Time frames and the articles that came up for numbers 1 through 6, correct?
No, I mean, obviously document 1A is the Heard supplemental expert witness disclosure. These are documents that I used throughout the time I've been working on this project. So these aren't related to those 1 through 6 numbers.
Okay. These are documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
These are documents that I relied upon when I presented my designation.
For your opinion today, that you're offering today?
Yeah, these are the documents that, yes, I've relied on throughout this case.
Okay. And actually, Michelle, could you turn in this designation to,
Not if you don't tell her she can't.
uh,
So this is the designation that they're talking about. The
how he's not
designation is
prepared.
what this
Hold on one
expert
second.
said that they were going to be testifying about, and that evidence.
Just scroll down.
Why is my mouse being funny? Sorry.
Scroll down. I don't know where I'm going, but I'll tell you when, I guess.
So again,
Let's keep going.
they are looking for something in the expert designation. I will be interested to see what they're looking for, but it's going to his presumptions. The double-edged sword is he's a
This
rebuttal
was the chart you
witness,
provided with your
and this is
designation
rebuttal. It's different.
for your opinions in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's similar to the chart that we had before with the 1 through 6, correct?
That's correct.
And where it has the various boxes, it's talking about documents 6E through 6H, for instance, related to Depp wanting to have Heard replaced on Aquaman. see that?
Yes.
And you prepared this chart, correct?
Yeah, this was part of my designation.
I'd like to have this page as a demonstrative.
Your Honor, I do have an objection, if I
Mhm.
might be heard.
That's right.
Mhm. All right, so here's the needle that Needlehoff has to thread. Yes, I did that on purpose. Needlehoff has to make sure that when he is trying to roast this expert's presumptions, that he's not roasting his own expert, because Banya, as a rebuttal witness, they can't get into his earlier testimony. He's been crossed on that. They can only get into the rebuttal. And so he is relying on what their expert did for dealing with it, which is why he said, no, that expert presumed hashtag justice for Johnny Depp was negative. I don't accept that presumption. And in fact, I'm telling you why I'm not accepting some of these presumptions. So if they start to attack his methodology, they could accidentally undermine their own methodology. But having the expert designation as a demonstrative is a very odd request, and I will be interested to see how it goes. So with that, I'm going to pull up real quick a few questions and ask while they are at sidebar. I'm sure Needlehoff is trying to rush through this because time matters. Question: wouldn't attorneys like Depp's team pursue this case only if there was the highest probability that he would win? I don't think so in this case. Also, I have similar traits to JD's. The Amber Heard type drives me insane. Thank you, Carol, for sharing your experience. No, I think there's a lot of reasons to bring this case. I think they have to have some belief that they might win, but I also think that they wanted this case to play out in public. They wanted to tell their side of the story, and Depp said he wanted to clear his name, and I think that was the big part of this case. So this was always a tough case to win. So I think that they go into this knowing that the highest probability in this case is that they lose.
I just had to put it down for a little bit just because I wanted to say this. Even if Amber Heard doesn't pay the money, which I think she should, she needs an actual consequence. Johnny Depp definitely cares about clearing his name. He's only 58 years old. So yes, he is a little older, but he is only 58, like I said, and he has a couple more decades left, if not 3, of being in movies. I don't know about 3, but 2 for sure. So I think that, even if Amber Heard doesn't pay at least the world would know if he wins. Hey, she was lying. And it's no longer my opinion anymore. It's no longer a he said, she said. The jury said she was lying. And they awarded me X amount of money. Because they might say, hey, yeah, Johnny Depp could win. But we don't think that he should get $50 million. Right? They might also say, hey, we think he should win. But we think that he should get $50 million. It is possible also that they could say, Amber Heard will win. But she doesn't get $100 million. She gets less than that. Or she gets $100 million. Or they could say, both of you, fuck off, you suck, whatever, get out of here. I don't know that that's the result that they're going to go for. Because, and the latter result, the last one. Because they've been here for 6 effing weeks. You're going to take 6 weeks of my time? Oh, hell no, I'm coming out with a result.
Pursuit. It might just be, I want my side heard. It might be strategy. It might be headline. There's a ton of reasons to choose it. But I don't know
here we
if
go into court.
that was the serve that
Mr.
they think
Banya.
it is. Yep, they're moving on. They're not getting into that. If they
No.
were, they would have put it up immediately. So the court was
Other
like,
than
no, sir. No, sir. Yeah, he's pissed because he lost his request.
He lost his request. He's mad, and he had a point to prove, I guess. And he,
I don't think
he
Johnny
couldn't
Depp
do
cares
it.
about the $50
So as
million.
I
agree.
understand it,
You know,
your
and yeah, Johnny Depp's got a
I
lot of
agree
money.
that
I
the
don't
way
really
to
think he
determine
cares about
that
the money.
the tweets were not related to the Waldman
No, he does
statements
look
was
pissed.
that you looked at time and then you ran certain Google searches, correct?
Way to show your professionalism,
I
looking
didn't see if
pissed
he
like
stomped
that.
his foot. I'll go
The top
look.
3 hits came up.
Correct.
And then you looked through the article to see if the Waldman statements were there?
So as it relates to any trending event, any defamation that's happened online, any allegations of economic loss because something went viral, going to Google, looking at the spikes in time and going back
you,
in time
Time
to
to
see
Life.
what was happening on those
Appreciate it.
top 3 sites will give you an indication
Thank you.
of the best results that were being served at that time. So something viral that's happening would appear most likely in those top 3 results.
And just so the record's clear, if we could go back to page 76 of this document.
The thing that's interesting with the expert is he is not allowing
Number
Niederhoff's
6A
rising pace and agitation
through
to raise his
6N
pace and
going to the
agitation.
next page.
He's not rising in the moment.
Those are the headlines of the
He's
searches
just-
that you found?
Correct.
He's just answering the questions.
And you don't disagree that that negative tweets toward Ms. Heard have continued throughout the analysis of the tweets, correct?
How do you determine negative?
I'm not looking at whether they're negative tweets or those hashtags are negative. I'm determining if those tweets are related to the Waldman statements.
Well, okay, and you have no
Understood
opinion whether the tweets were
the
positive or
assignment.
negative towards Ms. Heard. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I'm just analyzing whether or not they're related to the Waldman statements.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Understood the assignment.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Banya.
Thank you.
I think that DUI guy's in there today. He's right there.
Okay, so no
He
further
stomped.
questions.
I'll have to go
no
ba- I'll go
further
back and
questions
look.
for this witness.
Oh.
Okay. A recess.
Do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Sorry. We'll just take a short break.
Turn your mic on, Judge A. Something's going on. There's
That's
no
weird
way
that
they
they
would be
would do a
taking a break
recess.
this early. What is happening?
Something's going on in court that
No,
we don't know
tell
about.
us. Tell us, Rebecca. We want to know. Something is happening. I didn't see him.
How
pop
much
his foot.
you
If
wanna
they take
bet
a break,
it's
I'll
freaking
rewind
Kate
it and we'll
Moss?
look at it.
How much
together.
you wanna bet?
I don't know why they're taking a break.
I'm
Something
hoping
is
it
up.
is.
I hope they are.
All right. So just so that we're on the same page, you can have a seat.
Let's listen up here.
Judge A, I want to be on the same
Standing
page.
motion.
Tell us what's happening.
All right. Just so we're on the
Ooh,
same
time.
page with
Give us
Mr.
time.
Knight's testimony. Actually, could Mr. Knight go back out?
We need to talk about you,
Please.
sir. Please leave.
Please leave. We're going to talk a bunch of shit.
So they're
We don't
dealing
want
with
you to hear
evidentiary issues. That's why they let the jury take the break earlier.
All right. All right. So we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. There is a rule on witnesses. However, Mr. Knight's a rebuttal witness. The purpose of excluding witnesses from the courtroom,
Oh,
usually it's a courtroom, is to deprive a later witness of the opportunity to shape testimony to correspond with that of an earlier witness.
Something's going on.
The issue we have here, obviously, if it was a direct witness in the direct testimony, you had time to do a rule on witnesses, let them know about the rule on witnesses. With a rebuttal witness, it's a little different because they didn't know they were going to be a witness. You didn't know they were going to be a witness. I understand that part. The problem is the courtroom in this particular case appears to be the world. So
Yes.
what we have to do here is I'm going to do a voir dire, and I'll allow both sides to ask questions as well of Mr. Knight to see what he has seen of the case. And I'm just going to use the factors that the case law in Virginia uses, which the factors to consider, because the court does have broad discretion to permit or prohibit a witness to testify in this particular circumstance.
I'm very curious.
So the factors
to see
I'm
what's
going to
on
consider
here.
is if the impropriety was
So hopefully
intentional.
Emily can explain
which
this.
we'll find out. The prejudice attached to it. Also, if the excluded witness learned about substantive aspects of the case from an earlier testifying witness, and whether that knowledge had any effect on his or her testimony. So those are the three factors I'm going to look at in weighing this decision. So keep that in mind when you do your voir dire. And it's my understanding that the evidence that Mr. Knight will testify only relates to Hicksville. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Now we can have Mr. Knight.
Okay. I'm going to try to talk really fast. Here's what it sounds like is happening. Mr. Knight, the next witness that's coming up to testify, has something to do with the Hicksville trailer park incident. It is clear that this witness was not given or has seen things on social media. So they are going to voir dire this witness about what they might have seen about
Mr. Knight, if you could come
court.
forward.
So the lawyers
To be
in the
sworn.
court are going to get to ask this witness question to see if this witness is allowed to testify before the jury based on what they've seen on social media. If YouTube comes up, I'm going to fucking die. But this is going on with social media. This is a witness to Hicksville, but the court.
What we're doing is I'm just going to ask you a few questions outside the
It's gonna
presence of the jury.
explain.
Then the attorneys are going to ask you a few questions.
This is
okay?
very
And I'm going to have
interesting.
you step back outside after that.
I
okay?
am very interested.
All right. What's your
This
full
is
name, sir?
Crazy.
Morgan Higby Knight.
Okay, you don't have to be that close. All right. All right. How do you spell your last name?
Night.
Okay. All right. And
So the
sir,
judge will ask questions first.
Before I can allow you to testify, I just want to ask you a few questions. Have you seen any
Let's go.
of the trial that's been going on for the past 6 weeks?
Approximately 5 weeks ago, a friend of mine texted me that Hicksville was mentioned, and I watched a little clip where
Okay.
it was mentioned.
Which clip did you watch?
I believe it was.
This is important because he might not be
somebody
allowed.
testifying about. I think it was the security guard testifying, maybe about Hicksville, or I forget exactly who was
This isn't
testifying.
going to be a big deal.
But it was something where Hicksville was mentioned, and
they
it
leaf
was about something about a wrist or something like that.
Jury is out of the
All right.
room.
And what did you do after that? At some point, did you get in contact with attorneys?
So I didn't reach out to them. I didn't really care.
Okay.
The innkeepers that worked at Hicksville before reached out to them and said, we saw some stuff that wasn't true. And then they asked, is it
Oh.
okay if I give the attorneys your phone number? So the attorneys reached out to me
Okay. And when did the attorneys reach out to you?
May 3rd.
May 3rd.
May
And you
3rd.
talked to the attorneys
Wow.
at that time?
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
This is at the
Wow.
beginning.
Okay.
Not Camille, but Geraldine.
Not
Okay.
Camille.
And
Camille's
then
famous.
Not Camille.
have you seen any other parts of the trial?
No, she instructed me not to watch anything about it.
Oh, I think he might get in.
About Hicksville or not, so I've been
Since May
keeping
3rd.
off the internet and turning off anything that seems to be like it's on social media. So I just don't watch any of that.
Wow.
All right.
Whoa.
And questions?
He might get in. This is a Depp rebuttal witness.
Damn
So,
if he gets
Mr.
in.
Knight, you were contacted by
Oh,
an
shit.
attorney for Mr. Depp on May 3rd.
Yes,
Okay. And you said it was Carolyn?
Geraldine.
Geraldine. Oh, Yerlin. I got it. Okay.
Yerlin, okay.
And
I
what?
think it's pronounced Geraldine.
Okay. Can you tell us the conversation you had with her at that time?
We're gonna go back and forth on how it's
Just
pronounced.
asked me my recollection of the evening, and I told her, and she said,
Not Elaine
"Okay,
pronouncing
would you mind
shit wrong.
testifying?" And I said, "Sure." And
Oh,
she
Elaine.
said, "Okay, well then we're not sure if we're going to call you or not, but just in case, please don't watch anything having to do with the case." And I said, I will do.
You guys, this is so interesting. I can't believe this is
Holy
happening.
shit.
Now, how is it that
Oh
This is
my
happening because
God.
this trial
to your
was
best
televised.
knowledge, how is it that
Yes, so even
Carolyn
if he didn't
was
see it on
able
the
to
internet,
get hold of
it could be the
How
news.
did she know
That's
that you knew
speculative.
something?
So, like I said, two of my innkeeper and my manager had reached out to her team, I think through email. And one of them texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we give Geraldine
This
your phone number?
happened because this trial is televised.
You
That's why this
also
witness is here.
communicated on Twitter, did you not, about this case?
Yeah, 2 weeks prior to Geraldine reaching out to me, someone had made a comment about something that happened by the fire pit, and I said, that's not my recollection. I didn't see, that's not what I saw.
So who was it that made a comment about something
the
that
fuck
happened
if I
at the
know?
fire
It's
pit?
Twitter.
So once I was told about the fact that Hicksville was mentioned, I went and did a Twitter search of Hicksville trailer. So it was, I don't know who it was, but I was just like, what are they saying about Hicksville? And so that was why I did a search, just to see, because it was weird and fascinating, because the night to me wasn't that remarkable.
This is
in
a
the context
witness
of all the different experiences I've had at the trailer palace.
who is a surprise.
So explain to
Very
me,
big
please,
surprise.
what you mean
I'll
by
break it down
you
at a break.
did a trailer search.
So
said
if
a
you go to
search,
Twitter and
Elaine.
you put in keywords and do a search, all the tweets regarding that subject come up, or anything.
Oh,
with those
my heart is
keywords in it.
racing.
So
I did not see this coming
that
at
is
all.
how I
Yeehaw!
found the tweet that I replied to.
Okay.
Guys.
And how many tweets did you find that
Do I hear this?
Hicksville when you did that trailer search?
Fuck is he supposed to
Probably
remember
like
that
5 or
Elaine?
6. I only replied to
Oh.
one of them.
Really? That's it?
And what do you recall those tweets saying about Hicksville?
The one that I replied to said that there was some incident by the fire pit, and Johnny was yelling at Amber, and I replied that I didn't see that. I was there all night, and I was working that night, so I didn't see anything like that.
So your best recollection on that one was that somebody said somebody was testifying that Johnny was yelling at Amber?
Yeah, and I believe grabbed her or something along those lines.
Do you recall who said Johnny was yelling at Amber and grabbed her?
I have no idea. It was a stranger, so I didn't really pay attention to who was writing it.
All right, and you said that you responded to it. How did you respond to it?
On Twitter.
I
That's
said
the tweet
that's
we're talking about.
not what happened. I was there all night. Yeah, basically. I'm
That-
paraphrasing. It was a
Did
few
you
months ago.
say anything about what you thought happened?
I'm gonna
I
mute
just said
myself,
that
ladies
didn't
and gentlemen.
happen. I
The
didn't
leaf
say
blowers are too loud.
what- I believe I said maybe something along the lines of, from what I saw, Amber was the one acting jealous, not Johnny.
Wow.
And you said this to one of the tweets.
Yes.
He
Do you
tweeted it.
recall whether that was the Umbrella Man?
I don't recall. That's a ridiculous name, though.
Okay. So tell me about the other 5.
No,
tweets
justice
that you
for
recall
Tug,
seeing when you
the
got your
Umbrella
tweet
Man.
Search.
I think they were similar in nature, but I don't specifically remember the details of them. That was pretty much the only one I remembered, and that's the only one I replied to.
Do you remember anything about the other 5 and what was said?
No.
When you said that somebody told you about a security guard, what was your understanding of what the security guard said?
Wow.
I got a text that somebody in the trial had said.
Is this real life?
That they were talking about Trailer Palace during the trial. And so that's what led me to go on Twitter and do a search.
He worked there.
And did you have any communications with the 2 innkeepers about what you knew or what you thought?
No, I haven't talked to them in years, and
So-
still haven't regarding the case.
So how is it that the
Wow.
innkeepers then contacted you and said, do you mind if
Wow.
we give you the
Wow.
telephone number to
Wow.
the attorneys?
Because they still have me in their phone, and Christy, who was the manager at the time, is the one that texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we pass this along? Mr. Depp's attorneys want to talk to you.
Wow.
Do you mind if we pass what along?
Your phone number.
Right, but how is it that, what is the communication you had with the innkeepers?
That communication,
that
Elaine,
even led
they
them
texted.
to understand that you believed you had knowledge about
This doesn't happen.
the Hicksville incident.
We're not here, but for
There
this
was no
being televised.
conversation. They knew because they were both working that same night. Jenna was the innkeeper and she was there along with me that night. Christy was the one who texted me and she had come in the following morning for her shift. And I slept over. I was live-in innkeeper that night.
So
I want to go to
I'm trying to
Hicksville.
understand. So just based on the fact that 7 years ago, they happened to know that you were working that night.
9 years ago, and it's because I was there
Okay.
with them.
My math, well.
It's because I remembered Johnny
2022
Depp coming to
right
where
now,
I
and that
fucking work.
What year? Oh, that was
2013.
2013. You're right. Okay.
I still
So,
remember Michael Keaton coming
how
into
is
where
it
I
that
worked.
Out of the blue, they remembered 9 years
And I was-
ago that you
I don't
worked
know,
there that night and that you might have
16
some
years ago?
knowledge.
I mean, to be honest, like we do.
I will try
get,
and keep the sound out. as much as
celebrities
possible.
sometimes.
Yeah, you
but
had the hype house there.
it
I saw it on the show.
was, it's not that unmemorable. It's not like it's any other
This
night
is
of the
crazy
week.
shit.
Johnny
So I'm
fucking
sure they
Depp,
remembered the
Elaine.
specifics of that night.
Elaine is just
Had
asking
Mr.
borderline
Depp's
stupid
attorneys
questions.
ever
I mean,
attempted to
overly stupid
contact you
questions.
before?
No,
Had you
They
ever
didn't know he
attempted to
existed.
contact Mr. Depp's attorneys before?
no, I had no interest.
All right.
So
Have
many
you had
notes.
any conversations with Mr.
This is
Depp's attorneys
fascinating.
other than the one you described with Geraldine?
Since
Yes.
I met with Camille last night.
All right. And what was that conversation? Please describe.
I just
Tell
went
me what you
through,
remember.
the story again that I had told Geraldine.
Mm-hmm.
And let's hear what that story was.
You want me to go through
Yes.
the whole story?
Your Honor, we would object to attorney
Yep.
work product.
There's no attorney work product.
No, I'll overrule that.
All right.
Woman, double
They
standard.
don't know about this witness because this is rebuttal where shit gets
Go ahead,
real.
Yeah, sure.
They don't know. They don't have a witness statement. They don't have a depo. They're flying
I
blind.
described like them getting to the trailer palace.
Elaine's trying to figure out what is happening.
Me showing them around, the interactions I had when I was on duty with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, how the evening progressed throughout the night, the levels of drinking and drug use that I witnessed,
Wow.
what the state of the damaged trailer the next morning, and basically just the details that I
The jury's
I
not
had
there for
only,
this.
God,
Jury's
I
on break.
total.
Holy
45
shit!
minutes
If
to an
I
hour
was the
with
jury,
Mr.
I'd be
Depp,
going, "What the fuck is going on?"
throughout the entire course of the night.
This is
So
crazy, man.
recollection of those events.
Chat,
during
I'm
that
loving celebrity sightings at work. Keep going.
And
love it.
what did Ms. Vasquez say to you?
Vasquez.
Your Honor, this is beyond, we object on the
That's
grounds that it's
work
beyond
product.
the scope of the voir dire.
No,
That's just
I think
limited to the
whatever
three
she
criteria.
said.
Hey, Elaine,
May I
don't
finish
argue,
stating
you
my-
bitch.
Elaine.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
The objection is that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire. Your Honor enumerated the three criteria which are relevant here. And this is a rebuttal witness, so
Your Honor, whatever Ms. Vasquez shared with him is
No.
going to be very important.
It's
here
work
because they
product,
knew by
Elaine.
This time he was going to be a witness. So
Well, that was
What-
last night. So how
Right.
does that fit into one of the three factors of deciding?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
one of the three factors,
If
you're
this
on that
would-
approach so that the witness doesn't hear.
Okay, that's fine.
If holy shit, this is
Wow.
a day in court, people.
This is exciting. I'm loving this shit.
If this witness gets to testify, then he will testify like a normal witness. Right now, they are arguing or litigating over whether or not this witness will get to testify. This is a witness that seems to rebut Amber Heard's side of the story. A neutral witness didn't want to be a part of this, but none of this counts against time. This is litigation. This is not witness questioning. The
Mr.
judge
Knight,
asked for voir dire.
did Ms. Vasquez provide you with any information?
So we'll see if he testifies.
That anyone had testified to or
That's a fair question.
said
Yes,
at
it
any
is.
point?
Narrowly tailored.
No, she didn't talk about anything except for asking me my experience and just getting a clear understanding of what my experience was. She didn't mention anything outside of the scope of what I saw, and just asked me for the facts and told me
to tell the truth.
Just tell the truth and let me know, you know.
Do you know what
you
any
always
of the
tell a witness,
witnesses
tell the
said
truth.
in this trial?
About, I mean, outside of what
My
I
heart's
described
racing.
earlier with the, a friend of mine texting
Where's
someone who was
Hicksville
talking about
located, by the
Trailer
way?
Palace, I do not.
Do
one's
you
gonna tell me.
know
I'm rooting for this
whether
guy to come
any of the
in.
Witnesses testified about any jealousy.
Other than the tweet that I replied to, no.
That I love this dude.
Me too.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
I feel like
Do you
he's
have any
genuine.
questions? All right, sir, if you could have a seat back outside the courtroom.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh,
That'd
Depp's
be my
team's
boss.
not asking any
Yes, you can leave your
questions.
water.
Okay.
Hmm.
I love seeing you guys talking about work. So I used to work at a sporting goods store, and that's where Michael Keaton came in. But Julia Louis-Dreyfus came in quite regularly. She was so lovely in person. So it was really fun. At the DA's office, there were more celebrities, but I love seeing the celebrity sightings. Why aren't they doing this on mic? Let him out and do it on mic. We want to know what the court's deciding. I really want this witness to come in just because I love the rebuttal. Trial's not predictable. Who knew? And this is a moment that
I did not
happened
know this was coming.
because this case is being televised. I want to see the judge's face here. I'm going to make this big because I am not important in this moment. This is important. Oh my goodness. The judge is like, no, Elaine. Look at the eyebrows. No, Elaine.
Uh-oh.
That's not how this works. I think this witness comes in.
Holy
I want
shit.
this
If this
to come
witness
I
comes
think this
in, ladies
witness
and
comes in,
gentlemen,
but
I'm
this
gonna
is the Perry
scream!
Mason moment. This is the
I'm gonna
surprise
scream if
witness.
this witness comes
is
in because
the people at the trailer park are
Oh!
like, we were there. That's not how that went down.
Oh
And
my God.
reached out to Depp's attorneys and said, that's not how that went down. And so he said, the only thing I saw on social media was this little bit, and that's not going to color his testimony. He
Nope.
saw a little bit
He
and
saw
then
a
reached
small
out to the
clip,
attorneys, and the attorneys
and he doesn't even
said,
remember the clip.
do not look at anything else about the case. And he didn't. It goes to the factors that the judge already talked about. And the judge talked about, and I was writing it literally as fast as I could. The judge talked about the impropriety, like if they'd been ordered not to be on social media, not an issue here. They didn't know they'd be called. Any prejudice? I don't think there's any prejudice. The jury's already heard the testimony and they can cross-examine on it. The substantive issues and the knowledge, I think that this witness comes in. And if this witness comes in, it is this is why this witness is so good. It is a neutral third party.
Not a
that
friend,
was working
not
at
a family
Hicksville
member,
that
not a
just
staff member
talks
of Johnny Depp,
about
not a
what
co-star of
they
either of them,
saw.
not
for one side or the other.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if this is the person that helped clean up the trailer, but they were saying the damage
were
to the trailer is
damages.
not what they said it is. So having
Yeah,
someone
exactly.
who worked at Hicksville coming in and saying, you know, Amber Heard's friends, all of them talked about devastation to the trailer, to have the person who worked there, like Ben King, come in and say, I was responsible for dealing with it, and it literally wasn't all that.
I mean,
think
this
they're
is-
ruling against Elaine right now. I think that's what's happening.
I think this is
witness
crazy.
comes in.
If
the
they
jury's going to
rule
come back.
against
I knew when the
Elaine-
jury got sent out so early, it was going to be a big deal. And they
I
were
mean,
here to witness
the fact
to
that
see
it's
if
a-
they can come in on
neutral
rebuttal.
person,
and holy fucking
and if-
shit, this is happening right now. I can't wait to see. I think she's trying to explain to
And if
Elaine why
he
she's losing.
is-
And Ben
if-
Shoes,
if-
I think,
if
just
he
said,
is-
right.
Like,
This
that neutral,
is
right? And he's
a
gonna say
whole
that didn't
moment,
happen.
and I
Oh my God,
cannot
the
wait
jury.
to see
Oh my
how it goes.
God,
My goodness.
the jury's gonna go. Whoa.
I don't know if anybody's done on this, but again, if the jury looks at the third party witnesses, takes Depp and Heard out of it first and looks at the third party witnesses, this becomes a very strong witness. I still remember every
Especially
moment
a
of
witness
Patrick
who's got no
Swayze,
benefit.
Of course.
I
he would,
love
'cause
the way they
Patrick Swayze
prepared this
visiting my
witness.
office in 2001. Exactly. And this is what is so credible about this witness is it's like, it's not just a normal day at work when Captain Jack Sparrow ends up at your work and
When a
him and a whole
fucking
bunch of his friends are there
celebrity
for a birthday party.
and all
they're
his
all
rich
doing
friends are
fucking drugs.
exactly.
It's so Hollywood. I am fucking dying. Like
I'm
what is
excited,
happening?
man. I was like bored. I was
What
like,
if any
hey, it's a
reason
good court day.
am I losing
This
talent?
is
Well,
astonishing.
if they find the prejudice is too high to them,
Oh.
but it's not. I just don't think it is.
I have to.
Elaine's shaking her head because she's losing.
Yeah, she is.
Big mistake having
She's
this
not
guy
making
on
a
today
good
while
case.
studying. I don't know what that's talking about, but okay. I think I've probably distracted you for the day. I'm sorry. Question, what are the possible, it jumped. What are the possible outcomes of this trial? I talked about that earlier today. Everyone loses. The jury hangs. Oh, the court reporter can hear it. She was nodding. And Ben, she was smiling. It could be everyone loses. It could be that the jury can't reach a decision. It could be that one side or the other wins. Those are all of the possible outcomes. I sold pictures to Redmond at a theme park 20 years ago. We'll never forget that. And that wasn't a rowdy, drug-filled evening. Exactly. These are the things that humans remember when we have these odd interactions. There was, right around the time Jerry Maguire came out, I was driving near UCLA with my friends, and there was a movie premiere there. I don't think it was the Jerry Maguire movie premiere, but it could have been. And Cuba Gooding Jr. was driving by and he was waving out of the window, and we were like, oh, what? What's happening? What's happening?
All right. So based on weighing the factors, I'm going to allow.
Yes!
Oh my God!
I'm a big fan of Justice Judge A.
Oh!
Sidebar, I wouldn't have made him leave.
Yeah, she could have just done it in open court.
Oh!
We would have loved
This is
it if they had
happening!
just done it in open
Oh,
court. They wanted
shit!
to hear the lawyers argue. Let's go. Let's go. So they must have flown him out there.
So if you could just stay up, you could just stay there while we get the jury, okay?
On a wing and a
All right, are we
prayer.
ready
The
for
jury's
jury?
coming back in. Let's go. And this is the problem this is the problem for Team Heard. This shit can happen in rebuttal.
Just we're going to swear him in again in front of the jury, okay?
And they do not have a lot of time left. This is not helpful for their case and
this
for
is
apportioning the rest of their time.
detrimental
They do
to Amber
not
Heard.
have the
This
fucking
is
wiggle room to deal with this.
Absolute
Oh my God, Melanie,
madness.
you're so kind. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat. I'm glad I've made it fun. I'm having fun. I love this. I had to serve Robert Duvall his brunch once in a small town called.
This is.
Oh, it jumps. The chat jumps. The Plains, Virginia, and immediately turned into a mumbling fool, as I would.
Holy
do if,
crap!
As I sometimes.
Ladies
do
and
with,
gentlemen, boys
with
and girls.
celebrities and sometimes internet.
Holy shit!
I'm
I'm
Oh my
sorry.
God, Emily, I've been listening to your podcast since 2019.
But
One of the reasons why I started law
this
school,
witness,
Danielle.
Mr. Knight, is going
I'm
to
just
testify. He's a
so
neutral witness.
Shook.
Oh!
A mic drop
Thank you,
moment.
ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the interruption. You're going to notice as we get closer to the end of the testimony, you're probably going to have some more interruptions, and I apologize for that. There's just some matters we have to take up outside your presence, okay? All right, thank you. All right, your next witness.
Fuck.
All right, Mr. Knight, if you could come forward to be sworn.
Oh, and it's a Camille witness.
Ooh,
I feel like that's a
Camille's
double
got this
bonus.
one.
Also, we binged. Thank you.
Testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law.
Oh! Ah! Oh, I'm awake. I'm awake. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a neutral party. He saw the trailer park incident. If he
This poor guy must be
testifies
so nervous.
that no,
He seemed really
what
mellow
Amber
on
Heard
Twitter,
said didn't
though.
happen,
afternoon,
oh,
Mr.
said
Knight.
happened, didn't actually
Good
happen.
afternoon, Camille.
They're fucked.
Would
Good
you please state
afternoon,
your full
Camille.
name for the record?
Morgan Higby Knight.
He's all of us. Camille's
Mr. Knight,
great.
where are you from?
I live in Los Angeles, California.
And what do you do for a living?
So I currently own and run Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast in Idlewild, California. And I created and ran Hicksville Trailer Palace in Joshua Tree, California, starting in 2009.
Oh my God.
And how is Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast different from Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Did he say bed?
So
or
Hicksville
bud?
Pines Bud and Breakfast
Bud and
is
Breakfast? Bud and
up in the mountains of Idlewild, which is a beautiful like snow town above Palm Springs. And
Idlewild is lovely.
all the units are A-frames instead of trailers, which we have. It's obviously a very different climate than Joshua Tree, which is a desert area.
It sounds cute.
The rooms, which are themed at both places, are trailers, vintage trailers from the 50s through the 70s at Hicksville Trailer Palace.
This sounds cool.
There's also different kind of amenities. There's a pool in Joshua Tree. There's a rec room up at Hicksville Pines.
When did you first become the owner of the Trailer Palace?
Trailer Palace, I started building it in 2009. It took about a year with my collaborator, Stephen Butcher, and on the trailers. And we got done and opened in 2010.
Did there
Damn,
come a
that
time that
fast?
you sold the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, I did at the beginning of 2020. I had some health issues and just it was too much to run both at the same time. So I chose Idlewild because
Relate.
it was newer and shinier.
It's newer and
Relate.
shiny.
And just for my
Relate
sake,
100.
how long did you own the Trailer Palace?
So 10 years of us being open, 11 years total.
Relate.
And what was the Hicksville Trailer
Oh,
Palace?
fuck.
So it started
Amber
out
Heard's team
as
might be
a,
fucked here,
artist
ladies and
retreat.
gentlemen.
I
Oh
was
my
a
God.
filmmaker at the time and wanted a place to get away and work on film projects outside of Los Angeles. I also put in a recording studio so musicians could record records there. I had lived in New Orleans for 5 years, and there's an amazing recording studio there called Kingsway, where all the musicians would come and they'd live in this big mansion and record their records. And I just thought that was a really neat thing for artists to be able to get away and create their
I want his
create
life story
whatever
too.
they're working on.
Camille, ask his life story.
Over the course of the build out of all the trailers, themed trailers, which I'm a huge fan of this hotel called Madonna Inn. And so I wanted to do really detailed themed trailers. It became too expensive to just make a living off of an artist retreat. So I decided before I was done to make it a hotel as well.
And what were your job responsibilities, generally speaking, when you owned the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So I would be live-in manager some nights, a couple nights a week. I would also drive out from Los Angeles twice a week and bring supplies that you can't get out in the Yucca Valley area and Joshua Tree. There's just a lot of things like, smart.
They're
vinyl
just
clusters
establishing
and
this
stuff, so I would
guy.
drive that
They
stuff
need him
out.
to say
There's
exactly
also
where he's
no,
from, what he does, everything, so that they can ask further
USPS, so
questions here.
Sometimes I'd have to get things shipped to my
Holy
house to
shit.
check them out as well.
I'm excited.
I would also just do constantly building and creating new stuff at Trailer Palace, whether it's new trailers or amenities.
It's the
So
best day of the
I would be
fucking
working
trial,
on that
man.
stuff as well. I'm a big fan
Wow.
of the fact that Disneyland is always making it better and better.
We're a big fan of you right now.
And
Yeah,
when
no
you were the
kidding.
live-in
Big
manager,
fan.
does that mean that you spent the night at the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, we have a house on site where the recording studio was, and there's a bedroom in there. So whoever is live-in manager those nights stays in the house and basically lives there. There's a kitchen and everything.
Have you ever met the plaintiff in this case, Mr. Depp?
I had met him really briefly at the Viper Room in the late 90s.
There's the Viper Room.
I
I think
worked
that's the
with
first
some of
time that's come up.
people that performed there and was good friends with Squirrel Robin from the Pussycat Dolls and some other friends in the band.
Holy shit.
I was there and I met him once.
This guy's
Jeff's fascinated by
awesome.
this dude's life story.
Ever met her?
I had never met her before. They were guests at the hotel.
When was the first time that you met
I didn't have
Mr. Depp
Pussycat
and
Dolls
Ms.
on my
Heard
bingo
together?
card for today. Nor Viper Room.
In late May 2013, when they were guests, Mr. Depp's assistant Nathan had rented out the entire place so they could have a night there in privacy.
What do you
I need to
recall,
do
if
that.
anything,
I'm gonna
about
need to do
Mr.
that.
Depp
I'm gonna
and
need to do
Ms.
that.
Heard's arrival to the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Here we go. We're getting down to the
Mr.
nitty
Depp
gritty.
got lost.
Holy shit.
His security guard who arrived early asked me if I could go fetch them because he had an old car that
would
didn't
be
really
me.
fare on the dirt roads out there, which are pretty horrible. So I went out and made sure that they got themselves and the car back to Hicksville safely.
That would be me.
Do you remember approximately at what time that was?
It was 3 to 4 in the afternoon.
What was Mr. Depp's demeanor when they first arrived?
This is
Camille's
key.
questioning
At
so much.
Trailer Palace, he was super excited about the place, really complimentary. Just had a lot of questions, and
I bet he enjoyed it.
Just seemed like he was in a really great mood.
And how about Ms. Heard's demeanor? Anything stick out?
She was pretty quiet.
If he calls her a
she,
spoiled teenage child,
just
I'm going to lose
kind
my
of
shit.
Didn't say that much when I was giving them the tour of the grounds and the trailer.
And was anyone else with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard when they first arrived?
There's people that are arriving throughout the afternoon. So
I thought he said bud and breakfast. Thank you.
I
Bud
think
and
10 to 12
breakfast.
people total ended up staying.
I love that.
People total.
The security guard had gotten there earlier
damn.
just to check out the place. But yeah.
And did I understand your testimony previously that the entire trailer park was rented out by Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yeah, the whole place slept, I believe at the time, about 25 people, but there was only 10 to 12 in this party.
And who was part of that party besides Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
I'm really horrible with names, but
Really?
I remember one of them was Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard I mentioned before, but I honestly forgot his name too.
He's like,
He's
I don't
so
know.
What happened when Mr.
They weren't
Depp and Ms.
famous.
Heard first came onto the property?
So I gave them a tour of, we give all guests a tour of their specific trailer and the grounds, and show them around the, when someone rents the whole place, they get another trailer called the bar trailer, which is basically a place to set up their alcohol and stuff.
I'm
And
gonna
some
go back
people in
and
the group
watch
were just putting their beverages in that
a
area.
Hype House show
And
when
where
they went
were
to
you
Hicksville.
when Mr. Depp and Ms.
Because
Heard?
now I need to see it again.
Did there come a time when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went to the bar trailer?
I didn't notice most of the time that my interactions with them, everything's kind of centrally located. So there's a fire pit, bar trailer, and picnic tables all right in the same area. So they were generally around that area the entire evening that I saw them.
And what did you observe of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard as the evening progressed?
So Mr. Depp was super, just super curious and really nice. He was also really interested in my innkeeper because she was a musician, so they would talk about music a lot. At one point, the innkeeper who lived at the next door property went home and grabbed her guitar, and they had sung a song or two around the campfire.
Oh my God, I love
this. This is
in
so
the
cool.
early evening.
Were there s'mores?
There's another instance where
S'mores.
Mr.
Sounds so
Depp, the innkeeper, her name is Jenna, and myself were talking about books and music, and Ms. Heard came over and kind of interjected. She seemed a little annoyed that Mr. Depp wasn't spending time with her.
Oh,
What
shit.
about Ms. Heard's demeanor made you think that she was annoyed?
I think just generally she,
I wonder if the jury picked up.
it's hard. Like she, I think, I don't know. It was just like a gut
Vibe.
reaction. Like I can't describe it, but you know.
Oh boy.
How long were you with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that evening? Generally.
So throughout the course of the evening, I was probably 40, mostly with Mr. Depp, but 45 minutes to an hour total. So it was, yeah,
I
that's
dropped my
over the
pen.
whole course until
That
the end of
face.
the night
I dropped my
after
pen.
the check-in.
Damn
And
it.
did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp interact with other people, guests on the property that evening?
Yes, I saw him hanging out with his security guard
She
at
looks
one point,
fucking
and
pissed.
outside of the time that him
Elaine
and
looks
Jenna
like
were singing around the campfire,
she wants to
he was
beat
off by
the
himself
judge into pieces.
a lot of the time, and Ms. Heard was over at the campfire with her friends and seemed to have a good time.
That seems about right.
Yeah.
And if you haven't already, can you generally describe for the jury your observations of Ms. Heard that evening?
Yeah, she was.
Taylor,
She
that's
was
fascinating.
seemed to be having a really nice time with her friends around the campfire, and yeah, everyone was in a pretty good mood.
Did there come a time in the evening that you observed Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard have a disagreement or an argument?
A disagreement.
Yes,
No, an argument.
Here we go.
I was speaking with Mr. Depp, just one-on-one, talking about Hicksville, and
Did the lyrics of
Ms.
OPP
Heard,
just flash through
came
my
over
head?
and she said that I want to talk to you, and seemed really upset about something. So I went and back in the house because it was really they went off on their own, and she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it. It honestly was really triggering because I've been in a emotionally abusive relationship before.
Objections. Move to strike.
Oh no, Amber Heard triggered him.
You're up for me. We reproach.
Okay, sure.
Oh no, Amber Heard triggered him. Let the man
Oh,
speak.
no.
Wild wishes. You Thank you for the super chat. I'm friends with this witness. He is no nonsense and one of the most stand-up people I know. I would trust his testimony.
Oscar says,
I want to know his entire fucking life story. I'm fascinated. I want to hear about the Viper Room. I want to know more about the
I
Bud and
have
Breakfast
other
because it sounds
things
amazing. I want to go to Hicksville. If
to
he ever wants to
do,
come on and talk about all of this
but
going
I
down,
can't turn
let
this
him
off.
know that
The
he
surprise
is
witness
welcome on
is
this
actually
channel at any
intriguing.
time. Am
I
gonna
don't
plug my
want to
channel?
miss a
Yes,
thing. Yeah,
because
dude.
I would love
This
to talk
is
to him about how
crazy.
all of this
And now
went down. And
Amber
what today
Heard
was like,
triggered
because
him
this must have
because
been wild.
Right. Will you please just explain for us what you observed
he
when
went
you
through an
saw Mr.
abusive
Depp and Ms.
relationship
Heard having an argument?
Yeah,
or
he was
whatever.
triggered. He was triggered.
He was triggered, and Elaine didn't want to hear
Ms.
that
Heard asked
because
him
holy
to go
shit.
talk off to the side, and she was upset at him, and she was yelling at him, and I personally had been in
Objection. All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
If you could just explain
Double
to the
standard
jury
woman. Fuck you, Judge A.
what you
Fuck you,
observed
bitch.
when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument.
Okay. He was kind of cowering and seemed almost afraid, and
Oh,
it
no.
was really like odd to see because he was older than her, obviously. So, but I just went back in the house because I didn't want to.
Objection to what he did.
All right, I'll sustain it.
I went back in the house. He said I went back in the house.
So after you observed the argument,
Double standard woman.
fair to say you went back to the to your house on site?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
What happened after that?
So when I saw Mr. Depp on my next rounds, he apologized profusely and said, "I'm really sorry about that." She was upset.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain. Next question.
What, if any, type of reaction did Mr. Depp?
What if any? Camille.
Really?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. He's going to say it again.
It's the reaction. It's
the
not
reaction.
the statement.
All right, if you could make that clear.
Elaine,
Just what
he's
type
gotta
of
say it again.
physical reaction did Mr. Depp have after the argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
He honestly, throughout the rest of the night, became a lot more quiet and was just very more petulant. In the beginning of the night, he was a lot more outgoing and extroverted, and throughout, as the course of the night went on, he was less and less so and more quiet.
Did you observe any of the guests consuming alcohol while on the property?
I assume they were. I mean, people had cups and there was alcohol set up in the bar trailer, but I didn't physically see them pour alcohol into their cup and cup go into the mouth per se.
That's fair.
Did you witness Mr.
Yeah.
Depp drink any alcohol that evening?
I couldn't say.
Elaine absolutely has
Anything
the mic
about
working.
Mr. Depp's demeanor that made you think he was perhaps intoxicated?
Yes, as the night went on, I am a former bar owner, so even though I wasn't drinking that night, I'm very familiar with the signs. So just as the night went on, like I said, he became more and more quiet, but
I didn't
he
hear
also,
the court
as
grant
we
it.
would have conversations, his head would kind of sway a little bit back and forth, which was a little, he was much less sharp than he was earlier in the night.
Did Ms. Heard appear intoxicated to you?
She did. She seemed, I think when she was angry at him, it seemed like she was intoxicated, but that's just based on my experience and my own personal trauma dealing with abuse.
Wow, there it
Objection,
is.
Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike it from the record. Please disregard that testimony.
Of his own.
Did you
dealings with
observe
abuse.
anyone do or take drugs?
I did not.
Did you witness Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard interact other than the argument that you previously described for the jury?
At the end of the night, I heard a commotion. I was inside the house and came out. I couldn't tell what was going on. And Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were having a discussion about I'm not sure what, but then they went to their trailer. At that point, a lot of people had already gone to bed. So it just kind of petered out. Everyone went to bed, including myself, and I didn't hear anything else the rest of the night.
What time did the evening come to an end?
I'd say it was almost around 3 a.m.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp grab anyone? that
Objection,
evening?
leading.
Sustain.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection leading.
No.
No.
Sustained. Next question.
Double standard. Woman.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp get angry that evening?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened the next morning?
What if anything?
There we go.
The next morning, we have
What
to
if
check out
anything
at
happened
noon
next?
at the time, before COVID. And so around 11 o'clock, one of my innkeepers let me know that there was some damage.
Objection hearsay.
No, it goes to state of mind, and it goes to what he did next.
Did something happen that caused you to go to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's trailer?
Yes, I was informed that.
Objection hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor.
It's not.
May we approach on this
Okay,
topic?
sure.
Thank you.
It's just going to the fact that there's a reason he went to the trailer. He's going to talk about what he observed, but you have to figure out why he went to the trailer. And yes, I see all of you. You guys are like, oh, Elaine has found her mic. Elaine has found her mic, and Camille has found what, if anything. Wow, today.
Wow, today
Elaine
is
is
getting
on top of those objections. Again,
yeah.
this is them having to react in real time.
And this
There's a
judge is
smirk.
being a little
This
bitch.
is a reaction
Someone go kill her.
in real time.
Seriously.
Because
maybe
they
not kill her,
haven't
but
done a
take her off the
deposition on
bench.
this
Anything
witness.
happened next
Put me
morning,
there.
Mr. Knight?
I'll handle this.
The innkeepers let me know that there was some damage in one of the trailers, and it happened to be Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's trailer. So I wanted to inspect the trailer because I was extremely worried. All those trailers that Steve and I worked on were like my babies, and the one they were staying in was the only one that was mostly original and restored 1950s style, and so I was
worried,
very concerned.
Yeah.
So what did you observe when you went to the trailer?
I observed that there was a light sconce by the bathroom in the bedroom that had been broken off the wall, and a couple pieces were on the floor, and they were, and yeah, it was basically just broken. The light fixture was hanging on the wall still, and except for the pieces that were on the floor.
Did you come to understand how that happened?
Objection. Foundation and
All right,
light.
foundation. I'll sustain as to foundation. How you knew?
That was what she was.
Did you ask
doing.
how the sconce was broken?
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
This fucking bitch of a
How often
judge.
do light fixtures in the trailers break?
Spontaneously.
They break pretty often. I mean, it's not like a usual thing, but things in the trailers generally get broken because it's all vintage trailers, and
I can't help it,
I would
Oscar. I
say
can't
as
help
much as
it.
every couple weeks, there's some incident
kinda
of
need
damage
it.
in one of the trailers. In this case, Mr. Depp had told me that.
Objection
Sustain the
hearsay.
objection.
That is
So
hearsay.
anyway, yes,
Beyond the light fixture, was anything else in the trailer damaged?
no, everything else looks fine. In fact, we have
And that's
something we
first
call a
testimony.
piggy fee that we address to guests, that if there's anything what we call inconsiderate or unusually large messes, we charge them extra for it for a $25 an
fee?
hour cleaning fee. But they did not receive one of those because everything outside of the light fixture looks fine.
A piggy fee.
And what was your reaction to seeing the damaged light fixture?
To be honest, I was relieved because it was not a big deal. I just there was already another light in the room. So I just tucked the wires in the wall until I had a few months later time to buy, it was matching sconce with another one in the room. So I had to, on eBay, find a matching pair that would fit there. And when I finally got around to it, I was able to get that and charge it to Nathan, whose credit card I had.
And what was your understanding of who Nathan was?
Mr. Depp's assistant.
Okay. And what did you charge Nathan or Mr. Depp for replacing that pair of light fixtures?
The pair came out to $62.
Wow.
Wow. Such
$62 in damage.
Wow, but
for
it's
the trailer that
devastating.
was devastated
While you were on
and
site,
destroyed.
Mr. Knight, did you ever wear a mesh shirt?
No, I would absolutely never wear that.
At any time during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's stay on the property, did you see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection leading.
No. That's fine.
I'm sorry, that answer was,
I never saw Mr. Depp get physical with anyone when I saw him.
thank you,
All right,
Your Honor. Nothing further.
cross-examination.
Nothing
Thank you,
further.
Aaron.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Elaine,
Oh,
the
no.
jury
Mr.
likes
Knight,
this witness.
you
Don't wreck
are a
yourself.
pretty
Don't
big fan of
fuck up,
Johnny Depp,
Elaine.
aren't you?
I am not. To be honest, throughout the evening,
Sorry, I just asked you one question.
Oh, I
didn't ask you
apologize.
the rest of that.
I
You
apologize.
wanted to participate in this trial, didn't you?
I did not. I
You
was
knew-
asked by the attorney and I wanted to, they asked me and I said, I'll be happy to come and tell the truth.
You knew this was on camera.
Well, I'll
that
be
it's
happy to
being
come tell the truth.
broadcast to a lot of people, and you
Elaine?
saw testimony, did you not, in this case? And you seized the moment and responded
Compound.
to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr.
Oh,
Depp's
again?
jurors. Did you not?
Objection, Your
What?
Honor. Argumentative compound.
Objection! What the fuck just happened?
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead. The lead
You
what?
know that he leads one of the most predominant pro-Depp Twitters
What
out
is
there.
I have
happening?
no idea. I don't.
Holy
care.
shit,
Follow
that
the
umbrella guy is
guy.
mentioned again?
In fact, you do
Look at Depp.
follow
Depp, don't stare down.
a Twitter called Johnny Depp fan, don't you?
Absolutely not.
You don't? That's your
No.
testimony under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right.
Holy
I'll be happy
shit.
to come
On
tell the truth.
April 21st,
Oh,
Mr.
Elaine.
Depp testified in this
Come
case
on,
about
Elaine.
Hicksville, didn't he?
I wasn't here.
And in fact, you tweeted in response to the umbrella guy on April 21, 22, quote, "That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy."
There's no
Yes,
the
I-
umbrella
Writing
guy
that?
Twitter.
I do recall writing that.
Michelle, can
Well-
you bring that up, please? We're going to call it defendants 1903.
You just said that he
What
did.
did she call? What did she say? Tug was the umbrella guy is the leading is
Twitter.
Depp's Twitter. What? What?
And I'm going to go ahead and ask you to redact, leave in the umbrella guy.
This
Leave
is
in
a
the umbrella
mess.
guy.
This is kind of a delicious mess,
And
though.
the
I'm not mad at this mess.
ratings.
No
Yum,
piggy
yum.
feet on this mess. But she's not reading the room because the jury likes this guy, and you heard the laughter, and the judge did not deal with the laughter. The judge didn't even
Oscar, let me
talk
know.
about them. Oh, don't
either
feel
by
bad for Tug.
text
This is
or
great
in the chat.
advertisement for Tug's channel. I think this is.
Do you
brilliant.
like this guy? And
but
also, this
what
I mean,
leading
this to the
pro
audience,
Depp
Oscar.
Twitter guy.
This
Okay,
is
that's
like
what she
Well,
said.
she's working on
huge for that
I'm
umbrella guy. He's gonna get
shocked, but
followed
this guy
even
said
more.
right- said I'd be happy to
direct a
come and
piece called
tell the truth.
Matters of Consequence back in 1999.
What?
I did.
And didn't Mr. Depp's first wife, Lorianne Allison, work as a makeup artist on that?
She absolutely did.
And while we're looking at that, 4 days after you tweeted to Umbrella Man,
Umbrella
That
man.
was umbrella guy.
Umbrella Guy, okay. Well, all right, now we have this up. I'm going to ask you to take a look. What is Defendant's Exhibit 1903? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and that's from that umbrella guy on 4/21.
Oh, now we've gotten to
22,
that umbrella
correct?
guy.
Correct.
And it says bringing in the Hicksville incident accusations. Do you see that?
I do.
And there's clearly Mr. Depp testifying there, likely a video, right?
Okay.
And you
Okay.
respond, that never happened. I was with them all night.
That's the same
Amber was
Twitter.
the one acting all jealous and crazy. Do you see that?
Why would she bring
I
that
do.
in?
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 1903.
This isn't
Yes,
gonna help.
Oscar. Elaine is a bitch. I don't know
Yeah,
why
Your
the
Honor,
fuck she's bringing it back to
we believe
99.
the
I
first
get
part of
actually, Oscar.
the,
What I can tell you
that
is, I think
umbrella
she's
guy's
trying to
tweet
prove
should be
that
unredacted
Oh,
for
he's
context.
unredacted
personal
for
with Johnny
context.
Depp, and that he's such a
I
fan that
have
he's
no
trying to
idea what I
protect
was
Johnny
replying
Depp.
to.
It's hearsay.
And
It's
so,
hearsay in context.
I think
right
that's why she's
hearsay.
doing it, is
It's
to try and tie him
context.
to Johnny Depp.
Today has gotten so fucking spicy. Somebody find the tweet and link it, because now I need to know the tweet that they're all talking about from that umbrella guy on his Twitter. I'm gonna have to find.
I wonder what that umbrella
guy's
guy
Twitter, but,
thinking.
Oh my
I would love to see what
God.
that umbrella guy's thinking.
She's like, it's right
Holy
here. Say
shit.
no, it's context. And if you wanted to bring it in, I'm gonna go look at that umbrella guy's Twitter to see. This is just the internet has infiltrated the trial. The
Holy
internet has
shit.
100% infiltrated this trial.
Oh, man.
We not only have Twitter has infiltrated, the hashtags have infiltrated, and
The
this
umbrella
witness is here
guy?
because this trial's televised.
Make that redaction.
Wow.
With that redaction, any objection?
Is she trying to
No,
say
Your Honor, thank you.
the umbrella guy? He should be live watching this. Is she trying to say the umbrella guy so that it doesn't drive attention to his channel? Because she said umbrella man.
Holy shit. This is crazy.
I'm
hyper
I have
right
jelly
now
beans.
because this testimony has gotten really, really, really crazy.
So that's where we're at
Now,
today. Elaine.
Okay.
Thanks.
So you reached out to the umbrella guy in this text, this
He replied to a tweet,
I
Elaine.
wouldn't call it reaching out.
It's not how Twitter works, Elaine.
And in fact, the umbrella guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the umbrella guy.
Oh.
Did he what? He talks to the umbrella guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
Like in his
I
sleep.
honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this,
It sounds like
it's in. Okay, good. 4 days after that, you
It sounds like
tweeted
schizophrenia.
something pretty nasty about Elon Musk, didn't you?
Oh.
I did.
I did.
Thank you. So you don't like Elon Musk, right?
Objection
Well,
relevance.
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
I don't know Elon Musk.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Oh,
So
you
that was,
overruled that,
the
but not
context of that
fucking
is
Elaine.
that he had-
I
You
didn't ask you
bitch.
for the context.
I apologize.
Okay. But you texted something
He's so great.
that had swear words in it. Would you agree about Elon Musk?
Yes.
What did he call Elon Musk? A fucking
Now,
capitalist?
Let's talk about your
What did he call him?
recollections here.
Oh, redirect is going to be amazing.
45
Oh.
minutes to an hour. Your recollection is that Mr. Depp actually drove there?
Yes.
What type of car was he driving?
An old
An
one.
old one that was a convertible.
An old convertible?
I'm not a car guy, so I couldn't express the model.
Oh,
All right,
jeez.
and
I'm dying.
your
I'm dying. I'm dying.
recollection
I,
is this was
Justine.
May of
I'm dying. I
2013?
can't breathe. Like I'm
Yes.
dying.
Okay, do you
It's
recall
good to
when
see you,
in May?
lady.
Late May.
Twitter
Okay.
has entered the chat.
Now, you said that you spent a total of 45 minutes to an
Oscar
hour
says,
with Mr.
sounds
Depp
like
and his
schizophrenia.
wife.
I'm
Is that
dying.
correct?
Little emoji.
After the, mostly Mr. Depp.
Let me
but
text Oscar
that's
here.
after the tour and after they were checked in throughout the course of the night.
Okay. And you don't recall any of the people that were there other than Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard, correct?
I don't recall any of their names.
Do you remember how many of them were
We'll have to bring it up.
female?
I believe it was predominantly female.
Do you remember how many males were there?
I don't, outside of the security guard.
Do you remember what any of the other people looked like?
They honestly just seem like youngish hipsters, for lack of a better term. I know that previously a couple of them had stayed at Hicksville Trailer Palace. That's how they knew about the place.
Okay.
This is the
So you
acceptable
don't
combination with
recall
popcorn.
seeing
This is my
how
favorite,
much
milk duds and
anybody
popcorn.
had
It
to
is my
drink
favorite
that
combo.
night, correct?
I did not witness that.
And do
My
you
favorite.
recall the use of drugs at all?
I did not witness that.
Okay. Were you sitting at any point with these people at the campfire?
I was not.
He was working, Elaine.
And when you said that that you saw Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was yelling at Mr. Depp, where were they?
She pulled him for a chat, and it was off towards their trailer, like a little bit off towards the dirt.
How many feet were there between the campfire and their trailer?
The campfire and their trailer,
Yes.
approximately 75.
Okay. So where in that 75 feet did
That's
Ms.
so
Heard
salacious.
call Mr. Depp
Sarcasm.
and yell at him and he cowered?
20
Okay. 20
from the campfire.
From
not
the
trailer.
campfire.
Yeah.
So your testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. Heard, pulled him 20 feet over, yelled at him, and he cowered.
Yes, that's what I witnessed.
And then did they go back?
I
You
went
can't make
inside
up
the
trial.
house.
So you don't know whether they returned to the campfire or they returned to their trailer?
You
I do
cannot make
not.
up trial.
Okay. And do you know whether there were any disagreements or physical communications, anything of that nature at the campfire?
I do not.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp did anything to anybody else at the campfire?
She would have objected if
Okay,
Camille
do you
would
know
have asked
whether
this question.
Mr. Depp grabbed anybody's wrist and asked them if they knew how many pounds of pressure it took to break their wrist?
I wasn't there the whole time.
Okay. Do
He's
you,
like, I saw what I
is it your
saw.
testimony that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard
Oh, Elaine, you get what you
went
get and you don't get upset, girl. He
last
saw what
to
he
their
saw,
trailer,
and
everybody
that's all he
else went
saw.
before them?
The rest of the people, I think about half of them had already gone to bed, and it was all around the same time at the end of the night that the rest kind of scattered. There might have been a couple of people that went
Elaine.
right after them or right before, but it
Elaine's
was all
losing
around
it.
the same time.
And also
So-
losing more time.
So your recollection is that when Amber and Johnny Depp went back to their trailer, that dissipated, everybody then left at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how far away was your house that you were staying in from the trailer that Amber and Johnny Depp were staying in?
I'd say it was about 75 feet away.
So it's all close.
Okay.
It's all very close.
And the next time that you saw or heard anything was when you went there in the morning and saw the broken sconce. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I didn't hear anything after went to bed.
Okay. And that's the extent of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
That's interesting. What is
Mr.
happening?
Knight, how did you get involved in this trial?
Yep.
Go there.
I got a text from one of our old employees who I didn't talk to for
Objection,
years.
hearsay?
No.
No.
Don't say the context of the text. He got a text.
Don't tell us what the text said. Just how did you
Okay.
get involved?
I got a text from. I got a.
That's still hearsay. You're under
Okay.
objection.
It's not.
It's not.
Thank
There you
Go
go.
on, Mr. Knight.
I was asked.
Twitter is now part of the
Objection,
that.
hearsay?
Apologize.
What did you?
I got a
What did
text.
you received a text? Okay.
Yes.
From
and
whom?
From a former employee.
And how long had it been since you had heard from this former employee?
Yeah, this is where I would take control if I was Camille. Just ask all the
Approximately
questions.
5 years.
And did you contact Mr. Depp or any of his attorneys?
Objection leading?
Overruled.
I did not.
How did you get in touch with Mr. Depp's attorneys?
They got in touch with me.
Objection, hearsay?
Overruled.
Go on, Mr. Knight.
They reached out to me.
Okay.
It's okay.
I don't have an objection right now.
I could do that too, Elaine. We got it. You're on edge, girl.
Next question.
Calm
And
down.
how do you feel about participating in this trial?
She's very
Objection,
stressed.
relevance?
You asked, Elaine.
It's extremely relevant considering that they have accused him of being.
Overruled.
Yep.
Thank you.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah.
I'm happy to
Tell the
tell
truth.
what I saw, and that's the extent of it. I really don't care outside of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Nothing
All
further.
right. I assume this witness is not subject to recall. Is that correct? All right. So you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holy
Hi, your next witness?
shit.
That was an action-packed
Or is it gonna be a
afternoon.
deposition, or is it?
Apologies, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Okay,
Plaintiff
Dr.
calls
Shaw.
Dr. Shaw.
Okay, Dr. Shaw.
We got another
A lot of live
doctor.
witnesses.
I have thoughts.
This afternoon, man.
I have a lot of thoughts.
I can't
This
wait to take a look
afternoon
at the
started off with a
the social
bang.
medias after this.
Holy shit!
I don't know this attorney's name. Nice to see a new face. That
was crazy. That was
wild.
insane.
That was wild. And they're gonna go tell their witness he
Holy
can go.
shit!
When his flight
Kind
is.
of thing.
Wow.
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 Oh
wow. I
my
think we get Dr.
God.
Curry tomorrow.
Ooh, Dr. Curry. I would love to
Yeah,
see
of
that.
course Camille forgot her mic after that. What a
right,
whirlwind.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Richard John Shaw.
Oh, look at that. We love an
Dr.
accent.
Shaw, can you
British
please describe
accent.
your educational background?
I'm a psychiatrist. I went to medical school at the University of London in England.
Oh, I love
I
this
went straight
British
after
guy.
high
He's
school.
amazing. Oscar
That's actually the
Montiel, would you
system
like
in
to
the
comment on
British
this guy?
medical system. I did 2 years of preclinical training. And then
I do.
3
I love an
years of,
accent. I know the jury's
clinical
going to be
work
like,
with,
oh.
with patients. Following
Another
that,
Brit.
I moved to New Zealand to do an internship. It was an internship in neurology, medicine, surgery, and psychiatry. I spent 3 years in New Zealand, and I did a year of psychiatry residency training. Excuse me. And following that,
All right, we're back to calm, ladies and gentlemen. We are back to calm.
First time and did a residency in adult
Oh
psychiatry
man,
at
this was crazy
the
shit.
Albert Einstein
I'm
College
not
of
gonna
Medicine,
lie.
which is in New York. That was 4 years of training in the Bronx, and I also did some subspecialty training in.
Emily did all the
family
attacking of Elaine
therapy,
for me.
couples
I'm gonna
and-
lay back for a
and
little bit.
Family therapy as in my 4th year. And after that, I moved to California, and I've worked at Stanford. I studied at Stanford. I did a fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I've been at Stanford pretty much since then.
He's got a bit of an American accent.
Do you know what the Goldwater rule
Dr. Shaw,
is?
what is your current position?
I'm a professor of psychiatry in the Department of Psychiatry at Stanford. I also
course you
run
are.
what's called the Psychiatry Consult Service at the Children's Hospital at Stanford.
What, if any, professional certifications have you received?
I have what's called board certification in adult and general psychiatry. I obtained that from the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in 1991. And then I obtained subspecialty board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry in 1993.
Are you a member of any professional organizations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I'm also a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
How long have you been practicing psychiatry?
If you include my training in psychiatry residency in the US, that would be since 1985.
Is that approximately 35 years?
Yeah, I think so.
You're asking him to math?
What percentage of your practice involves treating patients?
This is
Yeah, approximately 3/4 of my time
This
is
is
working
gonna be
with
a lot
patients.
different
I work in the
than
pediatric
Dr.
hospital, treating
Beagle.
a combination of mainly children and adolescents
We're
with
all excited.
severe medical conditions, but also working with parents of children who have severe medical conditions. I also consult to the pediatric emergency room, and we evaluate patients who show up with suicide attempts and other serious situations.
What does the remaining quarter of your practice entail?
Well, as a professor, I have to do a number of academic activities. So I do research, I do a lot of teaching, I give lectures, I supervise residents, medical students, and fellows in psychiatry. I do some administrative
Such a
work.
calm dude.
Yeah, so it's a pretty diverse, varied day and week.
Can you tell
He
the
said
jury a
85.
little bit about your research and academic work?
Yeah, a lot of my research has involved looking at the issue of trauma and PTSD in parents who have medically
you.
fragile children.
Wow.
A lot of these parents are naturally really affected by their child's illness and develop trauma symptoms.
PTSD in
So
parents
I've
of medically
developed
fragile
some
children.
interventions to try to
Wow.
help parents, provide support and treatment to reduce their symptoms of trauma.
Have you published articles or books
Thank you,
in your
Dee.
area of expertise?
Hi to your wife.
Yes, I have. I've published approximately 70 or probably closer to 80 peer-reviewed manuscripts in different scientific journals. I've also published a number of book chapters on various topics, approximately 30. And I have published 3 textbooks, one of which has gone into a 2nd edition on topics that are related to my area of expertise. And
Textbooks. He's published
one of
textbooks.
them actually is about the treatment of PTSD in parents of premature infants.
Have you published a book through the APA?
Actually, all
You're
of those
familiar with the
books,
rules of
were
ethics.
published through the APA, the American Psychiatric Association. They have a publishing house, and that's been my publishing company.
What is the APA?
The APA, the American Psychiatric Association, not to be confused with the American Psychological Association, is a professional organization that represents psychiatrists in the US. The last time I looked at this, I think there's about 37 or 38,000 members. And the APA has many different roles. One of it is advocacy in psychiatry in the US, but it also has an important role in terms of education. So they host an annual scientific meeting every year in which psychiatrists will present their research. It publishes a number of journals in the field, and from time, well, fairly frequently it publishes guidelines for professional practice or about ethical guidelines that they hope that the members will follow as part of their practice.
What ways are you involved with the APA?
Well, I mentioned publishing.
This is going to be very interesting
as
to the ethics
I
of
also
the APA
present
if it
at
gets
the
into it.
scientific meetings. I last presented in 2021 during COVID. It was virtually, but on the topic of group therapy for parents with trauma symptoms. I follow the APA and their various guidelines. I think it's a really influential and important
Influential and important organization.
institution.
Interesting.
Going back to your credentials, what, if any, professional awards have you received?
Also, I will just say, as a NICU parent,
I've been given several teaching awards at Stanford University, and
it's interesting
the
to hear
American
him talk
Academy of
about
Child
it.
and Adolescent
I was not
Psychiatry that I
expecting that.
mentioned honored me with an award for service to my specialty several years ago. I don't remember exactly when.
Have you given any public presentations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, that's part of our work as an academic psychiatrist, is to lecture, to give presentations. So I present fairly frequently at annual scientific meetings, as I mentioned. I've been invited to give grand round presentations at different medical centers, including University of Pennsylvania and Harvard. So that's just part of our role is to try to educate our colleagues about our work.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of psychiatry before?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
I would estimate in terms of deposition and trial testimony, approximately 50 times in the past 15, 20 years.
What type of cases did you testify as an expert in?
They're pretty varied. So some of them have been medical malpractice. I've also done a number of cases evaluating victims who've been subject to physical or sexual assault or trauma.
What work were you asked to do in this case?
My role in this case was to give my opinions about the testimony and opinions of Dr. Spiegel, whom you heard from yesterday morning.
And what work have you done to form your opinion?
I was present yesterday in court listening to his testimony. I have viewed his depositions. He had 2 depositions earlier this year.
Oh boy.
And I watched those depositions. I've also read a lot of deposition testimony. For example, testimony by Mr. Depp's psychiatrist, Dr. Blaustein, by his physician, Dr. Kipper, and nurse Debbie Lloyd. I've reviewed depositions by many
the
of
two experts couldn't be more different.
therapists involved in this
Couldn't
case,
be more
including Dr. Banks, the relationship consultant, Dr. Cohen, who was Ms. Heard's therapist, and I think Dr. Anderson, who I think provided some couples therapy. I've also reviewed the medical records of Dr. Kipper and Dr. Blaustein, and some various email communications. I think a lot of the information that has been talked about here.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Shaw as an expert in the field of psychiatry.
I
Any
think
objection?
that's going to fly.
Can we approach?
Okay.
Can we approach?
What are you gonna approach about?
Oh boy. Well, they're approaching. I don't know. See, I had to blow my nose too. I just didn't want to do it on camera. I think they are going to be approaching regarding whether or not he's an expert, which will be interesting, or whether or not he's an expert in the area of ethics and psychological ethics. He's done a document review. I don't know how far that's going to get, but having them on back to back couldn't be a better move for Depp's team, because you still have the lingering weirdness of Dr. Spiegel's testimony from yesterday fresh in the jury and all of our minds. So having this guy follow up is just going to be very interesting. I think they're going to go with the ethics. We'll see what else they're going to talk about. I don't know what they're talking about up at the bench. They should be able to see the live feed. See, you see Depp's team over here. They're always turning around to look at what's going on at the bench. They have a live feed of the court reporter. I've not seen Heard's team doing the same thing. I don't know if they have a live feed. I don't know if, I mean, theirs is on an iPad. And so when they're up at the bench, the court reporter is still taking notes, and we get, you know, them seeing what's going on.
So
but
any
we're not
objection?
getting that.
No objection. Your
All right,
We're not
so-
getting
so-
that on Heard's team. I don't know if they just don't have one, if they don't want one. I don't know.
Dr. Shaw, you testified that you observed Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
Yes, that's correct.
And to reorient the jury, can you please generally describe the main areas in which Dr. Spiegel testified?
Yes, he.
Objection, Your Honor. They heard what he testified to. What's his opinion?
All right. Foundation to reorient them.
That's okay. We can move forward.
Okay. Do you have an opinion of Dr. Spiegel's testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
I have a couple of primary opinions. The first is that my opinion is that he violated the ethical principles that are outlined in the Goldwater Rule.
Yep.
When he gave his opinions about Mr. Depp, specifically with relationship to personality.
So it came up
traits
first.
And his cognitive abilities.
Goldwater came up first.
My second primary opinion would be that that Dr. Spiegel's opinions were unreliable, and that he had insufficient information.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
It's like his
You got
opinion, Needlehoff. It's his opinion. Don't make me have a Tamara moment all up on this live stream. It's his opinion. He's an expert. He's allowed to have an opinion. Oh, you guys are going to make me cry over NICU stuff, but when he brought it up, it absolutely choked me up. And it will. But 3 months premature, 3 months in the NICU. Thank you for sharing with my twin, and we both have CP. Huge respect for this man and his work. Thank you so much for sharing. It's definitely an experience being a NICU parent. I imagine it's an experience being a NICU kiddo as well. That's my kid's experience, not mine. Just got my honors BA in political science and going back to school to become a law clerk. I also have a political science degree. I wish I had done more of philosophy though. I really enjoy it. No camera behind Heard's team's head today. That's interesting. There was a little white camera there. I wonder why. Did we get word on why it's there? No, we didn't. We didn't get word on it. So with that, let's answer some more questions because we have a moment. Let's see. I'm going to make this bigger here. Let's do this way. Love your channel. Keep up the great work. How much control do clients have over their case? In civil, a lot more than in criminal. Looking at Amber Heard's case, it looks like a dumpster fire. So I'm wondering if the lawyers are at her mercy. Some of the decisions that the client makes, the lawyer can advise against. The lawyer can say, this is not what I'm doing. But the client gets to dictate a lot of that. Hopefully they have it in writing, unless it is absolutely unethical. What you don't want to do is have a client saying, well, can you talk to this, can you pay off this witness, or can you interfere with that, or can you obstruct justice? Legal things. But the client has a lot of latitude, which is why I do try to give grounds to Heard's legal team. But there's things that Elaine has done, like mocking Johnny Depp's voice, that I just can't put aside because they were just kind of appalling. Not kind of, they were appalling to me. So it's hard. So it's hard to put that stuff aside, but the client does have a lot of control of, no, I want to do this. It's like, okay. And I think we saw that the first time I think I saw that in this case where I was like, that feels like a client decision, is with the vomiting audio being played in court. I'm like, this has no date. This has no relevance. It's just being played. That's where I first thought about that. I wish they would say American Psychiatric Association. There's also an American Psychological Association. They are two separate associations. Amy, this probably came in before he distinguished, but he did distinguish those two things on the stand. Sharon, thank you for sharing your experience. I hope that this testimony helps you feel seen in your experience, because that's what all of us need. Lynn, I totally crack up at how you say Elaine's name. Elaine. Also, the first time my husband heard you, he said it reminded him of Mystery Science Theater 3000, one of our favorite shows back in the day. Love all your comments and expertise. Thank you. I love doing trial commentary. It's a lot of fun. If Elaine's time runs out, do you think it's a good strategy to end with Johnny? I don't know if he's the strongest to end on where they can't fix it, because he's kind of said what he needs to say. Who would be strong? I mean, Dr. Curry would be strong if they can't do much cross. Who else would be strong if they can't do much cross? Kate Moss would be strong if they can't do much cross.
Jennifer
But then
Howell
again, if you're going to rail into Kate Moss on cross-examination, the jury might not like it anyway. So I think whatever their plan is for rebuttal today has been really strong, and we'll see. He does follow a Johnny Depp fan, a Twitter account that tweets endlessly about the trial. Interesting. I mean, they didn't ask much more about it. I don't know this witness's Twitter account. Well, we saw it come into court. I haven't gone and looked. Though I will say there are accounts that I follow whose names have changed since this Twitter started. And if he has not been on social media since May 3rd, well, we'll see. So that's what he said. And he shouldn't have been after May 3rd. So we'll see. Are you still thinking of setting up a Ponard camera? Yes, they haven't been in here much during the trial. They've been rolling around to other parts of the house now that it's summer. My voice is getting crabby. Is approaching the bench a way for them to save time? I don't think so. I think on these things, they don't want the jury to hear what they're arguing. Is it possible Johnny Depp or Heard could testify again? It's always possible that Depp can. I can't imagine they would call Heard again. I can't imagine there's anything for them to call Heard again. What, if any, boost does board certification give an expert?
Dr. Shaw, you mentioned the Goldwater rule.
It depends on how much weight the jury gives it.
The Goldwater rule came about
ethics.
in response to an incident that occurred during the 1964 presidential election, when Senator Barry Goldwater was running as a Republican candidate. And there was a magazine called Fact Magazine that started a campaign to discredit Senator Goldwater. And they obtained a mailing list from the AMA and sent out a single survey questionnaire to about 12,000 psychiatrists in the US, asking if they felt that Senator Goldwater was fit to run for office. And
getting a bit of
about
history.
2,000 psychiatrists responded, 1,000 of whom expressed very negative opinions about Senator Goldwater and made comments such as, for example, he was a megalomaniac, he was a paranoid schizophrenic, that he had narcissistic personality disorder. And as a result of that, he was replaced as a candidate, and then went on to sue Fact Magazine for defamation of character. And he was successful.
I
in that
love the
lawsuit.
history, because I didn't know any of this.
Yeah, I didn't either. And I'm a
And
politics geek.
in response to this incident, the American Psychiatric Association, that I think was really concerned about how psychiatry was being represented and statements psychiatrists were making about someone they had never met or evaluated, issued the Goldwater Rule. And the main premise of the Goldwater Rule was that it was improper for a psychiatrist to render a professional opinion about a public figure unless they had personally and closely evaluated them.
Haha, Dr. Don Hughes. Dr.
What
Spiegel.
justifications did the APA provide,
I
other than
see
the ones you
it.
mentioned, for enacting the Goldwater rule?
They wanted to make sure that psychiatric illness wasn't being stigmatized. They wanted to ensure that individuals weren't defamed by statements made by a psychiatrist that weren't backed up by medical evidence. And they also wanted to preserve the
stigma.
integrity of the psychiatric profession, since I think the public
So
in
easy to
general and a
understand.
psychiatrist speaks out publicly and expresses an opinion, a psychiatric opinion, people generally like to take that seriously, and the APA wanted to make sure that those opinions were credible and could be relied upon.
Have there been any updates?
He's
to the
just so
Goldwater rule?
pleasant.
Yeah, since 1973, which was when the Goldwater rule first came out, there have been a number of revisions.
I don't
and,
think we'll get to Kate Moss today. I'm guessing
publications
tomorrow.
by the APA. They're called Annotations in Psychiatry, in which the Goldwater rule has been better defined and expanded to some degree. So, for example, in 2017, in this publication, the APA reasserted that it was not ethical to provide a psychiatric or professional opinion about someone who had not been evaluated personally by that psychiatrist. That it was unethical to provide an evaluation without obtaining consent from that individual. They also sort of really kind of defined what a professional opinion is, and how they defined it is that an opinion that a psychiatrist expresses about someone's speech, behavior, or any characteristic about that person.
Yeah, don't call them an
if
idiot.
That opinion is made using the expertise, experience, and knowledge inherent in the practice of psychiatry. That is considered a professional opinion. So it might include making a diagnosis or not making a diagnosis. And the other, I think, a couple of important things about that 2017 document were that the APA
everything the other doctor
specified that
said.
if a psychiatrist is to give an opinion about someone, about the diagnosis or
Happy graduation.
personality characteristics, whatever, that they have to follow an appropriate methodology. They have to do an evaluation that follows the standard practice of a psychiatrist here in the US.
Oh, my heart goes out to you, Lillian.
And if they don't do that, they are considered to be, affecting the integrity of both the psychiatrist.
My thing went out, dude.
And the psychiatric profession. And this revision of the Goldwater rule definitely received a lot of support. The president of the APA at the time stated that breaking the Goldwater rule was irresponsible, stigmatizing, and definitely unethical. So that was a statement, very strong statement from the
Stigmatizing
president of
and
the APA.
Definitely
unethical.
Unethical.
What other medical organizations have weighed in on this issue?
Yeah, the number of organizations have their own sort of version of the Goldwater rule. The American Medical Association, that represents physicians in the US, has an annual meeting, and they came out with their own
Doctors are
statements
always going to
about,
Hawaii.
the issue of whether physicians can provide opinions
A little
without
behind. Sorry
directly
about that,
evaluating.
everybody. Pretty, yeah.
The physicians can provide opinions without directly evaluating somebody. And their opinion was that physicians should refrain from giving a psychiatric diagnosis about any public figure, including celebrities and people in the media.
Are there exceptions to the Goldwater rule?
There are exceptions, yeah. And I think Dr. Spiegel had a lot to say about this yesterday when he was saying that if you couldn't express an opinion without evaluating someone, it sort of made the whole specialty of or role of experts in the court sort of null and void.
Yeah, which I thought was
But
stupid.
there are exceptions and situations in which
It doesn't make
an
them null.
expert can give testimony in court.
They just can't diagnose.
So one good example would be if there was a medical malpractice case, or if there was a case that involved a patient who'd committed suicide and the courts wanted to find out whether the psychiatrist had followed appropriate practice, the expert can review medical records.
Interesting.
And can give an opinion based on those records.
Okay, I can
provided
imagine.
those records
Because you want to make sure that
have sufficient
psychologist
information,
followed
for
the
example,
rules.
about the
And
diagnosis,
possibly didn't
about
push that
treatment,
person to
about how the patient was responding
commit
or not
suicide like
responding to
Dr. Spiegel did, allegedly.
Did you form an opinion about whether Dr. Spiegel complied with the Goldwater rule?
I'll talk about this in a break.
Well, my opinion
break
is that he
question.
did not. He expressed a number of professional opinions.
That's right.
About Mr. Depp that we heard about yesterday. And again, he did so without an evaluation, without consent.
All against the Goldwater rule.
Did not follow
And this is
the
not an
guidelines of the APA,
exception to the
the
Goldwater rule.
2017 revision, where it was considered important that there be sufficient information obtained by that expert to give an opinion. So I would definitely felt that his conduct, unfortunately, did violate the Goldwater rule.
And
He didn't say
specifically, what
unethical.
opinions of
They're gonna
that
let the
Dr. Spiegel
jury
gave yesterday
decide.
do you feel violated the Goldwater rule?
They're going to let the jury decide it was unethical. He's going to
Yeah, I
say it
think
violated
there
the
were
rule.
sort of
Make the-
two
let the
primary
jury make the
ones.
jump.
The first that you heard
Still good
about
for him to
was
say he
that
violated the rule
Dr.
so that the jury
Spiegel
has a little bit of guidance. Though.
had professional
I'm pretty
opinions
sure
about
that's
Mr. Depp's
what he's trying to get at.
personality. And he talked a lot about how he believed that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. So, and he also, talked a lot about narcissistic personality disorder. So, narcissistic manual, it's called the DSM-5 for short. It's a diagnostic manual published by the APA.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Not sure exactly why they're
Huh.
approaching. It makes no
All right,
sense to
so
me.
we are going to be getting into more of his testimony. I don't know what they're approaching over. He's talking about the DSM. He is just like, okay, well, this was the opinion that he was rendering. I really, really want to know if they're going to bring up the narcissistic personality traits of eating candy my
I would
candy's
love
in my
to see
control
it,
F yourself
'cause
cup
Johnny
today,
Depp's
but
eating
I really want to know
jelly beans and
if that's
gummies.
going to come up because that would be
And,
interesting. But also at the end of the day,
yeah.
his voice might just put the jury to sleep. They might be soothed. So we will see what happens. I'm going to answer a few questions.
He's already putting me to sleep.
Larned meet and greet
So,
at Hicksville Bud and Breakfast.
there you go.
I mean, I don't know what about the DSM is objectionable. I don't know what they're getting. I don't know what's happening. I don't. Can you imagine how much the DUI guy and whomever is in court with him wasn't, how hard it was to come out and tweet and live stream? Yes, it must have been very hard. I'm shook that Elaine is catching on to the true conspiracy. Elaine was like, what's happening? Oh, we're going to get to this one next. How long does it take the jury to decide? It takes as long as it takes. Could be hours,
Go
could
ahead,
be
Dr.
days,
Shaw,
could be
please
weeks.
continue.
Sure. So I was
It'd be great
just
to
talking
continue.
about narcissistic personality disorder in the DSM-5. So the diagnostic criteria for that are, I'm not going to remember every word about this, but essentially it's a pattern of grandiosity.
Oh, I agree with
the
you.
need for
Love the
admiration,
candy.
a lack of empathy.
Uh-oh,
that's
he's diagnosing
demonstrated
YouTubers.
by that person since
Ah,
young
damn, he's
adulthood.
diagnosing all of
I'm
us. That's
teasing
right.
and being
DSM-5
facetious.
has
Need for
9
attention.
specific
This is
criteria.
my stepmom,
The need
Regina
for attention.
Cardona de
And
Almeo.
for
That's
someone
right,
to
I'm
meet the
listing her.
diagnosis, you have to meet
This
5
is
of
her,
those
absolutely.
criteria. And so
Terry Rupp,
when,
all these people.
as a psychiatrist, we're trying to make a diagnosis of any personality disorder or any diagnosis in general. The normal professional guidelines would dictate that we would do a very careful diagnostic interview. And there are actually interviews specifically written to assess personality disorders. It's also possible to have the individual fill out questionnaires. There's something called narcissistic personality inventory. This is a 40-item checklist that taps into various components of narcissistic personality disorder. And it's also possible to get psychological testing, like the MMPI that I think you heard about in reference to one of the other experts here.
Yeah, we
So
did hear
with
about
all
the
of this
MMPI.
information,
We've gotten a whole
including collateral
education
information
on cluster
from,
B personality disorders.
family members, work colleagues, information of that sort, it is possible to come up with a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. So in the case of Dr. Spiegel,
what the fuck was that even?
Had none of this information,
Oh.
even though he came out and stated with what he described as a degree of medical certainty that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits.
Yeah, even though he didn't test him.
And if
I
you
really hope
remember,
he brings up the ADHD.
somewhat towards the end of his testimony yesterday, he was asked to, since he couldn't provide any documentation from the medical record about narcissistic personality disorder or narcissistic personality traits, he was asked about what is referred to a lot in his testimony as record evidence. So information that he obtained from depositions, from text messages, from emails.
He's got that
whatever.
British American accent kind
And
of thing.
so he was asked to give, I think, 5 examples of record evidence that would make it seem like Mr. Depp met criteria for narcissistic personality traits. And I'll just mention a couple of them, just to illustrate my opinion.
Yes, I
is
want
that
him as
that
multiverse
testimony did
multiverse
not
vision.
really hold together. So he stated, for example, that one of the criteria for narcissism is narcissistic personality disorder is a sense of entitlement. And the example Dr. Spiegel gave is that he believed that Ms. Heard married him for his money. So clearly, sense of entitlement is from a psychiatry perspective, that's very different from a belief that someone wanted you
For your
the
money.
money.
Though the entitlement could have been the demanding $20 million from the former agent, but he didn't say that.
That's
he
right.
was asked to give an example of
I'm gonna lay
how
back.
Mr. Depp had shown that he was
This guy's
envious
putting
of
me to
others,
sleep.
which is
I was
another
like
criterion
excited
for
over
narcissistic personality
Morgan Knight,
disorder.
and now I'm like, "Arr."
And the example that Dr. Spiegel gave is that Mr. Depp was jealous of Ms. Heard
Nope, the jury is protected.
because he believed she was
They will
having
not
an
be on
affair with
camera.
Mr. Franco.
Ever.
Now, if we look at these two terms as a psychiatrist, there's a big difference between being envious and being jealous. As
Envy
a
and
psychiatrist, when I think about envy, I think about somebody wants something that someone else has, and it makes them feel
Objection, Your
bad.
Honor. I think this is going beyond his
All right.
investigation.
No?
He's giving his opinion as
He
to
is.
how Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule with respect to his testimony about narcissistic personality traits.
Yep.
He did, but now sustained the objection. Next question.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned 2 major examples. What was the second one?
The second one
Here's
was
just another
confusing
question.
being envious with being jealous.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Shaw. I mean, you mentioned 2 major examples of ways Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule.
What was
is
the next
second?
way?
Oh, sure.
I
So the
was
other
with him on
big
that.
category had to do with Dr. Spiegel's evaluation of Mr. Depp's cognitive abilities. And his general opinion was that Mr. Depp had deficits in his memory, in his attention, in his processing speed, that he had word finding difficulties. Again, Dr. Spiegel did not evaluate Mr. Depp, and the information that he relied upon, there were two pieces of information. The first was that he watched a very long deposition that Mr. Depp gave the day after I think he had flown back from London to the East Coast. And he made observations about Mr. Depp's behavior
We all look tired
in
for
that deposition.
It's last week of trial vibes.
And felt that he could opine or give an opinion about processing speed and other cognitive aspects. He also made reference to something you heard about yesterday, this thing called the mini mental status
Oh
examination.
yeah, I want to hear more about that.
This is a brief screen for memory and cognitive functioning that is often done. And he testified that Dr. Blaustein had administered the mini mental status examination. And although, from the records, all we know is that—
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Dr. Shaw,
getting-
without going into Dr. Blaustein's record, what information does
He
a
can,
mini
but he's
mental
getting
exam
narrative.
provide?
Objection, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his estimation.
Overruled as to that limited question.
Yeah, so the mini mental status is, it's a series of about 10 or 11 questions and tasks that someone completes, and you get a score out of 30. What Dr. Spiegel testified was that
3 were
Mr.
significant.
Depp could not recall 3 words after 5 minutes. And he used that as an example of Mr. Depp having cognitive deficits that he specifically attributed to Mr. Depp's alcohol and
that.
substance abuse. And
Yeah, he said that.
he really did not have sufficient information. I liken a mini mental status exam as it's like taking someone's temperature. If it's elevated—
Objection, Your Honor. That was gone beyond.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. Now it's probably a good time for a break.
Okay, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you had a break, but we didn't. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? You can stay right there, Doctor.
All right. So we're getting the afternoon break, which means I'll get to answer a whole bunch of questions. It looks like it's getting darker there in Virginia. It's interesting because as it's getting more overcast here in Middle Tennessee, you can see it getting more overcast in the courtroom as well. Oh, this couldn't be a more stark contrast to Dr. Spiegel's testimony.
You're excused for the 15 minutes too, sir, Doctor. Okay, we'll come back at 4:17 then. Finish the day. Okay.
Come back at 4:17 to finish the day. The day will go till 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. So we're gonna, yep, they're going to the clock. So I'm gonna take this off real quick. We're gonna just do a couple quick check-ins. We're gonna go check in on Twitter, and we're gonna do a little quick sub count. Sorry, as I try to pull that up. Emily, can you do 2 things at once? Only sometimes, and generally not well. Why? Because split attention tasks are hard. That's one thing I took away from Mr. Spiegel yesterday. Mr. Spiegel had a couple of points when he talked about the risk factors for IPV. I just wonder if this testimony is going to cause the jury to completely discount everything that he said, which is possible. So thank you all so much for all the subscribing things that have happened today. I appreciate all of you supporting this channel. It's been wild. I don't even know. I don't know how to process it. It's been great. This psychiatrist seems way more capable than Spiegel. We all get brain farts when I'm off from work at the hospital. Sometimes I have to turn off my brain at a point so I can relax from what I see. I mean, that's totally fair. Spiegel was beyond misspeaking, and we'll see. Wait, I wanted to do this. Do you think that Amber's team have realized that there is not much they can do for Amber as the ship has sailed? Whoa, would that be why they're grasping at straws? No, I think they're still, again, zealous advocacy. They are still in the bounds. Thank you all. They are still in the bounds of zealous advocacy for their client. And their client has kind of set the course for this ship. So they're going to see where it goes. And I feel like they're along for the ride at this point. Emily, I'm a bit confused now. I thought Amber's team had Johnny's psychiatrist testify, so Johnny didn't do a psychiatrist eval. Not exactly. I'm going to reframe that. So what was the weird psychiatrist from yesterday doing? Great question. So Johnny Depp, it's getting late. The court denied the forensic eval for Depp. So when we initially got Johnny Depp's psychiatrist, the treating psychiatrist in testimony, I was like, I wonder if this is a strategic choice. At that time, I had forgotten that the court had denied the request for the forensic eval. So I was wondering if that was a strategic choice from Depp's team. When Rick Hogan and I were talking, he was like, but there is that blanket stipulation. I was like, you're absolutely right. There is a blanket stipulation. And I had forgotten about the previous denials. There's a lot of litigation in this case. So with the blanket stipulation to medical info, they can call that expert. But what Dr. Spiegel was there for yesterday was not to talk about the prior treating psychiatrist. Dr. Spiegel was there to render an expert opinion about risk factors for IPV, about memory and drug and alcohol use. So that's an expert who reviewed the records. But he didn't evaluate Depp, and he wasn't ordered to evaluate Depp. So he was trying to make fetch happen without ever talking to Depp, which you can't do. And that's why we are now getting the expert to rebut it, saying that's not ethical, which is going to be very, very interesting. Do you think Judge A imagine how she'd present the case on each side as she hears it? I don't think so. She's listening. Judge A has to be kind of hyper present to listen to what's going on and be ready to rule on objections as they come and make sure that people are staying within the bounds. So Judge A is very much listening actively to engage in her job. I don't think she is, at least while she's on the bench, I don't think she's going, I would have done it this way. Maybe, but maybe more afterwards, when she's like, why did you ask it that way? Do you notice that Elaine called Johnny Depp Mr. Heard when talking to the trailer park guy? I think she was a bit flustered by the surprise witness. I really do. I think she was a little like, "Urgh." Oh, Michael, thank you for all of your work and time. Shout out from me and my wife. Michael, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the super chat. The amount of support on this channel has been absolutely amazing. Thank you for keeping this Aussie awake all night. I'm sorry. I've noticed the credibility of the witnesses are like night and day with this case. Greg, I agree with you. I'm surprised, frankly, by it. I am surprised by it. I was expecting, especially when Amber Heard kind of dropped, even though she wasn't supposed to because it had already been ruled on. But when she dropped how much she had spent on this case, I'm very surprised at the differences in the experts, and I just don't know why. I'm just very surprised. I'm just very surprised. I was expecting kind of a different battle of the experts, and I don't think this is necessarily a money issue because Amber Heard has spent quite a lot of money on this case. So thank you very much. It's just wild. Can you please do an after recap and opinion live stream with Jess from House and Habit when this is all over? I will absolutely ask. And there will at some point be a recap. Yes. Love the streams. I sent you a DM on Twitter about Girardi. I have firsthand experience as a client. Interesting, Eric K. I will go look. I have not been in my DMs much. They've been swamped. Can they have an expert on the defense expert? Yes, that's what's happening. Depp's team are having experts give rebuttal testimony to the other experts, which Heard's team would have known is coming. Thank you. This is wonderful, informative, and entertaining. That is the thing that I try to do. Can anyone go to court and watch the trial? Yes. There's a whole line situation with a trial like this. There's a whole situation. And I don't know, the line situation has been changing with when you could line up. There's no lining up before 1 a.m., stuff like that. There's a whole situation. But yes, it's open to the public. So if you can get a spot in the courtroom, you can go in. And that's true with any court. You can go to your local courthouse and go into most types of cases. There are some that you can't. Juvenile cases for one, some types of probate and family law proceedings for privacy. But for most civil and criminal cases, you can go do that. Hannah said off topic, but how much law school do you need in order to be a lawyer? Generally, you do 4 years of undergrad. In some states, there's a certain number of hours to sit for the bar of undergrad you have to do if you don't have an undergrad degree. Some states, you have to have an undergrad degree. That depends. And then generally, it's 3 years of law school, but it's also a certain number of hours. If you do part-time law school or law school at night in kind of a non-traditional route, it can be 4 years, but generally 3, though there are, God, it's such a lawyer answer. It depends. There are some accelerated programs that cram quite a lot of information in to do it faster than 3, but 3 is kind of the average 1L, 2L, 3L. The conspiracy is vast and deep. We've gotten conspiracies. We've gotten weed hotels. We've gotten back to Hicksville. We've got a surprise witness. Today is served in court. Watch this guy's followers go up at Devil's Night on Twitter. LOL, love this guy. He's at 4,039. We'll see where it is after this. I love that you clocked it. Thanks for clocking it. My wife, Sherilyn, and I love your channel. Thank you, Kurt. We are your newest, biggest fans. Phenomenal you are. Well, thank you. There is no try. There is no do. Yes, there is no try. Only do. Did I just fuck up a Yoda quote? God damn it. Pull my geek card. Please don't. I'm just very tired. How do they get all this intel on him so quickly? They probably got this witness disclosed rather quickly, and they have a whole flying fleet of researchers. So that is what they would do. Is she trying to say he knew testimony prior with the tweet? She is. Isn't that the point of the voir dire? Yes, that was the point, but she's still trying to expose bias to the jury. Can a juror get in trouble legally if they sell any notes or evidence? It depends on what the court's orders are. Are there rules for that? It depends on the court. By the way, my friend Gabby loves DMB and she's at the concert now. Hello, friend Gabby. I wish I was at DMB. No, I don't. I want to be here with you guys. I can't not be here with you guys. Just up to your channel. Thank you so much. You're welcome. You're not the only one hit stream, and I appreciate you. You guys have blown up this channel coming here to do this trial coverage with me and to have the conversations about this case, and I appreciate it so much. We are still very much on break. Of course we are. So on TV now, at least. What? As I'm pulling up questions that I think are questions, I don't know if I have the processing capability to deal with that at the moment, because I'm going to be very, very triggered about former elementary school stuff. Chat, I'm sorry that I'm not following the world news, but I do not have the processing capacity at the moment. We're going to get through this because that stuff can be just, it's so horribly sad. I had not seen that. I have been locked in on this trial. So, yeah. So thank you for sharing. I don't always know how comments get pulled up when my fingers grab them. So yeah, I don't have words for that at all. So thank you. I'm Mitchell. And sorry, you guys, that very much caught me off guard. Yeah. Love you, Emily, since last year. Thank you. So happy people are seeing what I've known. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. So grateful for helping me. What's going on in Ireland? Thank you. Did you see Caleb Williams wants to talk to you about? No. But I will figure that out. Sorry. Yeah. Megan said, we're using this for homeschool civics. For my 18-year-old, this is the best lesson in civics, not from just how the jury, not just from how the jury works, but how jury systems work, how evidence comes in, how all of that comes in. And you guys, I'm sorry. Sorry, chat. I know there's 150,000 of you in here. I try to make sure that I see the comments, but as I'm trying to grab them, I sometimes grab stuff, and you guys, I am not a source of news on this. I am not following the news on this. So for accurate reporting on this, I am not it. So chat, as we go back to the trial, I'm just going to ask that we go back to the trial. But thank you for not, if you guys want that news, I'm sure it is out there. I am not the best place for that. So thank you guys. That's generally why I try to stay on topic, because it can pull me out of what I'm doing. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. So normally when we're talking about the trial, we stick to the trial because it is hard. So thank you, chat. Can a lawyer represent a client who's lying? Yes. I mean, do they really do it? Yes. Can Amber be fooling her legal team? Also, yes. But lawyers, depending on the context, it's their job to represent clients. And it's their job to represent clients because, sorry, you guys, it is their job to represent their clients to the best of their ability. They can't violate the rules of ethics in doing that. But when you look at criminal defense attorneys, it doesn't really matter to a lot of them. It's like they could have done it, they could have not done it. What matters is that their constitutional rights are upheld, that they get a fair process and a fair shake in the system, and that's how they are treated. And that is my job. And that's the same with civil attorneys. It's my job to fight for my client's rights. I'm not going to do anything unethical, but even if my client, even if I think my client did the thing, they deserve representation. And that's where a lot of that cuts. So yes, thank you. And that's what that is. Love your channel so much. My husband has started watching it too. Can you give him a shout out? His name is Mike. Mike. Where are my OG Mike friends? Mike. You've gotten a shout out. How did Johnny's team get this to be televised? They asked the court. They talked about it being a matter of public interest. I would have to go look back, but they asked the court to make it televised. There were objections from Heard's team, and the court ruled. So, yes, everyone deserves a proper defense and zealous representation. It's a little bit different in civil because it's different. You're fighting over people's rights and interests and not their constitutional rights. But yeah, it is just what it is. What if the lawyer knows their client is lying? Well, they can't help their lawyer suborn perjury on the stand. But if it's like a criminal defense case and they think their client might be lying, they encourage their client not to go on the stand, and they don't ask questions they think their client's lying about, and then they deal with it. So, question: how was Mr. Knight allowed to testify last minute? Just curious. They did the voir dire. It was turned over when they knew that it was appropriate that witness would be called. And it's rebuttal. You're allowed to have witnesses in rebuttal that are not known, that are a surprise, that might not even be relevant before they become relevant. Like, you don't know you're going to call a witness until something happens. They didn't know this witness existed, it seems, until what it sounded like from the voir dire is that somebody watched the testimony about what went down in Hicksville who worked there and was like, that's not the fuck what happened. And then they messaged the owner and said, hey, or they messaged the lawyers and then messaged the owner and said, the lawyers want to get in touch with you. Can you get in touch with them? And then they got in touch with the lawyers and were like, hey, can you tell us what happened? And he's like, this. And they're like, oh, that isn't what happened. And that's why. So that's why we're getting into it. So that's how it's a rebuttal witness. So they don't have to disclose it because it's impeachment. So make sure you're taking care of I try. And I know that there's a lot of us, there's 157,000 of us here. Because I am a live streamer, there is some chat rules that I have that make it easier for me to live stream. Part of that is the no caps. I am dyslexic, but part of that is when we're on topic, I do get pulled off a topic, and then it gets hard for me to provide the quality of stream that I want to be able to provide as a content creator because of my background and my history. And we're not going to get into it. You were here a day when we got into it, some of you, and it's hard for me to recover from. So that's why I have the chat rules that I do to make sure that I can bring you the best of me when I'm streaming. So that's why I have the rules that I do here. New Jersey trial lawyer here. In closing, Ben and Camille should spend a minute on Elaine's mocking of Depp's body language. I hope so. It shows a lack of respect and that he is a punchline to them. It was awful. Nan, were you as fucking horrified as I was? It was fucking awful. I was so angry. And it's why that, my Elaine-ness, I can't. I can't. Judge A can't either. Judge A's like, is it Memorial Day? Please. I'm just going to say another huge thank you, you guys, because we're almost at 513. But Nan, it was appalling. I hope they spend a lot of time on audio. Crystal, thank you so much. Just wanted to say thank you to the mods. They have been keeping it. Look, there are things that have meant a lot to me in this case, but the fact that I have seen people come from other chats around the internet saying, I know that this chat is a safe space for me to have a conversation about this trial and not be triggered and be able to have a conversation about this trial as a survivor has meant the world to me, because that's what we create on this channel, is a place to have these conversations that are hopefully a safe space for people to be and to experience this trial in community. And that matters the most.
Dr. Shaw, is
to
the
me.
gold
So
water
thank
rule
you,
limited
Crystal.
to diagnoses?
That's my biggest goal.
It's not. It's
with this channel.
Includes all professional opinions.
That is my heart. Thank you.
Do you agree with Dr. Spiegel that the Goldwater rule doesn't apply to expert witnesses?
No, that's fucking ridiculous.
I don't agree, no.
He would never say that.
How could
He's too
Dr.
posh.
Spiegel express an opinion without violating the Goldwater rule?
This has actually been a topic that's been written and published about. So it is possible for someone to give testimony about a matter without interviewing someone. And there's certain sort of ways that it should be framed. So for example, when Dr. Spiegel was testifying about the report that Mr. Depp was unable to recall these 3 objects, what he could have done is said that I have not personally examined Mr. Depp, so I can't speculate about his cognitive state or ability to function cognitively. However, it is possible that someone who's not able to recall 3 objects could have issues related to substance use, which was what his opinion was. However, what he should have done in expressing his opinion is then have followed up to say that in order to really establish whether these were relevant and significant cognitive deficits, Mr. Depp should have had psychological testing to establish the nature of these deficits. And he should also have added that there are other potential explanations for these findings. So, for example, it's possible that Mr. Depp...
Objection, Your Honor. He's now going past the designation.
I think he's just opining as to, or is responding to Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
No, he's opining as to what Dr. Spiegel could have said, but he's past the, whether he, about the
All right, I'll, if we can move on.
Okay. Who's qualified to give an opinion about cognitive deficits and processing speed?
It would have to be someone who could conduct the type of neuropsychological testing that I was mentioning. You can't establish the presence of cognitive deficits without a battery of tests.
Objection, again, this is beyond the cold water.
Overruled.
You can't establish cognitive deficits without appropriate neuropsychological testing. And that can only be done by a psychologist or neuropsychologist. So a psychiatrist like Dr. Spiegel would be giving an opinion outside of his area of expertise if he gave an opinion about cognitive deficits that required psychological testing to be further evaluated.
Dr. Spiegel yesterday testified about the practice of forensic psychiatry. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is a specialty of psychiatry that relates to matters on the intersection between psychiatry and the law. So, for example, what we're doing today is forensic psychiatry, where a psychiatrist comes into court and gives an opinion about a matter to help the court may come to an opinion.
Are there professional standards that govern the practice of forensic psychiatry?
Yes, there are.
And what organizations have issued those standards?
One of the primary organizations that has issued guidelines about the practice of forensic psychiatry is called the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. This is an organization that represents forensic psychiatrists. And it has published guidelines about what constitutes an ethical and sound practice of doing a forensic assessment and providing a psychiatric opinion. So this guideline, I think was published in 2015, actually contains many elements that are consistent with the Goldwater Rule. So, for example,
so we're at 6 hours, baby.
For a forensic assessment to be done, there has to be informed
consent,
and there should be a.
Are we gonna get to 7 hours today?
Evaluation that would include.
Oh boy, I'm
past
wondering.
Records, past psychiatric history. It would include doing what's called a mental status examination, which is a careful evaluation of someone's mood, cognition, things of that nature. And the guidelines do state that it is reasonable or permitted to provide an opinion without an evaluation. But if you're going to do that,
we're at
there's some things that you have to really make clear in your opinion when you.
Last time it was 6 hours and 52
and
minutes.
The first is that you have to
Let's
acknowledge
go.
the limitations of your opinion, and not, like Dr. Spiegel, say that his opinion was held with a
This
degree of
doctor is
medical
putting me to
certainty.
sleep.
You have to explain what's missing, what data you did not have that you were not able to rely upon in coming to that opinion. You also have to talk about what additional information you would need to come to that opinion. And even though these guidelines say it's permissible to do this, the text is still I think, not fully in support of psychiatrists doing this. So their statements are that opinions rendered without a proper database, which is what we as psychiatrists rely upon to make diagnoses and give opinions, professional opinions, is questionable and not generally recommended.
Did you form an opinion about Dr. Spiegel's testimony with respect to these practice guidelines?
Yes, I did.
And what is your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that he did not follow those guidelines. So, for example, he did not have consent. He did not do even a basic evaluation of Mr. Depp.
I think it's a big
When
no
he
shit
gave
that
his
he didn't follow
opinions,
the
as I
guidelines
just
at all.
mentioned, he said they were opinions that he had to a degree of medical certainty, and he did not make any statements about what other additional information he would have wanted to make that opinion. So, for example, when asked about should neuropsychological testing be performed, he said most patients don't have access to that, which is actually not at all true. I mean, every medical school
So
has
this is-
neuropsychologists that can do testing. So
I mean, what I'm
that was,
gathering is that this dude was just god awful, just
unfortunate
garbage.
statement.
Dr. Spiegel yesterday. So,
So I think
Kinda like
those
Ben
are the-
King.
the
I mean, that's
primary
just what I'm
ways
pretty
that
much
the
gathering
rules
is that
violated,
this
and the
expert is just
practice
annihilating him.
Guidelines were not adhered
But he's
to.
too soothing, so I'm afraid that it's going to knock out the jury.
Dr. Shaw, yesterday Dr. Spiegel was talking about correlation and causation. What is the difference between correlation and causation?
We went over this, but in medical terms.
Objections, it's not in his designation.
It is. We can approach and I can show you.
Oh!
It's not in his designation, which means it's not in what they lined out that he was going to talk about. You know what else wasn't in the designation? When Dr. Spiegel was going to testify, and that wasn't in his designation because Dr. Spiegel was
Exactly.
going to testify about drugs and alcohol.
Exactly.
And then they had to approach because then he was expanding his designation to talking about IPV. So they did
Yes,
that
I do remember that
yesterday.
yesterday. I didn't get to show it to you guys.
And now
But I
she's
like how
it
she
isn't
said,
his
yes, it is, and
designation. We can approach and I can show you. It's just
I
like
can approach and I can show you. Boom.
boom, boom, boom. So somebody pulled up the name of this lawyer earlier in the chat. I have absolutely forgotten it. Apologies for that. We're going to get to some other questions. Thank you, chat, for giving me a moment while I took a second to go to the bathroom. Appreciate it. And breaking news is
Man,
always
this
hard.
was awesome.
The chat rules are
Just
there
to see the lawyer go.
again,
I can
for
show
me,
you.
and so I appreciate you.
If I'm
So,
gonna approach, I can approach and I can show you.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw.
Yes, so the difference between
There might be. I'll take a look at that.
correlation and
I'll take a look at that
causation,
when we
correlation is a statistical
when we break. I'll take a look at that for sure.
analysis of a relationship between two different factors. So in Dr. Spiegel's testimony, he talked about there being a correlation between opinions he
That's
had
a bummer.
about
If
Mr.
there's
Depp,
two Dr.
his
Spiegels.
narcissistic personality traits, his substance abuse, things of that nature. So a correlation doesn't say anything about whether or not these factors caused that, the behavior he was discussing. Perhaps one of the easiest ways I could describe this difference between correlation and causation
I keep
is
waiting for the
if we look
ADHD
at
to
the
come up.
issue of measles, if you bear with me. So
Yeah, I don't
there's a
know.
correlation between
Hello,
being young
Kilpatrick and girlfriend.
and catching
Thank you.
measles. Now we know that measles is not caused by being young. Measles is caused by a virus. But young children have not been exposed to the virus. They don't have the immunity, so they have a higher rate of measles. So the difference statistically
YouTube, don't
is-
take me
well, the
down.
difference
This is
between
not me
causation and
saying it,
correlation
okay?
is illustrated by
I
that example.
don't,
So
I'm not saying medical
another way I might put
misinformation.
this
This
is
is
if,
Doctor. I don't
if we
remember
had
his name,
100 people in a
but
room, just
oh,
bringing it back
Dr.
to the
Shaw.
issue of,
I don't. I'm not
IPV
saying
that
any
Dr.
medical
Spiegel was
misinformation. Okay,
testifying about.
YouTube.
Let's say we had 70 people
Yeah.
who had all the risk factors for IPV and 30 people who had no risk factors for IPV. So what can we say about those 70 people? We can't say that any single one of those people has perpetrated IPV, even though they may have all the risk factors.
That's not what Dr. Spiegel
And
said.
if you look at the 30 people who have no risk factors, we also can't say whether or not they have perpetrated IPV. So the actual presence of risk factors for IPV that Dr. Spiegel was talking about, they say absolutely nothing about what happened in this case.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh, that was quicker than I thought.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw.
Good afternoon.
You're not offering any opinion as to Mr. Depp's psychology, correct?
That's correct.
And
No, they're just offering an opinion as to your
testified
psychiatrist.
a lot about the Goldwater rule. You know of no case where an expert has been excluded from testifying based on the Goldwater rule, correct?
Huh?
I don't know about the whole universe of cases. It's possible, but I don't know personally about one.
And you, before this case, you've never offered an opinion on the Goldwater rule before, correct?
That's correct.
Because people normally
And
follow
you've
it,
never written an article on
Needlehoft.
the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never given a presentation on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
It's well known.
And you've never been on any committees regarding the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
If my kid forgot his key.
And you agree that you've testified that there are exceptions to the Goldwater rule about having to interview the subject, right?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Spiegel requested to meet with Mr. Depp twice, but Mr. Depp declined, correct?
I'm aware of that.
And Dr. Spiegel stated in his designation and at
Not my kid forgetting
trial
his keys
yesterday
during
that he did not meet with
cross-examination.
Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 1904? Dr. Shaw, have you seen the opinions of the Ethics Committee on the Principles of Medical Ethics?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could turn to 79 of the PDF, and it's actually, thank you. You see where it's highlighted here?
Yes.
And it says psychiatrists have also argued that the Goldwater rule is not sound because psychiatrists are sometimes asked to render
Objection,
opinions.
hearsay.
He's an expert. Without conducting an examination of an individual. Examples occur in particular in certain forensic cases and consultative roles. This objection attempts to subsume the rule with its exceptions. What this objection misses, however, is that the rendering of expertise and or an opinion in these contexts is permissible
I
because
can look
there's
at this on
court
Streamlens.
authorization for
I'm
the
gonna pull it up now.
examination or an opinion without examination. And this work is conducted within an evaluative framework, including parameters for how and where the information may be used or disseminated. You see that?
I do, yes.
And this court authorized Dr. Spiegel to testify in this case, correct?
That's not the same.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Well, that was nothing good.
It's interesting to see them all working together.
Dr. Shaw, Mr. Needlehoff just asked you about the court authorization of Mr. Depp's evaluation. Are you aware that the court has twice denied Ms. Heard's request for an evaluation of Mr. Depp?
I heard that yesterday in testimony, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right.
Okay.
All
Thank you,
right.
sir.
Next
You can
witness.
Either have a seat or you can leave. Thank you.
Sir,
Next witness.
You're
Go be
gonna
where you
sit
need
or
to
get
be.
the fuck out.
We're rolling through the rest of the court day. We got about an hour of court time left today.
All right.
I didn't hear who they called next. Not because I was talking, because their mics are off.
We're gonna be hitting
'cause I was talking.
7 hours, baby.
So it looks like they're bringing the television back out. I think that's what that noise means now. And I see a lot of you guys in
Gonna
the
be a
chat have
video
mentioned the
deposition. Is it
CNC
Jennifer Howell?
motion to try to
Woo-wee!
prevent their former employee from testifying? I'm going to pull that up and we can look at it after court time. So I'll pull it up if it's there and available. It should be.
It's a lot. That's a lot of noise for a TV. That guy, that British dude, he reminded
Emergency
me
motion to
of
intervene.
churros.
See it. All right.
I wish I
We'll
could
pull it.
do his voice, but he literally reminded me of having a churro.
I hope it's Jennifer Howell.
I really do hope it's Jennifer
It would be
Howell.
great. It'd be great if it was Whitney's boss. But nothing is happening. Judge A, you and me both. Yeah, I'm here. Please be helpful.
State your name and address for the record. Jennifer Howell.
Yeah!
And what is your current occupation? I run the Art of Elysium, CEO of the Art of Elysium.
I'm sorry, but I'm excited. I've been looking forward to this. Oh shit, Whitney Hurst's about to die, baby. She's about to be torn apart.
I'm sorry, May 2015 to April 2016. Are you absolutely certain about those dates? I'm certain. Yes, she came and went at different periods, but all of her stuff moved out of my house April 2016. And I'm sorry, did you say you were 100% certain of that? Could you answer my question?
Oh, there must have been an objection.
She did go back to Amber and Johnny's at different points, that she was still living with me during that time. The question I asked, because you were talking at the same time as Vasquez was giving an objection, was I believe that you said you were 100% certain of those dates. Is that correct?
Same with me.
All right.
Oh, you previously testified that you were the CEO for Art of Elysium. Is that correct?
That's all the cross-examination.
And are you still currently in that position?
Yes, I am.
Huh.
And how long have you been the CEO for Art of Elysium?
I am the founder of the organization. So we did our first workshop in August of 1997.
This is what happens when you don't have any time left. You've got to cut your cross.
The legal paperwork in February of 98 to set up a 501c3. So I guess since the beginning of the charity.
Ms. Howell, when did you first meet Amber Heard?
At the Pineapple Express premiere.
Somebody brought up Pineapple Express. We've been waiting for Pineapple Express to come up for
Do you
a
remember
while.
approximately what
Oh,
year
I'm
that was?
excited, man. This is
It was around 2008.
This is great.
I'm sure
Jennifer
that
Howell.
It was the LA premiere.
Speaking her truth.
Multiple premieres, but it was the Los Angeles
Her home was
premiere
broken
of Pineapple
into,
Express.
or attempted to be broken into. She's received intimidating threats by Amber Heard's team, allegedly, but I'm going to say by Amber Heard's
Was
team.
there with Mr. Depp?
No, this was long before. I was a guest of James Franco, and Amber was in the movie. And so I met she and her sister at to be specific, at the after party of the premiere.
Weed is getting a lot of publicity
Did Ms.
today.
Enriquez end up
Yeah.
working for
Lots
Art
of
of
conversations
Elysium
of
at
weed
some point?
today.
Yes,
I
she
think
did.
the jury's high because
What
they have
year
to deal
did
with this
Ms.
shit for
Enriquez
6 weeks.
begin working with Art of Elysium?
I believe it was in
Whitney is
2014.
Amber's
I don't
sister?
have those documents right in front of me. I believe it was leading into the year Amber was receiving the award.
And what was Miss Enriquez's position at Art of Elysium?
Art salon manager, director.
Does Miss Enriquez still work for Art of Elysium?
No.
When did that end?
I don't know if Whitney's still in court.
Oh, 2015,
I didn't see.
I believe.
Each time you saw Mr. Depp, did you ever see him doing any illicit, illegal drugs?
Never.
Did you ever see him consuming excessive amounts of alcohol?
No. Never.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp appear intoxicated?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever show you photographs of depicting injuries on her face or body?
No.
Here we go.
Ari, of course you were.
Did Ms.
You're
Heard ever
everywhere.
tell you that Mr. Depp was abusive towards her?
The split
No.
screens are heard because those channels tend to claim their streams.
Mr. Depp
So
paying your legal fees, Ms. Howell, for this deposition and the testimony you provided in the UK action?
He is not.
Who is?
Myself.
So she never said he's being abusive to me. She never showed that there were
sister's
pictures
still in the gallery. All right, I'm sure I will
of-
look for
of her
clips later of the
injuries.
split screens.
Injuries. She's not paying.
Do you feel
she's
any
not getting her
particular
legal
sense of
fee-
loyalty
fees
towards Mr. Depp?
being paid.
None at all.
All right, no
Do you feel
loyalty.
any sense of loyalty
I believe
towards Ms.
that.
Heard?
Not anymore.
None at all.
Not anymore, bitch.
Ms. Howell, do you recognize this check as the check that the Art of Elysium received
on behalf of Ms. Heard for a donation, an anonymous donation of $250,000?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, we're about to figure out who that's from. Probably Elon Musk.
I believe you testified previously that
Was the captions getting
You
duck instead of
understood.
Depp?
the anonymous donor was Elon Musk. Is that true?
Yes.
If I could please have Exhibit 4 brought up.
I don't
For
like
the
that it's a
record,
video
it states here
deposition.
JH
Again, I just don't,
22
but
through
it is
29.
what it is.
This witness contradicts Whitney Heard's testimony, is my understanding. We'll see.
Yeah,
But this
she
is
does.
a rebuttal witness for Johnny Depp.
That
Jennifer
umbrella
Howell,
guy who was mentioned
Amber
before like
Heard's
20
sister's
times
former
today.
boss.
He's gone over this.
Yep.
Now, was this check written to
Do you
silence her?
recognize this document, Ms. Howell? And if you need to scroll through the 8 pages, feel free.
I think this is a new deposition. It looks like her second deposition, if not more.
Can you scroll down?
It's gonna be an accent.
And again, spending so
Yeah,
much time
I
on
recognize
YouTube,
that.
I always want to cut out the pauses,
What
but you
is this?
can't.
Yep.
That is
Goes to
an
evaluating
email,
the
I believe
witness.
I sent to Whitney.
Email to Whitney.
Scrolling up to the first
I
page.
wonder what
of
this email says.
document. Who is Marcel?
Parasol?
Sure, Parasol.
He is one of my oldest friends in Los Angeles who has served as a board member of the Art of Elysium and is one of my biggest confidants here in LA.
I love it when people move to LA and they're like, my first LA friend, my oldest LA friend. I don't know if people do that when they move elsewhere. Maybe New York are the only places I've heard it
I'm
referred
going
to.
down to the 3rd page of this exhibit. Thank you.
Awkward turtle, that is. I had no idea she was in it either.
I wonder
haven't
what
watched
those
it nearly that much.
alarms
It's been
are.
a long
That's
time
what
since I've
I'm
seen Pineapple
pretty
Express.
curious about,
This is an
honestly.
email, Ms. Howell, that you sent to Whitney Henriquez on or about Tuesday, July 28th, 2020 at 11:02 a.m.
It is.
This is a true and accurate copy of an email exchange that
We'll
you
talk
sent
about the
to
TMZ
Ms.
order
Henriquez.
after court is
Yes,
done.
I believe I'm the one who gave that. Yes, it is.
And then did you forward this email exchange and the attachments to Marcel Parasol?
Yeah, I asked him to keep it for me.
Why did you send this email and letter to Ms. Henriquez?
Because I've struggled very much with what to do in a situation that I love someone who I know is doing something very wrong, and I know
Wow.
that they're doing it
Oh.
because they're trying to protect their sister.
Oh,
and
wow.
I'm trying to protect her, and
Oh.
I'm just trying to get her to wake up and do the right thing, which is tell the truth. It's the only thing that can help everybody involved in this case.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh,
She
my.
just said that she's lying.
Ms. Howell, do you
Oh,
recall
goodness.
submitting a witness statement
She said she is lying.
in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, they
I'm
basically
awake
just
now.
called to verify the witness statement that was submitted previously.
And do you recognize this document to be the witness statement and the declaration that you submitted in the UK? And if you want to scroll down to look at it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And at the first page, do you see a date on this document?
They should read what
January
the emails are saying.
13th, 2021.
And is this document a true and accurate copy of the declaration that you submitted in the UK proceeding on or about January 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And are all the statements in your UK declaration accurate and true?
I mean, yes, I signed it. Yes.
Hello,
Alright, let's
it's
pull
from
up-
me.
what I believe was Depp
Hello,
Exhibit
Shannon.
9.
I hope I said that
It's
right.
been marked as Depp Exhibit 9.
Thank you, Ricky. Pulling up Depp Exhibit 9.
Let's see
I
what's
like
in
it when
this
they split
exhibit.
screen it. Can we split screen it? Thank you, Marilyn. Yeah, this is the cheese mag. Today's been, dude, rebuttal can be
So,
spicy.
Ms. Howell, earlier you were
Oh, yeah.
shown this document. Scrolling to the end of it.
Can you go? Okay.
I'm surprised they didn't edit all this shit out.
There. Mm-hmm. Did Mr. Waldman
Oh, the whining noise is awful. I hear it.
assist you in drafting this email?
Absolutely not.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about drafting this email?
About writing an email? No. I did that on my own accord.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about contacting the ACLU?
She contacted the
I do not
ACLU?
recall having a conversation with him about that.
And Ms. Howell, you testified earlier that
I didn't
you
know
received
this.
a check from Fidelity Charitable in January of 2018. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said the date, but yes, I received an anonymous donation from that check that was submitted. Whatever it's on there, I just don't know the date off the top of my head.
And you testified that there was a letter sent along with that that said that it was in honor of Amber Heard?
Yes. Richard, I was guaranteed 20 minutes with him after being attacked for 3.5 hours by your side the last time. So I am going to stick by what I was told before entering this and what your side agreed to.
Oh.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Candy Davidson Goldbraun, who is the corporate designee of the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
And that's by deposition, is that correct?
Yes,
Here
Your
we
Honor.
go. Now
I'm surprised.
disappointed in that testimony.
today on behalf of the Children's Hospital.
I'm surprised that that's it.
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
Very surprised.
I
So
thought
as
she
of
was gonna
June
tear her apart.
2018, Had any payments been made by Miss Heard?
I was excited. I thought she
surprised
was
that
gonna
that
say,
was
"Yeah,
it.
Whitney told me this. Whitney told me that."
In
Whitney
connection with
and
the $3.5
wow,
million
they-
pledge,
She said
aside from
attacked?
the original $100,000 check
She
from
felt
Just
attacked.
in August of 2016.
Wow.
I'll talk about that. Wait, that was it for Howell.
A gift on January 9th of 2018.
And what amount is that gift that you're referring to?
$250,000.
Okay, and was that gift made by Miss Heard or on Miss Heard's behalf?
By Miss Heard.
Oh.
Okay, and what are you basing that statement on?
By the check that we received from Fidelity. Fidelity charity that came to Children's Hospital.
What is this document?
But she said that she
The
never
letter
donated to
to
Children's
Mr.
Hospital of
White.
Los Angeles.
From myself, inquiring about further installments on the pledge that had not been fulfilled.
And why did you write this to Mr. White? on
Mr.
June
White
14th,
is
2019?
Depp's accountant, and Depp's accountant.
I was trying to figure out if there were any other payments coming
Depp's accountant paid the
from
first payment
Mr.
directly
White
to CHLA.
to fulfill the pledge, because we had.
So then this would be
because
by Johnny
Children's
Depp if it's
Hospital
Depp's
Los
accountant.
Angeles had not received
Unless
any other
it was
correspondence
paid
from
while they
him.
were still
And
together.
then
And what is this document?
Heard told them you can't keep paying directly to the
It is a
charity.
letter
Pay me.
to Ms. Gottlieb.
Oh, see
from
that
myself
that
on
I
behalf
didn't
of
know.
Children's
So this was the
Children's
first
Hospital Los
installment
Angeles,
Yep.
of
inquiring
Heard's pledge.
about additional gift pledge payment installment.
This letter appears to be directed to Miss Amber Heard, care of Jody Gottlieb.
Oh no,
that
I'm still
correct?
stuck on Hal. We're going to talk about what I think happened. I'm still stuck.
Yeah, me
who's
too.
Jody Gottlieb?
in the Children's Hospital Los Angeles record, Jody Gottlieb was our contact for Miss Amber Heard.
Howell's
Ms.
done.
Goldbraun, why did you send this letter to Ms. Heard and Ms. Gottlieb?
I was trying to see if the pledge was going to be fulfilled or not.
In your experience, is it common practice for anonymous
We'll
donors
talk about it after they're
when
done.
making donations to, in one paragraph, state that they wish to remain anonymous, and in the very next paragraph, identify themselves?
Yes,
That is common?
it is common for donors to want to remain anonymous publicly, but allow the charity to know
No.
who they are.
That's it with Jennifer
Between
Howell.
June 2018 and the dates on which you sent the letters.
Yeah, that
to,
was really
Ms.
freaky
Heard
with
and
Jennifer
Mr.
Howell. I
White
can't
in
wait
June
for Emily to
2019.
explain this.
Were any additional funds received from Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay, so as
The answer
of
is no.
June 2018, a total of $250,000 had been received as far as the Children's Hospital is concerned from Ms. Heard. And that was the same amount that had been donated a year later in June of 2019. Is that accurate?
You guys, I think this witness is probably testifying inside a hospital and
As
at
of
work.
the date
I
of
wouldn't
this
worry about the
deposition,
mask. She
March
has her
30th,
badge
2021.
or what seems to be a badge
How
on.
much in total has
There
Ms.
might be
Heard
others in the room.
donated to the Children's
Don't worry
Hospital?
about it.
For this particular guest, I mean, in her lifetime,
From 2016 to present.
This has been answered.
$250,000.
Ms. Goldbrun, you recall we were speaking about this letter a few minutes ago?
Correct.
All right, and this was a letter that you sent to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever get a response to this letter?
No.
As of October of 2018, how much money had Ms. Heard directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
Now this is directly from Amber, not anyone else on her behalf.
As of March 30th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Sorry, I just realized, you said October 2018?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. $250,000.
That's all they ever
As
received.
of March
That's
30th,
all they got.
2019, how much money had Ms. Heard directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
Why didn't they just ask total?
$250,000.
What is your understanding
Okay, so now this is her
of
side.
the length of time over which Ms. Heard pledged the gift of 3.5 million to Children's Hospital?
There was no date arrangement with Ms. Heard to have this pledge paid off in a particular time.
If Ms. Heard were to pay this, the rest of the 3.5 million in 2 years or 5 years, would Children's Hospital welcome that?
CHLA welcomes every and any donation that comes this way.
No, Elaine, the
point.
Children's
Amber
Hospital is going to say,
Heard's
fuck off with
pledge
your
of the
$3 million.
$3.5
That's
million to
just
Children's Hospital
preposterous.
It's just
expired,
stupid.
to your
That's
knowledge?
not the point. The point is Amber didn't
Not that I'm
fucking
aware
give
of,
the
no.
fucking check.
Not expired.
Has the pledge expired?
All right, thank you. Your next witness, or?
Your Honor, I think we've concluded our witnesses for today. We will have more live witnesses tomorrow.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
that'll be the end of your day
okay.
for today.
We're done.
Again, do not do any outside
All
research. Do
right.
not discuss the case with anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I am
morning
curious
at 9
about
a.m.
They've
Okay?
been
Jennifer
moving
Howell.
very, very quickly. So the point of that Children's Hospital LA witness was just to go to the fact that Amber Heard made a pledge and didn't finish
Didn't
paying it.
finish
The
fucking
initial
paying it
payment
off.
that was made by Johnny Depp's accountant was made. We've heard a lot of testimony about that and the accountant paying stuff, but then the pledge never being fulfilled. So not actually donated, only pledged.
All right. You want to have a seat for just a moment because we do have a few proffers.
Yes, we have a few
Gonna be done.
proffers. Let's put them on the record. Love it.
Just for the record, we talked about it earlier. I will charge the 30 minutes extra time for today
Thank you.
to the plaintiff's team so we can stay on time.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And I.
Oh, they get
believe Mr.
deducted
Rottenborn,
30
you had some
minutes
Proffers you wanted to do.
for wrapping early.
For testimony.
We did,
For
Your
the
Honor's
record.
testimony and a few exhibits. Mr. Nadelhoff is actually.
Okay, Mr. Nadelhoff, if you want to proffer testimony
All
for
right.
the record as to
Let's do
testimony that the court
proffers.
has sustained objections.
Great.
That's got to be one of the jurors. That's
I'm happy for the
Here,
half
Your
hour.
Honor, it's a box here, so. I just
Okay,
want-
that's fine. You can stay there as long as you stay close to the microphone. I appreciate it.
This is the side of
And-
court
and
that
Your
keeps
Honor,
going when the jury leaves.
What I will do is I'll explain what we're proffering the evidence for, and then we have copies.
Good.
Which I'll provide to you. We'll provide them to you electronically, or I don't have another copy for you right now, but we'll provide.
That's
them for you.
fine. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, for Laurel Anderson, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Laurel Anderson, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Anderson testified in the therapy session. Ms. Heard reported to her that she was slapped by Mr. Depp, that he hit her in the head, had her hair pulled by Mr. Depp, kicked her in the leg, and that Mr. Depp gave Ms. Heard bruises. Ms. Heard also reported that Mr. Depp was the first to initiate any violence. Ms. Heard also reported that she hid in a bathroom to protect herself from Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard also reported to
I'll talk
Dr.
about it
Anderson that
in just a second.
Mr. Depp threw a phone at her on May 21st, 2016, hit her and held her hair. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that she was a victim to Mr. Depp's abuse. The testimony is contained in Dr. Anderson's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit A. The court also excluded records of Dr. Anderson from Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's therapy sessions and a treatment summary, which are Exhibits B and C. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Anderson's testimony as described in medical records, stating that they were hearsay and that they did not fall into any exceptions, including
The
statements for
jury's out of the
purposes
room.
medical treatment.
Just hold on.
The court sustained the objection on the grounds that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay.
I have no idea what's going on
Dr.
here, so
Kipper,
that's why
on
I'm not
March 31st,
commentating.
We're gonna get there.
2022, the defendant attempted
But
to
all of this
designate
that's
certain portions of the
stated,
deposition
he's just, I guess
testimony
he's
for
saying
trial.
that's what she
Dr. David
testified. We
Kipper
know all
is
of
the
this is
Depp's
false.
physician.
At least,
Dr. Kipper
I
testified
guess
Ms.
I
Heard
can say,
voiced
I'm not sure,
concerns of
but I
Mr.
guess I
Depp's
can say
behavior
that Amber
while on
Heard
drugs and
did
alcohol.
pay
Mr. Depp tried to
$250,000.
fight and push Ms.
However,
Heard while he was attempting
what
to
I'm,
detox on his island, and that she found
I'm
lots
honestly
of
in a
cocaine
state of
February
confusion with,
2016.
hey, Jennifer Howell,
Dr.
I
Kipper
need to know
also
what happened. So
testified he
Emily,
told Mr.
please
Depp
help
to,
us.
quote,
But
"bury the
also,
dragon," which referred to the bad feelings
is that
Mr.
payment
Depp had
from
inside him. This testimony
Johnny
is contained
Depp's
in Dr.
accountant
Kipper's deposition
for
transcript, which is
for
Exhibit
Amber
B.
Heard, or was it
Dr.
for
Kipper
Johnny
also
Depp?
testified about an email he wrote explaining Mr.
If
Depp's
it is for
detox
Amber
treatments.
Heard,
In the email, Dr. Kipper
she still has a lot of money to pay.
to Mr. Depp's sister that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger, romanticized the drug culture, and had no patience if his needs were not met.
That's
This
already
email
committed.
is Exhibit C.
Oh, the email
Exhibit
exhibit.
E. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Kipper's testimony and the email stating it was hearsay, that it did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay. Deborah Lloyd. On March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Debbie Lloyd, Mr. Depp's nurse. Ms. Lloyd testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns about Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, and that Mr. Depp worked himself up into a rage and was trying to fight Ms. Heard
The
while he was
jurors aren't
attempting detox on
in
his
court
island.
now.
This testimony is contained in Ms. Lloyd's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit F. Also, Ms. Lloyd kept nursing notes on these issues that she testified to, which is Exhibit G. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Lloyd's testimony and portions of the nursing notes stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the testimony and portions of the nursing notes were hearsay. Aaron Borum Filati. On March 31st and April 1st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Ms. Filati, Ms. Heard, and Mr. Depp's nurse.
They're
Ms.
going
Filati
over evidence that
testified
was
Ms.
kept
Heard
out
reported to her
to
on
try to
December
open the door to bring it
16th,
back in.
2015, that Mr. Depp headbutted Ms. Heard in the
It's a
forehead.
lot.
This also was contained in Ms. Filati's nursing notes, which is Exhibit H. Ms. Filati further testified that Ms. Heard reported being freaked out after the December 2015 incident and testified to text messages between herself and Ms. Heard, where Ms. Heard reported the incident of abuse. These text messages are Exhibits I, J, K, L, and M. Ms. Filati also testified that on May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp became completely delusional and crazed and hit Ms. Heard in the face while she was on the phone with IO Till It Right. Ms. Filati testified to text messages reporting this as well, which are contained in Exhibit N. The testimony is contained in Ms. Filati's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit O. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Filati's testimony, portions of the nursing notes, and the text messages referenced stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony and portions of the nursing notes and the text messages were hearsay. Amy Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, on April 29th, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Amy Banks, a clinical psychologist and relationship consultant who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Banks testified that in therapy sessions, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp attacked her physically, including by hitting her with his hand. Dr. Banks also testified that Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp cut his finger off and burned himself with a cigarette. Dr. Banks also reported that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp initiated the violence while in a session with Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp did not object to the characterization of the violence. Finally, Dr. Banks testified that she believed Ms. Heard's accounts of the violence and that Ms. Heard was a victim of domestic abuse. This testimony is contained in Dr. Banks's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit P. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Banks's testimony, stating that it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment and for providing improper expert opinion. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay and that Dr. Banks's testimony that Ms. Heard was a victim of domestic abuse was improper expert opinion. Connell Cowan. On April 29th, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Connell Cowan, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard. Dr. Cowan testified that in the therapy session, Ms. Heard reported abuse by Mr. Depp, including text messages and medical notes, where Ms. Heard reported in December 2015
all of these
that,
into the
quote,
record.
Johnny did a number on me, end quote. This testimony
To try
is
to
contained
proffer
in
them
Dr.
to come back
Cowan's
in.
deposition transcript, which is Exhibit Q. It is also contained in Dr. Cowan's medical notes in Exhibit R at depth 9122 through 23 and is contained in text messages that are
This
exhibits
doesn't count
S and
against
T.
time. This is
Mr.
litigation.
Depp objected to Dr. Cowan's testimony, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the ground that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay. Alan Blaustein. On April
he's not gonna
29th,
read the whole binder out
2022,
loud.
the defendant
That's a
attempted to
bunch.
designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Alan Blaustein, a clinical psychologist who worked with Mr. Depp. Dr. Blaustein testified that in the therapy session, Mr. Depp reported that he had cut himself as a child and burned himself with cigarettes. Dr. Blaustein also testified about the drugs that Mr. Depp was on, as reported to him by Ms. Lloyd. This testimony is contained in Dr. Blaustein's deposition transcript, which is
He's
Exhibit
reading the
U.
proffers.
This information was also contained in emails, which are Exhibits V, W, and X. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Blaustein's testimony regarding the cutting and burning himself as speculation, and the testimony regarding the drugs Mr. Depp was taking as hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on these grounds. Bonnie Jacobs. On May 4th, 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence the treatment notes of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard. The treatment notes show Ms. Heard reporting abuse by Mr. Depp, including sexual violence.
The public can
treatment
hear
notes
this. The jury
are Exhibit
can't.
Y. And based on the court's
is
ruling, the
outside the
defendant
jury.
did not call Bonnie Jacobs as a witness.
No,
Mr.
this is a
Depp
proper-
objected to Dr. Jacobs' notes as hearsay that did
proper
not fall
procedure.
into any exceptions, including
is putting
statements
it-
for purposes of medical treatment. The court
putting it on
sustained
the
the
record.
objections on those grounds.
I wish I could ask a
And now-
question. I guess I could ask it in the chat or whatever, but I would
As
want
long
to
as you
know
don't just
why
keep
is
turning every
this
page in that book.
No,
I'm
it is
not
not.
staying
put
for
on the
that.
record.
It is not.
If
Okay.
it's already in the record. That's what I want to know.
Judge A's like, stop flipping pages. What they are doing is proffering things back into the record that they want to look at the rulings on and ask the judge, like, you kept this out, but now there's other evidence as to why you should bring it back
The UK
in.
judgment. On April 29th, 2022,
So-
Ms. Heard moved to allow evidence and questioning regarding the UK judgment and for admission of the judgment itself, which is Exhibit Z. In support for a motion,
Judgment
Ms.
is
Heard
not
argued that
coming
Mr.
in,
Depp had opened
Needlehoff.
the door to the admission of the judgment by presenting evidence of damages after the date of the judgment on November 2nd, 2020. For example, Ms. Heard observed that Mr. Depp had sought damages for losing his role in Pirates of the Caribbean 6, a movie that has not yet been made. Ms. Heard further observed that Mr. Depp testified that the op-ed had caused him and his family irreparable harm, thereby suggesting that his reputational harm had continued to the present. Ms. Heard noted that Mr. Depp's expert designation indicated Michael Spindler relied on Mr. Depp's earnings from 2019 to 2021 when reaching his opinion, which resulted in an amendment to the designation. Ultimately, the court found that Mr. Depp had not opened the door to the admission of the UK judgment and overruled the motion, which the court did again today with Mr.
This should be
Banya's,
dealt with now by the court.
opinions. Finally,
Yeah, it's normal to read them fast. You got to get them on the record.
Adam Bercovici. On May 19th, 2022, Ms. Heard attempted to call Adam Bercovici, who is an expert in the policing and Los Angeles Police Department policing of domestic violence calls for service.
Oh.
Mr. Bercovici would have testified to his
Their
qualifications
witness
in the
got
field of
blocked.
policing and LAPD policing of domestic violence calls for service as follows, and further
Oh.
outlined in Ms. Heard's fourth supplemental and rebuttal disclosures dated March 31st, 2022. Mr. Bercovici spent 30 years with the LAPD, retiring in 2012 at the rank of lieutenant. He has extensive experience as a patrol officer, field supervisor, uniformed watch commander, both as Sergeant Second and Lieutenant One, along with multiple assignments as an officer in charge, Lieutenant Second of specialized detective units. During his tenure with the LAPD,
They
Mr.
promised he would
Bercovici
testify in
held
opening.
numerous positions directly responding to and overseeing
this
subordinate
witness got
officers'
blocked.
responses to the
But hey,
domestic
this serves
violence
them
calls for
because
service,
Adam
including as a
Waldman
patrol
got blocked
officer,
from being in the
supervisor,
court, so
watch
hey.
commander, and assistant watch commander.
Hey, that's what happens.
And actually, this, Your Honor, is the person who prepared this, prepared a longer brief of what he was going to say. Is it okay to just submit it?
Just submit it for the record.
Hearing me read it all?
Any objection to that?
God, please just
Okay.
submit it for the record.
And with that, that's.
Okay.
proper.
You just
Those are
scared me with
proper.
the size of that.
No,
I just wanna-
I understand.
Okay. All right, that's fine. If you can get Jamie
Needlehoff.
our copy of it, we'll make sure it becomes
course,
part of
sir.
the
You
record
scared
as
all of
well,
us with
okay?
the binder.
All right. Do you have any proffers, Mr. Chu, that you need to at this point?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Then I think there's just a couple things I need from you. Like tomorrow, let me, by the end of the day tomorrow, if I could get clean jury instructions without the cites on them for the ones that have been admitted, and also the verdict forms as well.
Oh, verdict
That's
forms.
worked out.
This trial is moving fast,
Your Honor,
ladies and
we sent
gentlemen.
revised jury
This is the
instructions,
last week, so
to them
pretty much
yesterday morning and a revised
just a
jury
couple more days of
instructions.
testimony, I
Okay,
think.
sure.
Coordinate.
All right.
Friday,
Thank you.
closing
And
statements,
you're working
which
with
might
Jamie
come
about some
earlier.
exhibits. There's some that were, both sides noted that were in evidence that
And,
are not. So I want to make sure everybody gets
Then we get
everything
jury
cleared up.
instructions.
You're caught
They
up?
get the verdict forms.
Okay,
Sort
good.
out
All right,
your
keep
exhibits.
that going.
Deliberate.
So we can get that- make sure that's taken care
And
of.
there you go.
As far as time left, Sammy, today,
Time.
I can give you a rough estimate for two reasons. One, you had some depositions, so make sure you give the breakdowns to Sammy about those. And two, Sammy wasn't here today. He had a mandatory CLE that he had to do. So I just did a rough estimate, and I want to qualify that as a rough estimate. But it looks like the plaintiff has used about 5 hours today, and the defendant used about an hour and 15 minutes. Is what I have. Okay. Again, that's a rough estimate, so don't
So it's
expect them to
about
be the
10
same. But
hours.
Sammy's going to get to it
It's
this
about
evening and send you
10
an email
hours.
this evening with the actual accurate
Um,
times. Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank
Now,
you.
No, Your Honor.
Amber
Okay.
Heard's
Thank you.
team
Have a
used
good
about
evening.
an
We'll
hour
see
and
you.
15 minutes.
Judge
So they
A,
have about
thank
3
you.
hours, maybe like
All right, we're going to talk about that and all that just happened, and we'll look at that. We've
2
got a
hours
little
and
extra time.
45 minutes, possibly.
So, not only do we have a little extra time, I will look at TMZ's motion and try to answer some questions, but that works out well for me because I do have a family event this evening. So, with that time estimate, it looks like Heard's team might have about 2 hours. I didn't do the maths. About 2 hours left, 2 hours and 55 minutes left from their 4 hours. And then
Little less.
we've got, let's see. Depp's team used about 5 hours today, so then we'll go through what they have left. I'm sure somebody will put it in the chat. Thank you, chat, for doing the maths. 10 hours left for Depp. Depp got dinged 30 minutes for not using the last 30 minutes of court today. I don't think they really cared. They were like, great, we'll do it. And that is appropriate. So you guys, I have not been following the news other than what people have popped in and shared. I know there is news going on based on what's been shared, but I have not looked at it. I don't want to be a source of misinformation, so I am not going to be addressing it. We're going to be addressing what happened in court today and in trial today. I appreciate that.
I will also be giving a reflection today because
we're at. I remembered to mute the audio today, so we're going to take a look. I want to see what's happening in court because that's where the real tea is. So we're going to talk about what just happened with the proffers. We're going to talk about Jennifer Howell, and then we are going to talk about the TMZ motion. So with that, I'm just looking at what this conversation is because I'm fascinated. I am also surprised, and this is the thing. I don't look into a lot of what's going on outside of court because I want to see what the jury's seeing. So while I love that the photographer's here getting this conversation happening because there's some body language happening there that's interesting. And with that, I don't review what's going on outside of the court with regard to evidence like Jennifer Howell's. And damn it. All right, let's go see if we can find another feed that's still in court real quick. Let's see who's still in court. I don't know if Court TV will still be in court. I really wanted to see us still being in court. Let's see. Nope, they're not still live. Is anyone still live into the courtroom? Oh, don't make it. Don't make the one who gets sassy. Don't make it the one who gets sassy. I don't see anyone else still live coming out of the courtroom. Bummer. I'm bummed. All right, well, we're not going to get the court feed is done. No, not even on the network that shall not be named. All of it is done. So it looks like they just cut the court feed, even though more was going on in court.
So,
all right. With that, I'm going to answer questions. I had a question up and then it disappeared. Did I do that? Oh, I totally forgot what I was going to say.
I can't wait for
you guys are
this lawyer's expertise because I want to know
still live aside from myself and go from there because I really did want to still see
that they just went over some emails. They didn't even read them. They
if
didn't
it was
even
still
ask her to look
going.
at a live.
You guys have said entertainment tonight, and you were correct. Thank you, chat. Oh, chat, so wise, so pretty. So wise. Did they just like sit Amber down and have a chat with her? Sit down, have a chat. I totally forgot what I was saying. Thank you. Thank you, chat. I love that we still get to see. All right. So Jennifer Howell is what we were talking about. With that, I know that there has been a deposition, not a deposition, like a sworn statement from the UK that's out there. And the sworn statement from the UK that's out there is not everything that was in that deposition. The rules of evidence are not simple, but they are finite. And the court might have ruled to keep everything else out. So they only got to, I sent this email to Whitney because I didn't want her to do what was wrong at sum and substance. So we will have to see. I mean, that's what they said, or that's what she said. And that was all of her testimony. And that means her testimony is done. There isn't going to be any more testimony from Jennifer Howell. So anything else that is known to you is not known to the jury. The jury cannot do outside research. The jury cannot watch the full depositions. They only get the edited versions. And in only getting the edited versions, they only see what was presented. And it really went to, is Whitney Heard trying to protect her sister? That's what I got from that. So with that, I'm surprised they weren't allowed to introduce more of what Whitney told her as a prior inconsistent statement, but the court might have ruled it out. And this happens. There is stuff that we might think is legally like, well, you open the door, it should come in.
That's right.
But that's not what's happening. We don't see that. So I'm surprised they're still chatting in open court and haven't gone to conference room or wherever they're working as an office outside of this court while they're packing up for the day. I'm just surprised that they're still there.
I'll give
having
my
this
reflection because
conversation about the end of the court.
I've got
day.
a lot to
Just
say
surprised,
about the
that's all.
day, but also just this whole ending.
So with that,
was crazy.
later today, I will go look at the split screen between Howell's testimony and seeing Whitney Enriquez's face in court. I will go look for that. We're going to just leave the court feed up while I answer questions because it's interesting to watch what's going on in court. It's interesting to watch what's going on in court. I'm fascinated. Do I wish the audio was on? Yes.
Hell yeah.
Everybody's packing up to leave. But this is getting towards the end of trial. This is crunch time, and it's hard for everyone involved. Question, can Depp's team now read the Howell letter out loud? No, they had no proffers. They said they didn't have any proffers. These were the proffers from Heard's team putting on the record. This was the thing we wanted to put in. They're preserving their record essentially for appeal. This is the stuff we wanted to put in. You told us we couldn't put it in, and we're putting it on the record. So,
Yeah, they didn't have any, I guess, proffers, and
my lips look.
I was thinking, wait, really, Benjo? Like, you have
What I'm
none?
trying to not do is a
Okay.
fail with a red
I just
nose.
don't understand that. She
Is
objected to
Amber
so much
and-
shit.
If Amber and Whitney are
Or
found
she ruled against
of perjury or lying on the stand, can they get into real legal trouble for it? It's a long way between witnesses calling each other liars and lying on the stand. And perjury is hard to prove. Perjury is hard to prosecute. And I haven't seen anything definitive that would lead me down that road. Though I'm sure if it does, we will end up in a situation where that will come up. And that is
I
the
could see it
end
more for
of the
Amber
court
Heard.
feed. All right, let's go.
I could see it more for
check in
Amber
with-
Heard.
I love that the
That's what-
behavioral arts
that's
was
what
the
I
next
would
video
say.
that came up in the end screen. We love that. So let me make sure that YouTube stops YouTube. Stop YouTubing, YouTube. And we're just gonna share with where we're at because we've been checking on this all day.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's a long way to
we have
perjury.
hit 7 hours!
And then you have to find someone to prosecute it. Could it be investigated and prosecuted? If there is
Yeehaw!
something, we'll see.
We are at 7 hours.
What if they end rebuttal with Whitney?
6
I doubt
minutes
it. I doubt they would
and
recall
6
Whitney.
seconds.
It's too much of an unknown. Does the jury get to see the depositions? Only what's been shown in this report. I'm so confused by Howell because her deposition was so juicy. She stated that Whitney told her everything opposite of
This
what
is
Whitney testified
fun.
to, and that didn't.
Oh,
come in
Oscar Montiel.
in evidence. And that is one of the things.
Will
in this
never
case, what
reach
comes
us,
in
ladies and
in evidence
gentlemen.
and what we all know can be
Never.
different things. In high-profile cases, how is the jury protected from paparazzi and the general public when they exit the courthouse? Depends on the courthouse. There are different ways that they can have them leave, park underground, park off-site, bus off-site. It just depends on the courthouse. I'm not going to speculate on this courthouse because A, I've never practiced in this courthouse, and B, I don't want to give people ideas of how to find jurors. Don't ever contact jurors. Don't talk to jurors. If they end it all before Runkle gets there for the end summary, I will be devastated. I want to watch and hear how he reacts to stuff from Chesterfield, Virginia. I really enjoy Runkle's take as well. So yes. Let's see. I'm gonna pull this up. So thank you guys. I can't believe we're at almost 5:15. Do video depositions count for both sides? Could Depp's
Wow.
team run Amber Heard's team out on those depots? No. Oh, hair looks super cute. Go me. No. In Jennifer Howell's deposition, the portion that we saw that was Heard's side was just a minute or two. It was so brief. They also can edit the deposition. So Heard's team can edit down how much of their cross they want shown and say, we're only going to play this part. So they can edit their deposition. Depp's team edited their cross out of numerous depositions. Question, if they prove that the doctor was unethical, does anything happen to the doctor's testimony from yesterday? Congrats on 500K. Mighty Mouse. Oh my God, I love the screen name and the pic. What happens? Yes. In last week's podcast of the Emily Show, I covered the credibility of witnesses. There is a similar instruction for expert witnesses where the jury is told if you're found a witness to be telling something untrue, it weighs in their credibility and you're allowed to discount their testimony. And there's an expert witness instruction where the jury is told they can discount it if they need to. In the beginning of Howell's testimony, what happened? Why did Elaine ask? And what was the purpose of that questioning? That was her cross-examination being like, did you even get the dates right? That was it. So chat, I'm going to go to TMZ's motion real quick, just because we have a little bit of time. And then I will go to Twitter and see what we have with regard to with regard to court observations from today. So let's go to this new motion from TMZ. It seems like TMZ is trying to block a rebuttal witness. And let's go to Twitter real quick. We're going to talk about
TMZ
the rebuttal
doesn't
witness
wanna
and who the rebuttal
enter
witness
any
is.
legal trouble.
Let's see.
So that's
as I tried
exactly
to tiptoe
why I
around
think
Twitter
they would
without stepping
they would
in any,
go and file a motion with the
potholes.
court.
All right.
It's because they know.
Let's see. When we got to the witness list from Twitter, we saw
They could
that
be in
we were going to
trouble.
have let's see, Richard Shaw, Kimberly Collins, Children's Hospital, Walter Hamada, Richard Marks, Banya, David. There was another witness on one of the lists. Oh, nope, that's not where it is. I wonder if it was on the printed one. There was another witness that works for or worked for TMZ. And then we have an emergency motion to intervene filed today. And we're going to get to that right now. So let's pull up. Let me see if I can hide. I'm trying to make this bigger. You all are going to get to see my problem. I'm trying to make this bigger. But I can't. Oh, there we.
I'm just kind of sitting quiet because I want her to explain this motion.
We
She's a lawyer,
are
so she would
professionals
understand this.
here. So let us talk about this motion real quick. Emergency motion to intervene by EHM Productions, Inc. for limited purpose of asserting journalistic privilege.
Oh.
And we've covered this a lot with regard to the Jen Shaw case with journalistic privilege. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Morgan Tremaine. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Wise Chat. Oh, Wise Chat, you're so wise. Wise Chat. And this is, again, why the internet knows so much more than this jury. Throat spray. All right, let's do this. EHM Productions, Inc., the owner and operator of the celebrity news website TMZ.com, by and through Underside Counsel, submits this motion to intervene for the limited purpose of asserting the journalistic privilege pursuant to Supreme Court Rule 314. According to a published report, TMZ's former employee, Morgan Tremaine, has been called to testify at trial imminently on behalf of plaintiff Johnny Depp regarding the information provided to TMZ by a confidential source in violation of TMZ's and the source's rights under Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508 and Brown versus Commonwealth, recognizing privilege of confidentiality of information and identity of source. With this motion, TMZ seeks a protective order precluding plaintiff from eliciting or Mr. Tremaine from disclosing TMZ's privileged information during their testimony. TMZ is uncertain whether Tremaine is appearing pursuant to a trial subpoena. If he is, TMZ likewise requests that the court quash the subpoena. Journalist privilege of confidentiality are vital in the reporting of news. That is why the law strongly protects the ability of journalists to keep their promises. The court should permit TMZ to keep that promise made here. So as the employer, they are trying to either quash a subpoena or assert privilege to block this witness from testifying. TMZ is a news organization headquartered in California, covers entertainment and celebrity news. TMZ published an article titled "Depp Goes Off on Amber, Smashes Wine Glass / Bottle." A video of Miss Heard and Depp accompanied the article. The article and video may be seen here. This I am not pulling up because they will try to copy claim the video.
That's right.
Again,
That's
they will
right.
try to copy claim the video absolutely again, like they did last 3 times that the video played in court, and then I talked about it playing in court. This video was provided to journalists at TMZ in California by a confidential source.
Yeah, Amber Heard. She
TMZ
admitted she
promised
leaked
this
to
source that
TMZ.
it would remain that they would maintain their confidentiality and would not disclose their name or other information. TMZ makes such promises of confidentiality from time to time so that it may publish information in the public interest, and it relies on the journalist privilege protecting the identity of confidential sources to do so. This is a witness likely for tomorrow. TMZ's source has not at any time since they provided the video waived their right to confidentiality or indicated to TMZ that it was released from its promise of confidentiality. Yesterday, May 23rd, 2022, TMZ learned from a report published in Radar Online at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Pacific Standard Time, 3:30 p.m. when? Sorry, Radar Online, that plaintiff in this matter intended to call Tremaine to testify very shortly, according to Radar. The internet is so in this trial. Plaintiffs plan to elicit, according to Radar, plaintiffs intend to elicit testimony from Tremaine regarding TMZ's confidential source in an effort to impeach the credibility of defendant. Just as an aside, if the defendant isn't the source, it's not relevant to impeach the defendant's testimony. Just saying. Just lawyer thoughts. Tremaine was a field assignment manager with TMZ at the time the article was published, but no longer works for the company, had nothing to do with TMZ's receipt of the video, and on TMZ's information and belief, lacks firsthand knowledge of the identity of the confidential source who provided TMZ with the video. To the extent that Tremaine purports to know the identity of TMZ's confidential source, his information would be based on rumor and conjecture. Further, any information that Tremaine may provide concerning TMZ's confidential source was obtained in the course of his employment with TMZ, and he lacks authority to breach TMZ's confidentiality agreement with source. Here's the other thing. Only Amber Heard can really sell the copyright in the video that she took. She owns the copyright.
Exactly.
Her, Rick Hogue and I were talking about this. She could, I mean, in theory, she could have assigned the copyrights to somebody else to sell it, but that doesn't make a ton of sense.
That
And
wouldn't
TMZ
make
would have to
sense.
have proof of that. So there would be a writing of that somewhere.
Exactly.
But TMZ claims to own the copyright. They claimed it on my videos. I shared that on Twitter.
And that's exactly why I don't share, because I don't want to get copyrighted.
How does TMZ
Copywritten
own the
or righted.
copyright if it wasn't sold to them by the person that owns the copyright? The person that owns the
Exactly.
copyright is the person who took the video.
Which
the
is
person
Amber
who took the video
Heard.
is Amber Heard.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. TMZ now brings this motion to enforce its sources' rights under the journalist privilege and prevent unauthorized breach. So the court's going to have to address this tomorrow, I think. Because again, how can you impeach defendant Heard with this witness if this witness doesn't say, oh, she gave it to us? Like, okay. TMZ should be permitted to intervene. Intervention permits a interested, and we know what intervention prevents. I think TMZ has standing to intervene if this is a former employee testifying about their work. I think they have standing to intervene. We're not even going to go. We're not even going to go. We're not even going to go. I don't know if JD's lawyers were listening to me particularly, but I definitely shared that information. I was not happy. They didn't just try to copyright claim the video. I believe it was a strike. I need to go back and look at Twitter. Virginia's journalist privilege protects TMZ's confidential source, recognizes a privilege rooted in the First Amendment, protecting the relationship between journalists and sources. The privilege of confidentiality should yield only when the party's need for it is essential to a fair trial. And that is what the court is going to have to weigh and evaluate. And the Virginia Supreme Court has held that impeachment evidence does not qualify, which the court is going to have to decide. When a litigant's right to impeach evidence collides with the newsman's privilege of confidentiality, the privilege prevails unless the party seeking to impeach evidence can show that it is somehow material to an element of a party's claim or defense.
So Amber Heard,
Well,
so Johnny
lying
Depp's
under
team is going
oath
to have
seems
to.
like it would be relevant
Yeah.
to a defamation claim. Just saying.
Yeah, because
Seems
Amber Heard
like
lied under
it would be
oath.
highly relevant. You let me know.
I think so.
So there's
I
always
really
an
do.
unless, right? You can't use it to impeach unless they can show it's material. And it might be material to an element of defamation because it goes to telling the truth under oath. Because under
right.
oath,
It's
the
under
answer
oath.
was, I wouldn't even know how to do that.
But then she
I wouldn't
said,
even
I
know
would,
how to
I
do
would
that.
be able to do it in a much bigger way if I really wanted to.
Good. This is going to be law nerd gold when the court, I want to hear the court argue this tomorrow. Wow, Depp's team has a lot of work to do tonight. Good thing there's a lot of them. Fleets of lawyers to deal with this. I'm sure that Heard's team is like, oh, thank God there's someone else on our side. Like, thank you for the assist. Here it appears that plaintiff seeks TMZ's confidential source information purely. I read that as parlay because my brain has been altered by this trial. Confidential source information. I read that as parlay. I apologize. Purely for purposes of impeaching the credibility of defendant and not because the information has anything directly to do with the elements of the underlying defamation case. Though the defense to defamation is truth. So proving not truth
We're gonna hit 8 hours, baby.
might matter.
Yeah.
As noted, an effort to obtain impeachment evidence for its own sake is insufficient to overcome the privilege. And the question of who provided a leaked tape to TMZ is irrelevant to the elements of defamation. We will see what the court thinks. I think you can make it relevant, but we will see. The identity of TMZ's source has no bearing on whether, for example, the statement's plaintiff is challenging or substantially true, or whether defendant acted with the requisite degree of fault. For the foregoing, TMZ respectfully requests this court be allow it to intervene. I think they'll be allowed to intervene. Whether the court will grant the motion, I don't know, but I think they have standing to bring the motion for sure. And then there's a declaration. Let's go look at the declaration from Jason Beckerman. Let's see what you have to say, Mr. Beckerman.
That's not me at all.
You're probably a lawyer. Head of business and legal affairs. Shock. Let's see. Head of business and legal affairs for TMZ, as well as a number of other television shows, websites, social. User error, WAP. TMZ is a news organization that primarily covers entertainment and celebrity news. Fair, from time to time, TMZ has offered information by sources. Fair, in order to publish information in public interest, they rely on journalist privilege. Fair.
Yep.
To protect their identities of their sources, the media source privilege is central to the ability of journalists to properly investigate stories and safeguard individuals who provide information to them. I mean, it's in integrity for TMZ to be like, we are fighting. If the court makes us do it, if the court makes you do it, the court makes you do it. But it's in integrity for them to say, we are going to fight to protect the confidentiality of our sources. That is the point. That is what we do. And they want to maintain sources. They want to maintain the reputation that they do protect their sources, and fighting this out publicly is proper for them to do, to fight this out to protect their source. I appreciate that. Let's see. The media sources privilege central to the journalist's job. Okay. On August 12, 2016, TMZ published the article. We know the video was provided to journalists by a confidential source. They promised the source they would maintain their confidentiality, and they're keeping that. They're fighting it in court, which, speaks to them protecting their sources. This source has not at any time since they provided the video waived their right of confidentiality. Tremaine is no longer employed at TMZ, had nothing to do with the receipt of the video, lacks firsthand knowledge. And this is all just the declaration. This is all just the declaration going to it. And then we represent, and that's the filing. So y'all, that is, that's it. That's everything from the TMZ motion. That's going to be interesting to watch the court argue. I wonder if the court will hear that first thing in the morning. But again, this is, I have no qualms with TMZ trying to protect their sources.
I do.
We will see what comes of it. I'm going to get into answering some more questions. Let's see. You guys are asking about Jennifer Howell. Why did she say attacked? I have no idea. I have no idea why she said attacked in that depot. It went so fast, and I would need to watch it again. I don't know. She said, your side has spent 3 hours attacking me. I don't know which side of lawyers she was talking to. I truly don't know, but she was standing her ground on that and was not thrilled about it. So with that, let's get to some questions. You guys, I can't believe that we are where the channel is today. Like, yeah, wow. Just wow. She said Richard. I don't know who Richard is. I don't know what legal team, but I just don't know. I don't know. I do not know. Sounded like she was, I don't know. And I don't know. She was answering a question, but whose question she was answering, I don't know. So when do they edit depots? Could Amber Heard's team regret not doing more cross? I mean, they could always have reopened it with the court. They edited all of these, were done being edited a few weeks ago, because the court had been doing them on Fridays, ruling on all the objections, and it said one day that they had been there till like 9:30 at night, ruling on the objections and dealing with where the videos would be edited. But I don't who physically does it. It should be the side offering it and their teams, but it's a lot of work, and they will do it. Yeah, they are doing those things on Fridays when the court was dark. So those have all been done for a few weeks now. Amy Van Dyken, so good to see you. I was rolling with the dog when you hit 500Ks. Rolling with the homies. Yes, Clueless. I yelled out so loud he jumped. Congrats, so deserved. You are amazing. Get a nice mega pint of whiskey to celebrate. Thank you, Amy. I will. We've got a family event tonight, and then there will be some whiskey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your support has been absolutely incredible, and you know I've told you that it means the world to me. So thank you. I appreciate that. Question, how can the video be used in the trial if it's owned by TMZ? Well, it doesn't violate copyright to use it as evidence because it's evidence and it's been proffered. Also, Amber Heard probably still has a copy of the video and they submitted it as evidence. So TMZ can't block them from using it as evidence in this case. Doesn't TMZ have to buy it from the original owner? Not necessarily. It can be leaked without them purchasing it. But then how do they have a right to the copyright? I don't know. Can they bring in a copyright expert to explain how TMZ would even get the copyright? I think that ship has sailed. Would thank God someone's on our side be the right reaction if that someone is Harvey Levin? I mean, right calls for a value judgment, no value judgment. I think from a legal standpoint, it is probably a nice thing for Amber Heard's team to be like, there's at least another set of lawyers on this, and it's not just all on us to have to assert, because Amber Heard's team can't assert TMZ's privilege. TMZ has to show up and assert their privilege, and it seems like they are. Whether Amber Heard's team reached out and was like, are you going to do something about this? I don't know. But TMZ has to stand within their own integrity too and say, hey, we're going to protect our sources. And that's really important. So that's where we're at with that. Surely he doesn't have to say who it was, just that it was sold to TMZ, and the inference is as the copyright was hers or agent she sold it. Still want to know what Milk Duds are. I'm in the UK. Milk Duds are the best with popcorn. They are a caramel candy covered in chocolate. They're very chewy. Sometimes they make my jaw hurt. They're delicious with popcorn. Oh, yeah. They are my preferred movie snack. Milk Duds and butter popcorn is my preferred movie snack. Question, I feel confused. Is this TMZ thing good or bad for Johnny Depp's team? I am not evaluating good or bad for Depp's team. They're going to have to fight it. They want to bring that witness in, but it hasn't been ruled on yet. So right now it's just something that's happening. I don't think it has a good or bad assignment. It's happening. Depp's team wants to bring in that witness. TMZ is saying you can't bring that witness, and nothing has happened other than that. It is something to litigate. So no assignment of judgment for me. It's interesting. Could you read the Jennifer Howell letter? It's short to see why her claims were cut out of testimony. I will after trial. Because I don't know how much the letter lines up with the depo that was edited. And so I just don't know. David said I was spiraling into a deep hole because of world events, PTSD, and my daughter turned me on to you and the other law nerds. You're going to make me cry, David. Thank you. Thank you for your loving, informative, caring take on this trial and the distraction from my desk. I am, world news right now is very hard. I am also trying to power through this before I go and am with my kids. And that's why I've been trying to just cover the trial this afternoon, because we are here to talk about the trial and to try to cover that. And as a little bit of a safe space to talk about the trial right now before we have to re-engage with everything that's going on around us. So David, thank you. And please don't, I know the normal response is, I'm sorry I made you cry. You didn't. Thank you. This is the space I try to create. And I appreciate you for acknowledging the space that I try to create. It makes me feel very seen, and it's a very loving thing. And thank you. So thank you. Can they call the person Jennifer Howell named to the stand to provide the communication between Howell and Whitney? She said she sent to him her. I think they were talking about Isaac Baruch. Isaac has already testified. I don't think Isaac will testify again. And I I don't think Isaac will testify again because he already did. And I think any hearsay that was going to come in was going to come in. What we got was that Whitney's ex-boss, and I would have to go watch this testimony again after a good night's sleep, but we got Whitney's ex-boss sent her an email saying, what you're doing is wrong, trying to protect your sister. I think that's enough for them to argue that Whitney's characterization of events are wrong. So I think it might be enough for court. This is from when court was ending. Do you think Amber Heard's body language looks a bit odd? I didn't put a value read on it other than she was having a conversation with her lawyer after court. There's a lot to talk about at the end of a court day. Today was a hard day for Amber Heard's team. There were some good witnesses, and they are running out of time. So thank you. Asher, thank you. If you guys say nice things, I'm going to get real fucking squishy real quick. What is your overall impression of today? Thanks for your coverage. To be completely fair, I am actually kind of annoyed at the massive discrepancy between Heard's experts and Depp's experts, because everyone deserves good experts. I don't know what the fuck dumpster fire was going on with Heard's experts. And I would have liked to have seen, again, if we're going to use sports analogies, I would like to have seen a closer match for match on experts. And it's not right now. Depp's experts have outclassed Heard's experts. And we saw people coming in with shit like, process, for evaluating things. They're like, this is a process, and here's my
Amber's
process.
team was just
and
awful.
This is how I evaluated it, and this is what
Amber's
my task was,
team
and I didn't
was
go outside
just
of my task, and this is why that's speculative, and this is
crazy.
why that's not appropriate. I would have liked to have seen a better match of experts, just because I'm curious and nosy, and I like good law. I was really appalled by Dr. Spiegel yesterday.
Yes.
I was really happy to see the doctor that came in today, Dr. Vision. I know his name's not Vision, but he looks like Vision. He sounded like Vision, Dr. Vision. I was really happy to see Dr. Vision come in and say part of this rule, the Goldberg rule, is to not stigmatize mental health. And I was really happy to hear that. It was really nice to see a professional sit down and say, there are rules, and this is why there are rules. And the rules are to protect people. The rules are to protect our industry. And the rules are so we're not just sitting here throwing words around like narcissistic. And there was a moment where I felt like I was watching YouTube tea videos with like YouTubers, not the tea community, but YouTubers calling each other narcissistic abusers, because that word gets thrown around, particularly on this platform, a lot. And it was so nice to see a doctor sit down and say, this is inappropriate and this is not okay. And I was really happy to just see that, though. I did get choked up, and oh gosh, Will again, excuse me, when he was talking about dealing with PTSD and NICU parents. So, and that's been my experience too. So, there are things that make you feel seen as a human. I didn't expect it to hit me sideways, but with everything going on today, it hit me sideways. And yeah, it did. It just hit me sideways. And you can see it. You can see it when I get choked up. I know you do. I turn immediately red. My voice gets choked up, and that's where I'm at. And it gets really hard to talk. It doesn't mean I won't push through. It is part of why I choose to cover certain things and not cover other things when things are triggering to me based on my life, my experience, and my own PTSD, which is not something I talk about a lot because it's still hard. So with that, we are going to keep rolling through questions just as a way of explaining where I'm at and why things hit me and why I choose to cover certain things and choose not to cover other things. So you guys are reminding me to fluff my aura. Thank you. I even have my laundered Pride shirt on today because Pride is coming back soon. Our Pride merch.
All right. I had to put it down because I kind of want to talk about the experts and just the. I just had to check and make sure it was working. I do want to talk about the experts because while we would like to see a closer match, if you will, as Emily said, of experts, and I know that you guys can still see her and all that, but I'm just gonna like cut it out for now. For me, I think that Amber deserves this because there's a couple things. Your lawyers are in charge of creating a good argument for you. They're in charge whether you are right or wrong, and Amber Heard is more than wrong, abundantly wrong, absurdly wrong. You know, and you know, she is lying under oath. She's presenting terrible, shitty evidence, and so I think the way that I can say this is this. You know, her lawyers are in charge of finding good experts. She is also in charge of finding good experts. So all of her witness testimony has been contradicting. Whether who took the photos, who didn't take the photos, how many did they take, how many did this person take, did that person take, did you see injuries? No, but I know how to cover this bruise, but there's a problem. There's been some consistencies. Like her agent Jessica Kovacevic, I think her name is, and I think one of her friends, well, actually Whitney, and had a little bit of consistency with one of the witnesses, and I went over it too last week. I can't remember it all, but there were more inconsistencies than ever. So I think, again, when you have these experts. Yesterday, I had a problem with Catherine Arnold, and I had to leave because I had a family thing with my cousin. But so I had to leave the stream early. It just made it seem like I just was questioning her, and I didn't know why. Because, and I was commenting on the podcast or on the show yesterday. You're gonna say that Amber Heard's gonna make 50% more or 100% more than what she should make, just because, right? Like, she has that star power, where you say that she should have had endorsements, when now another lawyer comes and squashes her. Not only does he squash her, he bashes her into the fucking wall, into the freaking paper walls or whatever it is, because he literally says, well, she's wrong here, right? Like, she said this, she said that, it's wrong. And I just, the fact that, let's see, Michael Spindler, Richard Marks, Mr. Doug Banya, all of those guys came out and said, no, she's wrong because of this. She didn't report it correctly. She didn't get her numbers right. These are non-comparable actors. These are this is that, this is that, this is that. It's not my fault. It's nobody's fault but Amber's team and Amber herself for why she had such shitty, bullshit, terrible ass witnesses as experts as witnesses. That's their problem. Johnny had great witnesses that all came together and proved a better case for Johnny for the jury, in my opinion. I don't know how the jury's thinking. They better think the right way or their lives aren't going to be easy. But again, it's up to the lawyers. It's up to the person. It's up to the defendant here to get the better experts. And she didn't. She got terrible, shitty-ass experts who have behavior like Dr. Spiegel did. And I'm sorry I couldn't show that to you. He was absolutely morbid. He was absolutely awful. He was absolutely crazy. He was an idiot. He called Johnny Depp's lawyer an idiot. I think he even called Johnny Depp an idiot. You heard clearly and concisely Dr. Shaw tell you, Stephen Shaw, I don't remember his name, but she called him Dr. Vision, she called him Dr. Vision, I called him Dr. Shaw, say exactly why he was wrong. He hadn't evaluated or tested Johnny Depp. He was calling him a narcissist without even knowing, with 100% medical certainty, when there was no medical certainty, there was no analysis. And again, it's really up to Amber to have the better witnesses, and it's up to her team. and she paid a bullshit, bogus ass team. I've heard the argument, maybe they're not as bad as the client. It's her lies, and they have to contend with that. Okay, I can buy that argument. I won't, because I think they are actually this bad. I have seen trials throughout my life and throughout these years where you've had the worst clients ever, and you've had defense lawyers come out on top. I hope this is not the case. Knock on wood, hopefully Johnny Depp comes out on top. But, again, these guys suck. Amber sucks. Her experts suck. And that's just simple enough to understand.
And it makes me so happy. I've got my Pride mug from last year, too. Thank you guys for refreshing me reminding me to fluff my aura. Don't go chopping onions at your own house, because we're just, and it's reading a first-person victim impact statement from a mother who had a very, very, very severely injured child. I will tell that story another time, but I read that first-person witness statement, and it was heart-wrenching. And then I got yelled at for not being able to keep it together. Thanks for providing me a way to weather dealing with a colicky newborn, a hard thing. You should check to see whether TMZ struck your claimed video. There's a big difference. I put it up on Twitter. Here, let's just go check. I put it up on Twitter. I know there's a big difference.
All right, let me...
It's been a day and I just don't remember, but I put the photo up of whether they issued a strike or a claim. CBS issued a claim, but I don't remember about TMZ, and this was a while ago. I also made a YouTube short about it. I made a reel about it, but it's way down in my trial coverage. Am I scrolling through my own Twitter? Yes, I am, but it is way down in Twitter coverage because it was weeks ago, and I was mad about it.
All right. So, I'm going to give a reflection real quick on Jennifer Howell. Then I'm going to go into Morgan Knight, and then I'm just kind of going to give a little bit more of a reflection on the rest of the trial here of today. Well, number one, I hope to see Dr. Curry tomorrow. That would be nice. So, on the Jennifer Howell thing. I would say this, and I had to check, make sure it was right. I was working, I was also checking the chat. Didn't see anything, but hey, I'm rushing. Not rushing, I'm rushing. So, look, that was apparently that was 3 hours. She said, your side has been attacking me for 3 hours. Emily said that she didn't know what side that was. I know what side that was. That was Amber Heard's side. Why, if she's coming out on behalf of Johnny Depp, would Johnny Depp's side attack her? It would make zero sense to me. No sense. Why they didn't just play that entire deposition or the good, meaty, amazing, major parts, where she could say, hey, this is what Whitney told me. This is Whitney said this on the stand here in the court, in the trial. She told me this. She wrote this letter to me. She walked into my house saying this and that, this and that, right? Like, why they didn't allow her to continue on with that, or even testify to that, I don't understand. I just don't understand. What I don't understand is why Johnny Depp's team didn't ask more questions of that sort. Just having her scroll through documents, verifying emails, I would have had her read lines of the emails. I would have had her read out statements from the emails. I would have said, can you tell me exactly what happened? What did Whitney say or that's hearsay. Tell me what was Whitney's account? And maybe that would have been hearsay, but they're lawyers. They are lawyers. They're lawyers. They know how to word the questions better. I would have said, what was Whitney's account or whatever. Oh, Whitney told me this, and that. And she said that she actually came here because she was afraid of Amber Heard. And she actually is her little punching bag. And she's afraid of her killing Johnny and this and that and this and this and that. This just proves that it was a long day on streaming. So she's saying all that. And, I would have had her say, okay, well, Whitney Hurd said this. Did you hear that? Yes. Okay. Or Whitney Hurd said this. Is this true or is this not true? And you could then have her say, no, it's not, or yes, it is, or whatever. This was an absolute absurd day for the Jennifer Howell testimony, which I was really looking forward to. Jennifer Howell knows the truth. I feel like the thing that I can say is maybe she was intimidated so much that she just couldn't deal with it. That's exactly what I think happened. The doctor that testified in the morning, I don't remember his name anymore. Here's my thoughts on him. The main takeaway again that I got was, had Johnny hit Amber or anyone else, I think he would have. He said it. He would have destroyed the cast or damaged it. The little thing that's kind of on him, and then also his fingers. So his finger, and he developed an infection 2 weeks after the surgery. So he had surgery on his finger to rebuild it, to replenish it, whatever, to fuse it back together, put it back together. So I doubt that immediately Johnny Depp raped Amber Heard. And you can tell based on that audio that the double standard woman, the judge, did not allow into the courtroom. So you can say, oh, she didn't allow things for Amber Heard's team. Yeah, whatever. Fuck off. So, that says that. I talked about Banya. I like how he also went after Ron Chanel, meaning, look, he was an interesting witness. I gotta get out of here soon. I shouldn't be yawning like this on a stream. But again, it just wasn't that great. Morgan Knight. Morgan Knight was hilarious. He just said, look, I just want to come and get the truth. And Elaine was asking questions like, what's the time? What's the element? What's this? And then she objected to, I think it was Rebecca or whoever asked him. Oh, no, Camille asking those questions to Morgan Knight. And objection, hearsay. Objection, this. Elaine, shut the fuck up, you little cunt-ass bitch, little hoe. I know I shouldn't be cursing like this, but it's true. Okay? And the fact that her friend said, oh my God, there was so much damage. Holy shit. Like, oh my God, that poor trailer. Holy God damn. And he's like, well, the only thing damaged was the little sconce or whatever, the sconce. And the light was broken, so I just tucked the wires in, and then until I bought some new lights, and there you go, boom. You know, there you go. Like, there you go. It's done. And oh my God, a $62 charge. Oh, wow. I thought they like broke glass. I thought they tore the bed sheets off. I thought they just ruined that bitch to where they needed to buy a whole new trailer, and that's not the case at all. So I hope that the jury can connect the dots and see that that was a lie. That was an exciting witness, because what we had there was, oh my God, like, what I loved is that Camille told him and Geraldine told him, first off, the fact that Elaine was like, Geraldine? He's like, no, I think it's pronounced Geraldine. And I'm like, we're gonna go back and forth how it's spelled or how it's pronounced? Really? But the fact that they prepared him and said, do not look at anything else in the trial. Do not. Look, do I have a belief that he did not look at the trial? Yes. Because he genuinely didn't want to be there. He sounds and looks like he's got a life of his own. He doesn't have time for this shit like I do. This is really bad. I should not be yawning. I should not. But again, this was crazy because it was a surprise witness. Both sides got to ask questions. The only one that did was Elaine, and then all of a sudden he was under direct testimony. So this was incredibly hilarious and just a big surprise. I was losing my mind with the judge. Because, oh, hearsay, sustained. Oh, this, sustained. Oh, Your Honor, he's a guy, sustained. I mean, it's just double standard judge, okay? She's on Amber Heard's side. No one has ever proven me otherwise. No one has ever argued with me against it. I know Emily says that she's perfectly fine. No, she's not. Okay, this judge she's not 50-50. All of that. And then Whitney Heard, I honestly would be curious to see how she acted. Overall, it was a spicy day. Very, very, very spicy day. Boy, I can't wait for tomorrow.
So let's see.
Let's skip ahead.
That was the knife. That's not a picture of analytics. I am now very curious. Where is it?
All right, so that's over. So let's go here. Should I do a... I guess I can do a, should I do a live video? Should I cover James Franco? No one in the chat's gonna let me know, so I guess let me see. All right, so let me just switch. Let me just switch this AirPod here. Because we're going to break down James Franco and Amber Heard. Oh. Hey, we're going to hit 8 hours, baby. All right. Here's the oh, another thing. The hospital very short, very, very, very short, but it got the point across, I think. Amber Heard only donated $250K. I would be curious to know if Johnny Depp said, "Sure, mate, I'll pay it for you. I'll pay it for you, mate." I wonder if that was that or if that was his. She said it was from Amber Heard, but from Johnny Depp's accountant. I'm not sure. Now, if it was, like Emily said, Amber said, "Hey, stop paying them directly, pay me." Could Amber Heard have taken... Hold on, let me see. Let me ask Siri. 250... Oh, let's see. Let's see. Hey, Siri. 3.5 million minus 250,000.
I found some web results. I'll send them to Jason's iPhone. I couldn't find Jason's iPhone, but you can ask me again from there.
No. 3.5 million minus 250,000. I feel like that's simple math. So she owes still $3.25 million. That's crazy. That's insane. That she owes all that money. Hold on a second. Okay. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm heard. Yeah. All right. So again, they literally asked her, "What's the total here?" And this date, 250,000. What's here? 250,000. And 250,000. Amber Heard's team went really, really fast with their cross examinations because they really don't have time. I think what I think exactly what they're trying to do is preserve their time. But the important part is she said, no, there's been no further donations. The other part, the TMZ thing. Look, that motion is bullshit. Yes, as a journalism student, I can say that these news organizations love to protect their sources. However, if Amber Heard was the one who lied under oath and said, I did not leak it, but Morgan Tremaine can come in and say, yes, she did, then TMZ might be lying to the court. If he has no absolute info, they're just wasting their fucking time. And I don't know why they would do that. Now, they might not have him to say, hey, did she do this? They might have him say, how does the copyright work? How does this? How does that? Just to explain to the jury, right? Because I kind of understand a little bit of copyright with journalism because I'm attending school. They might not. All these jurors might be just maybe non-college kids. Maybe some of them are for finance. Maybe some. You never know, right? So, I guess my point here is, look, they need to get to the bottom of who released that video because, yes, it is possible, like Emily said, that she could have said, hey, you, Whitney, Rocky, you give it to CNN, no, ESPN, whatever, no, TMZ, but they would have to have that in writing. If they're trying to protect that, okay, but they would need to tell the court, yeah, we have it in writing. It was not Amber Heard. I don't know. This is I think this is gonna be argued tomorrow. The other thing that they would have to do, is, look, they just need to know because then Amber Heard lied under oath, and because that copy is still on Amber Heard's phone. I bet she still has it. So, I think this thing from TMZ is bullshit. So, let's go ahead. Yay, we're gonna hit 8 hours! What time is it? Let's just do a quick rundown of the James Franco clip, and then we will end this live stream, and we'll call it a day. So let me share this video with everybody. Let's do this. Let's do that. All right, now we're going to wait for Chrome. There we go. Do I have it here? If not, I have... Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh. I guess I don't have it in here. Okay, so is it? Alright, so I guess I have it here. So let's just open it here. So, let me lay the good old background context here. James Franco dated Amber Heard because he wanted to be abused, apparently. And Amber Heard brought him to the penthouse that Johnny was paying for. So, we know that she cheated. Okay? So, she's going to act like, I don't remember. Oh, come on. All right? No. We're going to watch this video together, you and I, and we're going to see. All right. Let's see.
My question is more nuanced. You sat in this courtroom while Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
I believe she was testifying about these photographs, and she said that I was not injured in them.
Okay.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy face injured. That's what she said.
The red puffy face That was your counsel's question, correct?
That was
She
her
said-
testimony in the UK.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Heard.
I disagree.
It's just
You disagree.
inconvenient for you that
Yeah.
Officer Science didn't see injuries on you on May 21, 2016.
It
Isn't
doesn't
that
matter
right?
what's
That's funny.
convenient for me.
Right.
Yes, it does.
Officer
That's why
Tyler
you're here.
Haddon
That's why you
also
wrote that op-ed.
testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016, and he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my face
No,
looked
they
like to
said
be
you were
injured.
not
They
injured.
didn't consider
They
what they
didn't
walked on
see
in the
any
house
injury.
damage, but it was.
Oh.
You were.
They didn't see any damage to the house. They walked in and they definitely didn't see any, but there was, okay? Don't believe your eyes, officers, you liars. Now I know cops lie. All cops are bad, but I don't care what people say about that. However, you're gonna say now that the officers are lying? Wow.
Sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know.
but
He didn't even know
but then
who he was.
knew
But
who
after you
were.
identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that
Exactly.
correct?
From a distance, yes.
Yes,
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
but
He
that's what he
testified
said.
that he didn't see any visible
He
injuries.
I
said
would believe
no
that he
visible
didn't.
injuries.
Yes.
You were also in this courtroom when Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly,
I
to
don't
look
think this
into
is the
someone's
right video.
eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to. Yes.
You testified yesterday that you sought a temporary restraining order on May 27th, 2016, because you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Let me.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that
Hey,
correct?
we've hit 8
That's correct.
hours.
You changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
Hold on.
Ms. Heard?
I do not know when. I do not know when James came over.
Okay, it is the right video, so I'm gonna put it back. Let's see.
Attempted to.
There we go. Okay.
That's why you felt comfortable having James
get
Franco over the evening of May 22nd, 2016, Ms. Heard?
Oh boy.
I do not know when. I do not know when James came over.
Okay, let's remind you. Can we please
Okay,
pull up Plaintiff's
bring up the
Exhibit
evidence, 'cause
304,
she's
which is
lying.
already in evidence, and play
I love this.
from 254 through 439?
It's the last thing we're gonna cover, and then I'm out. Here's the video. She's nudging. She's trying to get him away from the security systems. It's not gonna work. You see them getting into the elevator. You see James Franco there. Good old James. Good old Franco Franks. And she's bringing him into Johnny's penthouse. Cheating on Johnny Depp before they even got divorced. And they don't really do a good job staying away from the cameras. I wonder. Amber? Huh? Is that you and James Franco? Seems like it. Seems like it. Let's just sit back and see what Camille Vasquez has to say. watching.
That's you and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And
That's
you're taking
right.
him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived, yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure of the time it looked like that.
Why don't we pull that video back up?
Let's show this bitch that she's lying. That's the translation. That's what she's saying.
$22:51.
So
Almost midnight,
11.
right?
That's
Or excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
almost 11.
exactly.
Exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
You knew
So
Mr.
why-
Depp was
then
out
why
of
would
town
you
on
have
May
James Franco?
27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
Oh, you didn't? That's why you filed an ex parte restraining order. That's what that is. When you know the person isn't there, or you know the person's not going to show up, and you don't notify his attorneys, you don't notify him, you don't let him know, right? That's what that is. She knew exactly where Johnny was going to be. She knew he was gone. That's why she brought James Franco. You think Johnny would let you bring another fucking man into your house? What? If he was there? Oh, come on.
You knew he wouldn't be back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Oh, that's incorrect. Oh, yeah, whatever.
Let's go back to that recording.
Oh, here we go. Here's another recording.
It's Defendant's Exhibit 598. You testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to
All right.
do drugs, right?
All right, so that's it that I'm going to cover for that, but you can tell she's lying. Always been a fucking liar. You know, that's who she is. So, yeah, you know she's lying. She's been lying this entire time, and I hope that the jury sees this, and that, you know, of course they saw this already. I'm just covering it, but I hope that they see that she's a goddamn liar, and that's just unfortunate. But thank you so much to everyone who joined me for today, and to everyone who will watch this later on and who's already watched this. Thank you so very much. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. And we will see you back here tomorrow. All right.